The Elephants of Posnan arose from a trip I took to Poland. I was invited to the Polish National Science Fiction Convention and discovered that because of the great good fortune that my novel Ender's Game was one of the first science fiction novels translated and published in Poland after the end of communism, I had had a golden opportunity there to build an audience, perhaps proportionately larger than my audience in the United States. And so it was really exciting to be in a place where people loved my stories. But what I discovered was that I loved these people, not just the ones who had read my books, because of course they're still in a minority, but the Polish people were living something that just excited me, the recreation and reinvention of their own society. And I wanted to write something set in Poland. And there were visual images that stuck with me, the building in the center of the square in Poznań, and the old houses and old buildings in Krakow, and I don't know, it's just everything that I saw stays with me. I couldn't use by any means even the tiniest fraction of it. I just was able to pick up a couple of images, but I knew I had to use it. Then I started reading a book about elephants where I learned enough to make me want to write a story about them, and this all came together. In a way, I could have set the elephant story anywhere, and I could have told any story in Poland, but for me, it all worked, putting those elephants in that plaza and letting them knock down that building. But then when the story was finished, I didn't want to publish it. And that doesn't happen to me. I never don't want to publish my stories. I write them for publication. They don't exist until there's an audience. But I didn't want to send it off to a science fiction magazine, and I didn't really know why. It just didn't feel right. But I did feel right about sending it to my friend Arek, who was my interpreter and guide, and is also an outstanding translator of fiction from English into Polish. And I sent it to him and asked him if he thought there was anybody in Poland who might be interested in publishing it there, in Polish. And he liked the story and wanted to translate it himself, and it was published in Nowa Fantastica, the Polish science fiction magazine. And that's the only publication it's had so far. It will also be published in Spanish and Catalan in Spain, but so far it has had no submission even to an English language publication, and I suppose I eventually will, but this is its first publication in English. So I guess you got it straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak. And when it comes into print, I guess they'll have to give credit to this audio edition as the first printing of the story, if we can call this a printing.
Fantastic Audio presents The Elephants of Posnan and Other Stories by Orson Scott Card. Read by the author, Scott Brick, Gabrielle DeCure, Robert Forster, Robert Foxworth, Michael Gross, Roddy McDowell, Stephen Rudnicki, William Wyndham, and Ephraim Zimbalist, Jr.
The Elephants of Poznań. In the heart of old Poznań, the ancient capital of Poland, there's a public square. The houses around it aren't as lovely as those of Krakow, but they've been charmingly painted, and there's a faded graciousness that wins the heart. The plaza came through World War II more or less intact, but the communist government apparently could not bear the thought of so much wasted space. What use did it have? Public squares were for public demonstrations, and once the communists had seized control on behalf of the people, public demonstrations would never be needed again. So out in the middle of the square they built a squat, ugly building in a brutally modern style. It sucks the life out of the place. You have to stand with your back to it in order to truly enjoy the square. But we'd all seen the ugly building for so many years that we hardly noticed it anymore, except to apologize to visitors and ruefully remember the bad old days of communism. And when the plague came and the city was so cruelly and suddenly emptied, those of us who could not let go of Poznań, who could not bear to eke out the last of our lives in the countryside, drifted to the old heart of the city and took up residence in the houses surrounding the square. As time passed, even the ugly building became part of the beauty of the place, for it was from the old crowded city now lost forever. Just as the toilets with little altars for the perusal of one's excrement reminded us of the many decades of German overlordship, so this building was also a part of our past, and now, by its sheer persistence among us, a part of ourselves. If we could venerate the bones and other bodily parts of dead saints, couldn't we also find holiness of a kind even in this vile thing? It was a relic of a time when we thought we were suffering, but to which we would now gladly return, just to hear school children again in the streets, just to see the flower shop once more selling the bright excesses of overcopious nature, spots of vivid color to show us that Poland was not, by nature, gray. Into this square came the elephants, a group of males, making their way in what seemed a relentless silence, except that a trembling of the windows told us that they were speaking to each other in infrasound, low notes that the human ear could not hear, but the human hand could feel on glass. Of course, we had all seen elephants for years on our forays out into the gardens of suburban Poznania, clans of females and their children following a matriarch, gangs of mature males hanging out to kill time until one of them went into must and set off in search of the nearest estrus female. We speculated at first about where they came from, whether their forebears had escaped from a zoo or a circus during the plague. But soon we realized that their numbers were far too great to be accounted for that way. Too many different clans had been seen. On radio day we learned, from those few stations that still bothered, that the elephants had come down the Nile, swum the Suez, swarmed through Palestine and Syria and Armenia, crossed the Caucasus, and now fed in the lush wheat pastures of Ukraine, bathed in the streams of Belarus, and stood trumpeting on the shores of Estonia and Pomerania, calling out to some god of the sea, demanding passage to lands as yet unpossessed by the great stumpy feet, the probing noses, the piercing ivory, and the deep thrumming music of the new rulers of the world. Why should they not rule it? We were only relics ourselves, we who had had the misfortune of surviving the plague. Out of every 100,000, only 50 or 100 had survived. And as we scavenged in the ruins, as we bulldozed earth over the corpses we dragged from the areas where we meant to live, as we struggled to learn how to keep a generator or two running, a truck here and there, the radios we used only once a week, then once a month, then once a year, we gradually came to realize that there would be no more children. No one conceived. No one bore. The disease had sterilized us, almost all. There would be no recovery from this plague. Our extinction had not required a celestial missile to shatter the earth and darken the sky for a year. No other species shared our doom with us. We had been taken out surgically, precisely, thoroughly, a tumor removed with a delicate viral hand. So we did not begrudge the elephants their possession of the fields and the forests. The males could knock down trees to show their strength. There was no owner to demand that animal control officers come and dispose of the rampaging beasts. The females could gather their children into barns and stables against the winter blast, and no owner would evict them. Only the crumbling bones and strands of hairy flesh showed where horses and cattle had starved to death when their masters died too quickly to think of setting them free from their stalls and pens. Why, though, had these males come into the city? There was nothing for them to eat. There was nothing for us to eat. When our bicycles gave out and we could cobble together no more makeshift carts, we would have to leave the city ourselves and live closer to the food that we gathered from untended fields. Why would the elephants bother with such a ruin? Well, curiosity, perhaps. Soon they would see that there was nothing here for them and move on. We found ourselves growing impatient as the hours passed, and the days, and still we kept encountering them on the city streets. Didn't they understand that we lived in the heart of Poznania specifically because we wanted a human place? Didn't they feel our resentment of their trespass? All the rest of earth is yours. Can you not leave undesecrated these crypts we built for ourselves in the days of our glory? Gradually it dawned on us, dawned on me actually, but the others realized I was right, that the elephants had come not to explore Poznania, but to observe us. I would pedal my bicycle and glance down a cross street to see an elephant lumbering along on a parallel path. I would turn and see him behind me and feel that shuddering in my breastbone and my forehead that told me they were speaking to each other. And soon another elephant would be shadowing me, seeing where I went, watching what I did, following me home. Why were they interested in us? Humans were no longer killing them for their ivory. The world was theirs. We were going to die. I, who was only 7 years old when the plague came, am now past 30. And many of the older survivors are already, if not at death's door, then studying the travel brochures and making reservations, their Bibles open and their rosaries in hand. Were these males here as scientists, to watch the last of the humans, to study our death ways, to record the moment of our extinction so that the elephants would remember how we died with only a whimper, or less than that, a whisper, a sigh, a sidelong glance at God? I had to know. For myself, for my own satisfaction. If I found the truth, whom else would I tell it to, and for what purpose? They would only die as I would die, taking memory with them into the fire, into the ash, into the dust. I couldn't get any of the others to care about the questions that preyed upon me. What do the elephants want from us? Why do they follow us? Leave it alone, Lukasz, they said to me. Isn't it enough that they don't bother us? And I answered with the most perplexing question of all, to me at least. Why elephants? The other wild animals that roamed the open country were the ones one might expect to see. The packs of dogs gone wild, interbreeding back to mongrel wolfhood, the herds of cattle, breeding back to hardiness, and of horses, quick and free and uninterested in being tamed. The companions of man, the servants and slaves of man, now masterless, now free. Unshorn sheep, unmilked goats, sudden-leaping house-cats, scrawny wild chickens hiding from ever-vigilant hawks, ill-tempered pigs rooting in the woods, the boars making short work of dogs that grew too bold. That was the wild life of Europe. No other animals from Africa had made the journey north, only the elephants. And not just from Africa. The elephants of India were roaming the Orient, and on the most recent radio day we learned, through messages relayed many times, that they had somehow crossed the Bering Strait and were now, in ever greater numbers, grazing the prairies of America, small-eared cousins to the great canopied beasts that now shadowed us on the streets of Posnan. I pictured them swimming, or piling into boats that some last human pilot guided for them onto the Stygian shore. They had inherited the earth, and were bent on surveying their new domain. So I took to spending my days in the library, reading all I could about elephants, and then about all the processes of life, all the passages of history, trying to understand not only them but ourselves, and what had happened to us, and what our cities might mean to them, our houses, our streets, our rusting cars, our collapsing bridges, our sorry cemetery mounds where winter brought fresh crops of human bone to the surface, white stubble on a fallow field. I write this now because I think I know the answers, or at least have found guesses that ring true to me, though I also know they might be nothing more than a man hungry for meanings inventing them where they don't exist. Arguably, all meanings are invented anyway, and since I have no one to please but myself, and no one to read this who will care except perhaps one, then I may write as I please, and think as I please, and reread this whenever I can bear it. They made no effort to follow me inside the library. What good would it do them? Clever as they are with their inquisitive trunks, I would imagine them being deft enough to turn pages without tearing them. But what would the markings on the pages mean to them? Elephants sang their literature to each other in octaves we humans could not hear. Their science was the science of the temporal gland, the probing nose. They observed but, or so I thought, did not experiment. I did learn enough to warn the others before the first of the males went into must. When you see one of them acting agitated, when his temporal glands pour out a steady black streak down his cheeks, when the other males are shy of him and give him room, then we must do the same, staying out of his way, not needing his gaze. Let him pass. The city is his, wherever he wants to go. He won't stay here long in must. He must go and find a female then, and they were all outside in the open fields. He would give his deep rumbling call and pour out his lusty scent into the air and dribble musky fluid onto the ground where every other elephant could smell it and know, this way passed a male bent on making babies, this way passed God, looking for the Holy Virgin. So we studied each other, and avoided offending each other, and grew used to each other's ways, the elephants and the 50 remaining residents of Posnan. And then one day, they began to push. The males all gathered in the public square. We, too, gossiping to each other that something important was going to happen, gathered in our houses and leaned at our windows to watch. They wandered aimlessly through the square, 11 of them, the 12 apostles, I thought, sans Iscariot, until noon made the smallest shadows. Then, as if of one mind, they surrounded the ugly old communist building, facing it. When all were in place, they moved forward slowly, each bull resting his massive brow against the miserable facade. Then, slowly, each began to tense his muscles, to shift his weight, to make little adjustments, to plant his feet, and then to push with greater and greater strength against the wall. They're trying to push it down, I realized, and so did the others, all of us, calling out to each other in our high-pitched human voices. They're critics of architecture. They've come to beautify Posnan. We began to address the elephants with our calls, as if they were our football team, as if the plaza were a playing field. We cheered them, laughed in approval, shouted encouragement, placed meaningless bets about whether they could actually break through the walls. Then, abruptly, I was no longer part of the playfulness. For without meaning to, I changed perspective suddenly and saw us as the elephants must have seen us. This was Africa after all, and we were the primates perched in the trees, hooting and screeching at the giants, unaware of our own insignificance, or at least unbothered by it. When I pulled my head back inside my window, I was filled with grief, though at that moment I could not have told you why. I thought at first it was because we humans were so diminished, reduced to chattering from safe perches, but then I realized that the human race had always been the same, had never risen really from our primate ways. No, what I was grieving for was that ugly old building, that relic of noble dreams gone sour. I had never lived under the communists, had only heard the stories of the Russian overlords and the Polish Leninists who claimed to be fulfilling the will of the masses and perhaps, sometimes, believed their own propaganda. So my father told me, and I had no reason to doubt him. When the communists decided what was good and what was bad, they acted as rigidly as any Puritan. Aesthetic concerns in architecture led to wasteful overspending of the labor of the working class. Therefore, the ugliness of all new buildings was a badge of virtue. We human beings had reinvented ourselves, Homo communisticus, Homo coprofabricus, or whatever the scientific name would be, a new species that never guessed how quickly it would be extinct. The elephants would keep pushing until the walls came down. I knew that. Intransigence was built into the elephant's shoulders the way screeching and chattering were built into the primate mouth. And even though the other humans were cheering them, egging them on, I was sad, no, wistful. If we had really wanted that ugly building taken down, we knew where the dynamite was kept. We could have blown it out of existence. Elephants are mighty and strong as beasts go, but when it comes to destruction, their foreheads are no match for the explosives in the locked sheds at the construction sites of buildings that will never be finished. We don't need you to take it down, you meddlers, I wanted to say. We built it, we humans. It's ours. What right have you to decide which artifact should stand and which should fall? The fascination of it was irresistible, though. I couldn't stay away from the window for long. I had to check again, to see if they were making any progress, to see if some crack had appeared. The beasts had enormous patience, pushing and pushing until their shadows were swallowed up in the shade of the buildings as the sun headed out past Germany, past France, out to the Atlantic to be plunged steaming into the sea of night. That was the clock they lived by, these elephants. They had put in their day's work, and now they wandered off, heading out of the city as they did most nights, to eat and drink and sleep in some more hospitable place. The next morning they were back, earlier this time, and formed their circle much more quickly and pushed again. The betting among us began in earnest then. Would they succeed? Would they give up? How long till the first crack? How long till the wall fell? We had nothing of value to bet, or rather, we had everything. We had inherited the city from the dead, so that we could bet enormous sums of money and pay in cash or diamonds if we wanted to, but when we wagered, we never bothered to carry such useless objects from one house to another, enough to say who won and who lost. The only reason we had such wealth was because the dead had left it all behind. If they didn't value it any more than that, what was it worth to us, except as counters in games of chance? There was unguessed-at meaning in their pushing after all, for on the third day of the elephant's pushing, still to no visible effect, Arik came home to Posnan. Arik, whom I had named for my father. Arik who dashed my last hope. Arik who killed my wife. For years after the plague, no children were conceived. From Berlin, where one of the survivors was a doctor, we learned that when the plague was new, and they were still trying to study it, the medical researchers determined that the virus rooted in the reproductive systems of men and women, specifically attacking their bodies where the human seed was made. And this was not how the plague did its slaughtering, but it guaranteed that the few survivors would be sterile. The message left us in despair. But I was young, and though I had seen more death before I turned 10 than I would ordinarily have seen even if I devoted my whole life to watching American movies, my hope was still undashable. Or rather, my body's hope, which in my teens was much stronger than my reason. As the people from the hinterlands and smaller towns came seeking human company, Posnan became a gathering place. In those days, we lived on the outskirts of the city, in a place where we could actively farm, before we realized that farming was redundant with miles and miles of fields and gardens reseeding themselves faster than we could harvest them. So I was hoeing the turnips, the kind of tasks the adults gratefully left to my strong and flexible young arms and legs, when Hilda and her family came to town in a horse-drawn wagon. It wasn't Hilda herself that I saw at first. It was the miracle of seeing a family. At first, of course, we assumed that they were a nonce family, clinging to each other because no one else in their area survived. But no, they looked like each other, that miracle of resemblance that told us all that they were genetically connected. And soon we learned that, yes, they were a mother, a father, a daughter, all of whom had survived the plague. They knew it was wrong of them to grieve for the 2 sons and 3 daughters who died, for they had not lost everyone they loved, as all the rest of us had done. There was something in them that was stronger than the disease. And Hilda, a plump Nordic blonde, soon became beautiful to all of us, because we knew that if any woman had a viable ovum left, it would be her. She and her parents understood that her womb, if it was not barren, could not belong to her alone, and that her only hope of continuing our poor, weak species was to find a mate whose body could still spew forth living sperm. She had been sexually immature when the plague came, but now was womanly, ready to bear if she could. One man at a time would husband her for 3 months, then a month of solitude, and then the next man's turn to try. That way there would be no doubt of fatherhood if she conceived. He would be her husband to father more children on her. She agreed to this because there was no other hope. I was third to try, at 15 a frightened child myself, approaching her like the temple priestess that she was, begging the god to choose me, to let life come into her from me. She was sweet and patient and told no one how clumsy I was. I liked her, but did not yet love her, for she was still a stranger to me. I could mate with her, but not speak to her, or at least not be understood, for she came from the mountains from a German-speaking area, and had but little Polish, though more of Polish than I had of German. The second month she had no period, and the third, and the fourth. She was kept away from me, from all men, until in the 5th month she asked for me. "You are half of this miracle," she said in halting Polish, and from then on I was her companion. No more field work for me. What if I was injured? What if I caught cold? Instead, I stayed with her, taught her to speak Polish, and learned to read German, more or less. In the 8th month, the doctor finally came from Berlin. He had never worked in obstetrics, but he was the best hope we had, and since no one in Berlin was pregnant, they understood what was at stake. Even a half-Polish baby in Posnan was better than no more babies anywhere at all. We made him welcome. He taught us how to make beer. The 9th month, nothing happened. He spoke of inducing labor. We worked to get a room in the hospital powered up, the old equipment working, and he gave Hilda an ultrasound examination. He could not face us after that. "You counted wrong?" he offered as a possibility. No, we did not count wrong. We knew the last time she had sex with anyone, with me, and it was 9 months and 2 weeks ago. "The baby is not ready yet," he said. "Weeks to go, maybe many weeks. The limb length tells me this, the development of the face and hands." And then the worst news. "But the head is very large, and strangely shaped, not a known condition, though. I looked in the books, not seen before, not exactly this. If it is still growing, and how can I tell, since it is already as big as an adult human head? This does not look happy for her. She cannot bear this child normally. I will have to cut the baby out." "Cut it out now," her parents said. "It's been 9 months. "No," the doctor said. "If I cut now, I think that it will die. I think it has the lungs of a fetus of 5 months. I did not come here to abort a fetus. I came to deliver a baby." "But our daughter—" Hilda agreed with the doctor. "If he has to cut me open anyway, there is no hurry. Wait until the baby himself thinks that he is ready." We knew now it would be a boy, and were not glad of it. A daughter would have been better. Everyone knew that. Everyone but me. I was not ready to play lot with a daughter of mine, and I was the only man proven to have viable sperm, so I thought it was better that I'd have a son, then wander with Hilda and the boy through all the world if need be, searching for a place where another mating had happened, where there might be a girl for him. I could imagine that future happily. 10 months. 11. No woman had carried a child for so long. She could not sit up in bed now, for still it grew, and the ultrasound looked stranger and stranger. Wide hips and eyes far apart on a face appallingly broad. The ultrasound, with its grainy black and white image, made it look like a monster. This was no baby. It would never live. Worse, it was draining the life out of Hilda. Most of what she ate went across the placenta to feed this cancerous growth inside her. She grew wan of face, weak of muscle, even as her belly grew more and more mountainous. I would sit beside her, and when she was tired of the book I read, I would hold her hand and talk to her of walks along the streets of the city, of my visit to Krakow when I was 6, before the plague, how my father took me along as he escorted a foreign author through the city, how we ate at a country restaurant, and the foreigner could not eat the floury bread and the chewy noodles and the thick lard spread. She laughed, or, as she grew weaker, smiled. And finally, near the end, just clung to my hand and let me babble. I wanted nothing more than to have Hilda. Forget the baby. It's already dead to me, this monster. Just let me have Hilda, the time with her that a man should have with his wife, the life together in a little house, the coming home at night to her embrace, the going forth in the morning with her kiss on my lips and her blessing in my ears. "I will take it now," said the doctor. "Perhaps the next child will be normal, but she grows too weak to delay any longer." Her parents agreed. Hilda also gave consent at last. The doctor had taught me to be his nurse, and trained me by making me watch the bloody surgeries he did on hares and once on a sheep, so I would not faint at the blood when the time came to cut into my wife. For wife she was, at her insistence, married to me in a little ceremony just before she went under the anesthetic. She knew, as did I, that the marriage was not permanent. Perhaps the community would give me one more try to make a normal child with her, but if that one too should fail, the rotation would begin again, 3 months of mating, a month fallow, until a father with truer seed was found. What we did not understand was how very weak she had become. The human body was not designed to give itself so completely to the care of such a baby as this one. Somehow the baby was sending hormonal messages to her, the doctor said, telling her body not to bear, not to present, the cervix not to efface and open. Somehow it caused her body to drain itself, to make the muscles atrophy, the fat to disappear. The doctor's incision was not large enough at first, nor with the second cut. Finally, with the third, her womb lay open like the belly of a dissected frog, and at last he lifted the little monster out. He handed it to me. Almost I tossed it aside. But it opened its eyes. Babies aren't supposed to be able to do that, I know now. But it opened its eyes and looked at me, and I felt a powerful trembling, a vibration in my chest and arms. It was alive, whatever it was, and it was not in me, its father, to kill it. So I set it aside, where a couple of women washed it and did the rituals that the doctor had prescribed, the drops into the eyes, the blood samples. I did not watch. I returned to Hilda. She died as he was still stitching her. He left the wound and tried to revive her, pumping at her heart. Later, after the autopsy, he told me that her heart had been used up like all her other muscles. The child had ruled the mother, had demanded her life from her, and she had given it. My Hilda, till death parted us. There was some debate on whether to feed the child, and then on whether to baptize it. In both cases, mercy and hope triumphed over fear and loathing. They made me choose a name. I gave it my father's name because I could not bear to give it mine. Arkadiusz, Arek. He weighed nearly 10 kilograms at birth. At 2 months, he walked. At 5 months, his babbling noises became speech. They taught him to call me Papa, and I came to him because he was, after all, my own. Hilda's parents were gone by then. They blamed me, my bad seed, for their daughter's death. In vain did the doctor tell them that what the plague had done to me it no doubt also did to her. They knew in their hearts that Hilda was normal, and I was the one with the seed of monstrosity. They could not bear to look at me or at Arek either, the killers of their last child, their beautiful little girl. Arek walked early because his wide-set legs gave him such a sturdy platform, while crawling was near impossible for him. His massive neck was strong enough to hold his wide-faced, deep-skulled head. His hands were clever, his arms long and probing. He was a font of questions. He made me teach him how to read when he was not yet 2. The 2 strange apertures in his head, behind the eyes, before the ears, seeped with fluid now and then. He stank sometimes, and the stench came from there. At the time, we did not know what to call these things or what they meant, for the elephants had not yet come. The whole community liked Arek, as they must always like children. They played with him, answered his questions, watched over him. But beneath the love there was a constant gnawing pain. He was our hope, but he was no hope at all. Whatever his strange condition was, it might have made him quicker than a normal child, but we knew that it could not be healthy, that like most strange children he would no doubt die before his time. And definitely, mutant that he was, he must surely be as sterile as a mule. And then the elephants came, great shadowy shapes out in the distant fields. We marveled, we wondered. They came nearer day by day, and Arek became quite agitated. "I hear them," he said. "Hear what? We heard nothing. They were too far off for us to hear." "I hear them," he said again. He touched his forehead. "I hear them here." He touched his chest. "And here." The flow from the apertures in his head increased. He took to wandering off. We had to watch him closely. In the middle of a reading lesson, he would stand up and face the distant elephants, or face the empty horizon where they might be, and listen, rapt. "I think I understand them," Arek said. "Here's a place with good water." "All of Poland has good water now," I pointed out. "No," he said impatiently, "it's what they said. And now they talk of one who died. They have the scent of him, the one who died." He listened more. I still heard nothing. "And me," he said. "They have the scent of me." "Elephants care nothing for you," I said. He turned to me, his eyes awash with tears. "Take that back," he said. "Sit and do your lessons, Arek." What do I care what dead people say? I have no need of what they said. You're 5 years old, Auric. I know better than you what you need to know. Your father had to know all this, he said. But what is it to me? What good has reading done for you? I tried to hold him, but at 5 years old he was too strong. He ran from the room. He ran out into the field. He ran toward the elephants. I followed him as best I could. Others joined me, calling out Auric's name. He was not swift, and we could have caught him if we were willing to tackle him like rugby players. But our goal was only to keep him safe, and so we jogged alongside him, his short and heavy legs lumbering forward, ever closer to the elephants. A matriarch and her clan, with several babies of varying sizes. We tried to stop him then, to hold him back, but by then the matriarch had noticed us, and as she approached, Auric screamed and tried more violently to get away, to run to her. She trumpeted at us, and finally, tentatively, in fear of her, we set him down. She let him embrace her trunk. He clambered upward over her great impassive brow, and sprawled his body across the top of her head. Her trunk reached up to him. I feared that she would sweep him from her head like lint. Instead, she touched the leaking aperture on his right cheek, then brought the tip of her trunk down to her mouth, to smell and taste it. That was when I realized. The matriarch, too, had an aperture between eye and ear, a leaking stink hole. When I did my reading, I learned that it was the temporal gland. The elephants had it, and so did my son. Neither Hilda nor I was elephantine, nor was there any logical way, given the little science that I knew, for me to explain how a gland that only elephants had should suddenly show up on a human child. It wasn't just the temporal glands, either. As he sat perched atop the matriarch, I could see how closely his brow resembled hers. No great flapping ears, no abnormality of nose, and his eyes were still binocular, not side-aimed like the elephant's. Yet there was no mistaking how his forehead was a smaller echo of her own. "He has been waiting for them," I murmured, and then I thought but did not say. They came in search of him. He would not go home with me. One by one the others drifted back to our village, some returning to bring me food and offer food to Auric. But he was busy riding on the matriarch and playing with the babies, always under the watchful gaze of the mothers, so that no harm would come to him. He made a game of running up the trunks and turning somersaults onto an elephant's back. He swung on tusks. He rode them like horses. He climbed them like trees, and he listened to them like gods. After 2 days, they moved on. I tried to follow. The matriarch picked me up and put me back. 3 times she did it before I finally acquiesced. Auric was their child now. They had adopted him. He had adopted them. Whatever music they were making, he heard it and loved it. The Pied Piper had come to lead away our only son, our strange, inhuman child, the only hope we had. From that day I did not see him, until the 12th bull elephant arrived with Auric astride his neck. Full-grown Auric, just a little taller, I estimated, than his father, but built like a tractor, with massive legs and arms, and a neck that made his enormous head look almost natural. "Father!" he cried. "Father!" He had not seen me at the window. I wanted to hide from him. He must be 15 now, the age I was when I met Hilda. I had put him from my mind and heart, as I had already done with my parents, my baby sister whom I had left behind unburied when I was too hungry to wait any longer for them to wake again, for God to raise them up from their sick beds. Of all those I had lost, why was he the one that could return? For a moment I hated him, though I knew that it was not his fault. He was their child anyway, not mine. I could see that now. Anyone could see it. His skin was even filthy gray like theirs. He didn't see me. He slid down the brow and trunk of the bull he was riding and watched as his steed, his companion, his master, took its place in the circle that pushed against the walls of the ugly building. He walked around them, a wide circle, looking up at the windows on the opposite side of the square. But it was not by sight that he found me. It was when he was directly under my window, looking the other way, that he stopped and turned and looked up at me and smiled. "Father," he said, "I have seen the world." I did not want him to call me father. Those were his fathers, those bull elephants, not me. I was the bearer of the seed, its depositor, but the seed itself had been planted in both Hilda and me by the plague. Born in Africa and carried to the world on airplanes, virulent and devastating, the plague was no accident of nature. Paranoid as it sounded even to myself, I had the evidence of Auric's elephantinism to bolster what I knew but could not prove. Somehow in the kettle of the temporal gland, The elephants created this new version of man and sent the seed out into the world carried by a virus. They had judged us, these beasts, and found us wanting. Perhaps the decision was born as grieving elephants gathered around the corpses of their kinfolk, slain and shorn of their tusks. Perhaps the decision came from the shrinking land and the drying earth. Perhaps it was their plan all along, from the time they made us until they finally were done with us. For in the darkness of the library, as I moved along the table, keeping my yellowing books always in the slant of light from the window, I had conjured up a picture of the world. The elephants, the true gods of antiquity, they had reached the limit of what they could do with their prehensile noses. What was needed now was hands, so virus by virus, seed by seed, they swept away one species and replaced it with another, building and improving and correcting their mistakes. There was plenty of the primate left in us, the baboon, the chimpanzee, but more and more of the elephant as well, the kindness, the utter lack of warfare, the benevolent society of women, the lonely, wandering, harmless, helpful men, and the absolute sanctity of the children of the tribe. Primate and elephant always at war within us. We could see the kinship between us and the apes, but failed to see how the high-breasted elephant could possibly also be our kind. Only now, with Arik, could the convergence at last be seen. They had made at last an elephant with hands, a clever toolmaker who could hear the voices of the gods. I thought of the bull dancers of Crete, and then of Arik running up the trunks of elephants and somersaulting on their heads. The mastodons and mammoths were all gone, and the elephants were south of the Mediterranean, but they were not forgotten. In human memory, we were supposed to dance with joy upon the horns and head of a great loving beast, our Father, our Maker. Our prophets were the ones who heard the voice of God, not in the tempest, but in the silent thrumming, the still small voice of infrasound, carried through stone and earth as easily as through the air. On the mountain they heard the voice of God, teaching us how to subdue the primate and become the sons of God, the giants in the earth. For the sons of God did marry the daughters of men. We remembered that God was above us, but thought that meant he was above the sky. And so my speculation and imagining led me to this mad twisting of the scripture of my childhood, and no less of the science and history in the library. What were the Neanderthals? Why did they disappear? Was there a plague one day carried wherever the new-made Cro-Magnon wandered? And did the Neanderthals understand what their woolly mammoth deities had done to them? Here was their ironic vengeance. It was the new God-made men, the chosen people, who hunted the mammoths and the mastodons to extinction, who bowed the elephants of India to slavery and turned the elephants of Africa into a vast wandering ivory orchard. We men of Cro-Magnon descent, we thought we were the pinnacle. But when God told us to be perfect as he was perfect, we failed him, and he had to try again. This time it was no flood that swept our souls away, and any rainbow we might see would be a lie. I spoke of this to no one. I needed human company too much to give them reason to think me mad. Elephants as gods, as God himself? Sacrilege, heresy, madness, evil. Nor was I sure of it myself. Indeed, most days, most hours of the day, I mocked my own ideas. But I write them here because they might be true, and if someday these words are read, and I was right, then you'll hear my warning. You who read this, you are not the last and best, any more than we were. There is always another step higher up the ladder, and a helpful trunk to lift you upward on your way, or dash you to the ground if you should fail. Arik called me father, and I was not his father. But he came from Hilda's body. She gave her life to give him breath, and loved him, ugly and misshapen as he was, as she held him to her empty breasts while infection raged in a body made so weak it could not hold out for a single day. Not a drop of pap came from her into his mouth. He had already sucked her dry, but she loved him. And for her sake, and for his at first, I will be honest here, I tried to treat him well, to teach him and provide for him and protect him as best I could. But at 5 years of age they took him, and he was raised by elephants. In what sense now was he my son? "Father," he said to me again, "don't be afraid. It's only me, your boy Arik." "I'm not afraid," I almost said. But he would know it was a lie. He could smell a lie on me. Silence was my refuge. I left my room and went down the stairs to the level of the street. I came blinking into the sunlight. He held out a hand to me. His legs were even stockier now. Whenever he stood still, he looked as planted as a pair of old trees. He was taller than I am, and I am tall. "Father," he said, "I want them to meet you. I told them all the things you taught me." "They already know me," I wanted to say. "They've been following me for years. They know when and where I eat and sleep and pee. They know all they want to know of me, and I want nothing at all from them, so I followed him anyway, feeling my hand in his, the firm, kind grasp, the springy, rolling rhythm of his walk. I knew that he could keep walking forever on those legs. He led me to the new elephant, the one he had arrived with. He bade me stand there as the trunk took samples of my scent for tasting, as one great eye looked down on me, the all-seeing eye. Not a word did I say, not a question did I ask, until I felt the thrumming, strong now, so powerful that it took my breath away. It shook my chest so strongly. "Did you hear him, Father?" asked my son. I nodded. "But did you understand?" I shook my head. "He says you understand," said Arik, puzzled, "but you say that you don't." At last I spoke. "I understand nothing." The elephant thrummed out again. "You understand, but do not know you understand," said Arik. "You're not a prophet." The elephant had made me tremble, but it was Arik's word that made me stumble. "Not a prophet. And you are my son?" "I am," said Arik, "because I hear what he says and can turn it into language for the rest of you. I thought you could understand him too, because he said you could." The elephant was right. I did understand. My mad guesses were right, or somewhat right, or at least not utterly wrong. But I said nothing of this to Arik. "But now I see you do understand," said Arik, nodding, content. His temporal glands were dripping, the fluid falling onto his naked chest. He wore trousers, though, old polyester ones, the kind that cannot rot or fade, the kind that will outlast the end of the universe. He saw me looking and again supposed that I had understood something. "You're right," he said. "I've had it before, only lightly, though, and it did me no good." He smiled ruefully. "I've seen the world, but none like me." "Had what before?" "The dripping time, the madness." "Must," I said. "Yes," he answered. He touched the stream of fluid on his cheek, then streaked it on my cheek. "It takes a special woman to bear my child." "What if there isn't one?" "There is," he said. "That's why I came here." "There's no one here like you." "Not yet," he said. "And besides, I had this gift to give you." "What gift?" He gestured as if I should have understood all along. The building that the elephants were pushing at. "You always told me how much you hated this building, how ugly it was. I wanted to give you something when I came again, but I couldn't think of anything I could do for you except for this." At his words, the elephants grunted and bellowed, and now it was clear that all their pushing before had been preliminary to this, as they braced themselves and rammed all at once, again and again. Now the building shuddered, now the facade cracked, now the walls buckled. Quickly Arik drew me back, out of danger. The elephants, too, retreated as the walls caved in, the roof collapsed. Dust blew out of the place like smoke, blinding me for a moment, till tears could clear my vision. No silence now, no infrasound. The bulls gave voice, a great triumphant fanfare. And now the families came, the matriarch, the other females, their babies, their children, into the square, now unobstructed except for the rubble pile. They came by the dozens. There must be 3 clans here, I thought, 4, 5, trumpeting, triumphant. All this because they knocked down a building? No, the fall of the building was the gift to the father. It was the signal for the real festivities to begin. "I made them bring her here," said Arik. "You're my family, and these are my friends." He indicated the people leaning out the windows over the square. "Isn't that what weddings are for?" The elephants made way for one last arrival. An Indian elephant lumbered into the square, trunk upraised, trumpeting. It progressed in stately fashion to the place where Arik and I were standing. On its back sat Arik's bride-to-be. At first glance she was human, boldly and charmingly nude. But under the shock of thick, straight hair, her head was, if anything, larger than Arik's, and her legs were set so wide that she seemed to straddle the elephant's neck the way a woman of my species might bestride a horse. Down the forehead and the trunk of the beast she slid, pausing only to stand playfully upon the tusks, then jump lightly to the ground. Those legs, those hips, she clearly had the strength to carry a baby as large as Arik had been for the entire year. But wide as her body was, could such a head pass through the birth canal? Because she was naked, the answer was before my eyes. The entrance to her birth canal was not between her thighs, but in a pouch of skin that drooped from the base of her abdomen. The opening was in front of the pubis. No longer would the pelvic circle limit the size of a baby's head. She would not have to be cut open to give birth. Arik held out his hand. She smiled at him, and in that smile she became almost human to me. It was the shy smile of the bride, the smile that Hilda had given me when she was pregnant, before we knew it was no human child she carried. "She's in heat," said Auric, "and I'm in must. You have no idea how crazy it makes me." He didn't sound crazy or act it either. Instead, he had the poise of a king, the easy confidence of an elephant. At the touch of her hand, his temporal glands gave forth such a flow that I could hear the fluid dripping onto the stones of the plaza, but otherwise he betrayed no eagerness. "I don't know how it's done," said Auric. "Marriage, I mean. They said I should marry as humans do, with words." I remembered the words that had been said for me and Hilda. As best I could, I said them now. The girl did not understand. Her eyes, I saw now, had the epicanthic fold. How far had they brought her? Was she the only one? Were there only these two in all the world? Is that how close they came to the edge of killing us all, of ending the whole experiment? I said the words, and she shaped the answers. But I could tell that it didn't matter to her, or to him either, that she understood not a bit of the Polish words she had to say. Below the level of audible speech, they had another kind of language, for I could see how her forehead thrummed with a tone too low for my ears to hear, but he could hear. Not words, I assumed, but communication nonetheless. The thing with speech, they'd work that out. It would still be useful to them when communication needed to be precise. But for matters of the heart, they had the language of the elephants, the language of the gods, the Adamic tongue. The idiom God had used one time to say, multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. We did the first. We did the last. Now, perhaps, this new couple in their new garden would learn the replenishing part as well. Only a few of us lingering beasts, of us the dust of the earth, would remain, and not for long. Then the whole world would be their garden. Today they're gone, out of Posnan, the elephants and their new creatures, the son and daughter of the gods, my Auric and his wife, whose name he never spoke aloud to us. No doubt he has some deep and rumbling name for her that I could never hear. They will have many children. They must watch them carefully, or perhaps this time it will be different. No stone crashed against a brother's head this time, no murder in the world, only the peace of the elephants. They are gone, and the rejoicing is over, for we did rejoice, because even though we all know, that Auric and his bride are not of our kind, they still carry the only portion of our seed that will remain alive in the earth. Better to live on in them than to die utterly without casting seed at all. They're gone, and now each day I go out into the square and work amid the wreckage of the building, propping up the old facade, leaning it against a makeshift wall. Before I die, I'll have it standing again, or at least enough of it so that the square looks right. Already I have much of one wall restored, and sometimes the others come and help me when they see I'm struggling with a section of wall too heavy or awkward for a man to raise alone. It may have been an ugly thing, that communist monstrosity, but it was built by humans in a human place, and they had no right to knock it down.
Unaccompanied Sonata. Tuning up. When Christian Haraldson was 6 months old, preliminary tests showed a predisposition toward rhythm and a keen awareness of pitch. There were other tests, of course, and many possible routes still open to him, but rhythm and pitch were the governing signs of his own private zodiac, and already the reinforcement began. Mr. and Mrs. Haraldson were provided with tapes of many kinds of sound and instructed to play them constantly, waking or sleeping. When Christian Haraldson was 2 years old, his 7th battery of tests pinpointed the future he would inevitably follow. His creativity was exceptional, his curiosity insatiable, his understanding of music so intense that the top of all the tests said prodigy. Prodigy was the word that took him from his parents' home to a house in a deep deciduous forest, where winter was savage and violent, and summer a brief, desperate eruption of green. He grew up cared for by unsinging servants, and the only music he was allowed to hear was birdsong and windsong and the cracking of winter wood, thunder and the faint cry of golden leaves as they broke free and tumbled to the earth, rain on the roof, and the drip of water from icicles, the chatter of squirrels, and the deep silence of snow falling on a moonless night. These sounds were Christian's only conscious music. He grew up with the symphonies of his early years, only a distant and impossible to retrieve memory. And so he learned to hear music in unmusical things, for he had to find music even when there was none to find. He found that colors made sounds in his mind, sunlight in summer, a blaring chord, moonlight in winter, a thin, mournful wail, new green in spring, a low murmur in almost but not quite random rhythms, the flash of a red fox in the leaves, a gasp of startlement. And he learned to play all those sounds on his instrument. In the world were violins, trumpets, clarinets, and crumhorns, as there had been for centuries. Christian knew nothing of that. Only his instrument was available. It was enough. One room in Christian's house, which he had alone most of the time, he lived in. A bed, not too soft, a chair and table, a silent machine that cleaned him and his clothing, and an electric light. The other room contained only his instrument. It was a console with many keys and strips and levers and bars, and when he touched any part of it, a sound came out. Every key made a different sound. Every point on the strips made a different pitch. Every lever modified the tone. Every bar altered the structure of the sound. When he first came to the house, Christian played, as children will, with the instrument, making strange and funny noises. It was his only playmate. He learned it well, could produce any sound he wanted to. At first he delighted in loud, blaring tones. Later he began to play with soft and loud, and to play two sounds at once, and to change those two sounds together to make a new sound, and to play again a sequence of sounds he had played before. Gradually, the sounds of the forest outside his house found their way into the music he played. He learned to make wind sing through his instrument. He learned to make summer one of the songs he could play at will. Green, with its infinite variations, was his most subtle harmony. The birds cried out from his instrument with all the passion of Christian's loneliness. And the word spread to the licensed listeners. There's a new sound north of here, east of here, Christian Harrelson, and he'll tear out your heart with his songs. The listeners came, a few to whom variety was everything first, then those to whom novelty and vogue mattered most, and at last those who valued beauty and passion above everything else. They came and stayed out in Christian's woods and listened as his music was played through perfect speakers on the roof of his house. When the music stopped and Christian came out of his house, he could see the listeners moving away. He asked and was told why they came. He marveled that the things he did for love on his instrument could be of interest to other people. He felt strangely even more lonely to know that he could sing to the listeners and yet would never be able to hear their songs. But they have no songs, said the woman who came to bring him food every day. They are listeners. You are a maker. You have songs, and they listen. Why? Asked Christian innocently. The woman looked puzzled. Because that's what they most want to do. They've been tested, and they are happiest as listeners. You are happiest as a maker. Aren't you happy? Yes, Christian answered, and he was telling the truth. His life was perfect, and he wouldn't change anything, not even the sweet sadness of the backs of the listeners as they walked away at the end of his songs. Christian was 7 years old. First movement. For the third time, the short man with glasses and a strangely inappropriate mustache dared to wait in the underbrush for Christian to come out. For the third time, he was overcome by the beauty of the song that had just ended, a mournful symphony that made the short man with glasses feel the pressure of the leaves above him, even though it was summer, and they had months left before they would fall. The fall is still inevitable, said Christian's song. Through all their life, the leaves hold within them the power to die, and that must color their life. The short man with glasses wept, but when the song ended and the other listeners moved away, he hid in the brush and waited. This time his wait was rewarded. Christian came out of his house and walked among the trees and came toward where the short man with glasses waited. The short man admired the easy, unpostured way that Christian walked. The composer looked to be about 30, yet there was something childish in the way he looked around him, the way his walk was aimless and prone to stop, just so he could touch, not break, a fallen twig with his bare toes. "Christian," said the short man with glasses. Christian turned, startled. In all those years, no listener had ever spoken to him. It was forbidden. Christian knew the law. "It's forbidden," Christian said. "Here," the short man with glasses said, holding out a small black object. "What is it?" The short man grimaced. "Just take it, push the button, and it plays." "Plays?" "Music." Christian's eyes went wide. "But that's forbidden. I can't have my creativity polluted by hearing other musicians work. That would make me imitative and derivative instead of original." "Reciting," the man said. "You're just reciting that. This is the music of Bach." There was reverence in his voice. "I can't," Christian said. And then the short man shook his head. "You don't know. You don't know what you're missing. But I heard it in your song when I came here years ago, Christian. You want this." "It's forbidden," Christian answered. For to him, the very fact that a man who knew an act was forbidden still wanted to perform it was astounding, and he couldn't get past the novelty of it to realize that some action was expected of him. There were footsteps and words being spoken in the distance, and the short man's face became frightened. He ran at Christian, forced the recorder into his hands, then took off toward the gate of the preserve. Christian took the recorder and held it in a spot of sunlight through the leaves. It gleamed dully. "Bach," Christian said, and "Who is Bach?" But he didn't throw the recorder down, nor did he give the recorder to the woman who came to ask him what the short man with the glasses had stayed for. He stayed for at least 10 minutes. "I only saw him for 30 seconds, Christian answered. "And?" "He wanted me to hear some other music. He had a recorder." "Did he give it to you?" "No," Christian said. "Doesn't he still have it?" "He must have dropped it in the woods." "He said it was Bach." "It's forbidden. That's all you need to know. If you should find the recorder, Christian, you know the law. I'll give it to you." She looked at him carefully. "You know what would happen if you listened to such a thing." Christian nodded. "Very well. We'll be looking for it, too. I'll see you tomorrow, Christian, and next time someone stays after, don't talk to him. Just come back in the house and lock the doors." "I'll do that," Christian said. When she left, he played his instrument for hours. More listeners came, and those who had heard Christian before were surprised at the confusion in his song. There was a summer rainstorm that night, wind and rain and thunder, and Christian found that he could not sleep. Not from the music of the weather. He'd slept through 1,000 such storms. It was the recorder that lay behind the instrument against the wall. Christian had lived for nearly 30 years, surrounded only by this wild, beautiful place and the music he himself made. But now he could not stop wondering. Who was Bach? Who is Bach? What is his music? How is it different from mine? Has he discovered things that I don't know? What is his music? What is his music? What is his music? Until at dawn, when the storm was abating and the wind had died, Christian got out of his bed where he had not slept, but only tossed back and forth all night, and took the recorder from its hiding place and played it. At first it sounded strange, like noise, odd sounds that had nothing to do with the sounds of Christian's life. But the patterns were clear, and by the end of the recording, which was not even a half-hour long, Christian had mastered the idea of fugue, and the sound of the harpsichord preyed on his mind. Yet he knew that if he let these things show up in his music, he would be discovered. So he did not try a fugue. He did not attempt to imitate the harpsichord's sound. And every night he listened to the recording for many nights, learning more and more until finally the watcher came. The watcher was blind, and a dog led him. He came to the door, and because he was a watcher, the door opened for him without his even knocking. "Christian Harrelson, where is the recorder?" the watcher asked. "Recorder?" Christian asked, then knew it was hopeless, and took the machine and gave it to the watcher. "Oh, Christian," said the watcher, and his voice was mild and sorrowful. "Why didn't you turn it in without listening to it?" "I meant to," Christian said, "but how did you know?" "Because suddenly there are no fugues in your work. Suddenly your songs have lost the only Bach-like thing about them, and you stopped experimenting with new sounds. What were you trying to avoid? This, Christian said, and he sat down and on his first try duplicated the sound of the harpsichord. Yet you've never tried to do that until now, have you? I thought you'd notice. Fugues and harpsichord, the two things you noticed first, and the only things you didn't absorb into your music. All your other songs for these last weeks have been tinted and colored and influenced by Bach, except that there was no fugue and there was no harpsichord. You have broken the law. You were put here because you were a genius, creating new things with only nature for your inspiration. Now, of course, you're derivative, and truly new creation is impossible for you. You'll have to leave. I know, Christian said, afraid yet not really understanding what life outside his house would be like. We'll train you for the kinds of jobs you can pursue now. You won't starve, you won't die of boredom, but because you broke the law, one thing is forbidden to you now. Music. Not all music. There is music of a sort, Christian, that the common people, the ones who aren't listeners, can have. Radio and television and record music. But living music and new music, those are forbidden to you. You may not sing, you may not play an instrument, you may not tap out a rhythm. Why not? The watcher shook his head. The world is too perfect, too at peace, too happy for us to permit a misfit who broke the law to go about spreading discontent. The common people make casual music of a sort, knowing nothing better because they haven't the aptitude to learn it. But if you... Never mind, it's the law. And if you make more music, Christian, you will be punished drastically. Drastically. Christian nodded. And when the watcher told him to come, he came, leaving behind the house and the woods and his instrument. At first he took it calmly as the inevitable punishment for his infraction, but he had little concept of punishment or of what exile from his instrument would mean. Within 5 hours he was shouting and striking out at anyone who came near him, because his fingers craved the touch of the instrument's keys and levers and strips and bars, and he could not have them, and now he knew that he had never been lonely before. It took 6 months before he was ready for normal life, and when he left the retraining center, a small building because it was so rarely used, he looked tired and years older, and he didn't smile at anyone. He became a delivery driver, because the tests said that this was a job that would least grieve him, and least remind him of his loss, and most engage his few remaining aptitudes and interests. He delivered donuts to grocery stores, and at night he discovered the mysteries of alcohol, and the alcohol and the donuts and the truck and his dreams were enough that he was in his way content. He had no anger in him. He could live the rest of his life this way without bitterness. He delivered fresh donuts and took the stale ones away with him. Second movement. With a name like Joe, Joe always said, I had to open a bar and grill just so I could put up a sign saying Joe's Bar and Grill. And he laughed and laughed, because after all, Joe's Bar and Grill was a funny name these days. But Joe was a good bartender, and the watcher had put him in the right kind of place. Not in a big city, but in a smaller town. A town just off the freeway, where truck drivers often came. A town not far from a large city, so that interesting things were nearby to be talked about and worried about and bitched about and loved. Joe's Bar and Grill was, therefore, a nice place to come, and many people came there. Not fashionable people and not drunks, but lonely people and friendly people, in just the right mixture. My clients are like a good drink, just enough of this and that to make a new flavor that tastes better than any of the ingredients. Oh, Joe was a poet. He was a poet of alcohol, and like many another person these days, he often said, my father was a lawyer, and in the old days I probably would have ended up a lawyer too, and I never would have known what I was missing. Joe was right, and he was a damn good bartender, and he didn't wish he were anything else, and so he was happy. One night, however, a new man came in, a man with a donut delivery truck and a donut brand name on his uniform. Joe noticed him because silence clung to the man like a smell. Wherever he walked, people sensed it. And though they scarcely looked at him, they lowered their voices or stopped talking at all, and they got reflective and looked at the walls and the mirror behind the bar. The donut delivery man sat in a corner and had a watered-down drink that meant he intended to stay a long time and didn't want his alcohol intake to be so rapid that he was forced to leave early. Joe noticed things about people, and he noticed that this man kept looking off in the dark corner where the piano stood. It was an old, out-of-tune monstrosity from the old days, for this had been a bar for a long time, and Joe wondered why the man was fascinated by it. True, a lot of Joe's customers had been interested, but they had always walked over and plunked on the keys trying to find a melody, failing with the out-of-tune keys and finally giving up. This man, however, seemed almost afraid of the piano, didn't go near it. At closing time, the man was still there, and then on a whim, instead of making the man leave, Joe turned off the piped-in music and turned off most of the lights, and then went over and lifted the lid and exposed the gray keys. The donut delivery man came over to the piano. Chris, his name tag said. He sat and touched a single key. The sound was not pretty, but the man touched all the keys one by one, and then touched them in different orders, and all the time Joe watched, wondering why the man was so intense about it. "Chris," Joe said. Chris looked up at him. "You know any songs?" Chris's face went funny. "I mean, some of those old-time songs, not those fancy-ass twitches on the radio, but songs. 'In a Little Spanish Town.' My mother sang that one to me." And Joe began to sing, "In a little Spanish town, 'twas on a night like this. Stars were peekabooing down, 'twas on a night like this." Chris began to play as Joe's weak and toneless baritone went on with the song. But it wasn't an accompaniment, not anything Joe could call an accompaniment. It was instead an opponent to his melody, an enemy to it. And the sounds coming out of the piano were strange and unharmonious, and, by God, beautiful. Joe stopped singing and listened. For 2 hours he listened, and when it was over he soberly poured the man a drink, and poured one for himself, and clinked glasses with Chris, the donut delivery man, who could take that rotten old piano and make the damn thing sing. 3 nights later, Chris came back, looking harried and afraid. But this time, Joe knew what would happen, had to happen, and instead of waiting until closing time, Joe turned off the piped-in music 10 minutes early. Chris looked up at him pleadingly. Joe misunderstood. He went over and lifted the lid to the keyboard and smiled. Chris walked stiffly, perhaps reluctantly, to the stool and sat. "Hey, Joe," one of the last 5 customers shouted. "Closing early?" Joe didn't answer, just watched as Chris began to play. No preliminaries this time, no scales and wanderings over the keys, just power, and the piano was played as pianos aren't meant to be played. The bad notes, the out-of-tune notes, were fit into the music so that they sounded right, and Chris's fingers, ignoring the strictures of the 12-tone scale, played, it seemed to Joe, in the cracks. None of the customers left until Chris finished an hour and a half later. They all shared that final drink and went home shaken by the experience. The next night, Chris came again, and the next, and the next. Whatever private battle had kept him away for the first few days after his first night of playing, he had apparently won it or lost it. None of Joe's business. What Joe cared about was the fact that when Chris played the piano, it did things to him that music had never done, and he wanted it. The customers apparently wanted it too. Near closing time, people began showing up, apparently just to hear Chris play. Joe began starting the piano music earlier and earlier, and he had to discontinue the free drinks after the playing because there were so many people it would have put him out of business. It went on for 2 long, strange months. The delivery man pulled up outside, and people stood aside for Chris to enter. No one said anything to him, no one said anything at all, but everybody waited until he began to play the piano. He drank nothing at all, just played, and between songs, the hundreds of people in Joe's bar and grill ate and drank. But the merriment was gone. The laughter and the chatter and the camaraderie were missing. And after a while, Joe grew tired of the music and wanted to have his bar back the way it was. He toyed with the idea of getting rid of the piano, but the customers would have been angry at him. He thought of asking Chris not to come any more, but he could not bring himself to speak to the strange, silent man. And so finally he did what he knew he should have done in the first place. He called the watchers. They came in the middle of a performance. A blind watcher with a dog on a leash, and a watcher with no ears who walked unsteadily, holding to things for balance. They came in the middle of a song, and did not wait for it to end. They walked to the piano and closed the lid gently, and Chris withdrew his fingers and looked at the closed lid. "Oh, Christian," said the man with the seeing-eye dog. "I'm sorry," Christian answered. "I tried not to." "Oh, Christian, how can I bear doing to you what must be done?" "Do it," Christian said. And so the man with no ears took a laser knife from his coat pocket and cut off Christian's fingers and thumbs, right where they rooted into his hands. The laser cauterized and sterilized the wound even as it cut, but still some blood spattered on Christian's uniform. And his hands now meaningless palms and useless knuckles, Christian stood and walked out of Joe's bar and grill. The people made way for him again, and they listened intently as the blind watcher said, "That was a man who broke the law and was forbidden to be a maker. He broke the law a second time, and the law insists that he be stopped from breaking down the system that makes all of you so happy." The people understood. It grieved them, it made them uncomfortable for a few hours, but once they returned to their exactly right homes and got back to their exactly right jobs, the sheer contentment of their lives overwhelmed their momentary sorrow for Chris. After all, Chris had broken the law, and it was the law that kept them all safe and happy. Even Joe soon forgot Chris and his music. He knew he had done the right thing. He couldn't figure out, though, why a man like Chris would have broken the law in the first place, or what law he would have broken. There wasn't a law in the world that wasn't designed to make people happy, and there wasn't a law Joe could even think of that he was even mildly interested in breaking. Yet, once Joe went to the piano and lifted the lid and played every key on the piano. And when he had done that, he put his head down on the piano and cried, because he knew that when Chris lost that piano, lost even the fingers so he could never play again, it was like Joe losing his bar. And if Joe ever lost his bar, his life wouldn't be worth living. As for Chris, someone else began coming to the bar, driving the same donut delivery van, and no one ever knew Chris again in that part of the world. Third movement. "Oh, what a beautiful morning," sang the road crew man who had seen Oklahoma 4 times in his hometown. "Rock my soul in the bosom of Abraham," sang the road crew man who had learned to sing when his family got together with guitars. "Lead, kindly light, amid the encircling gloom," sang the road crew man who believed. But the road crew man without hands, who held the signs telling the traffic to stop or go slow, listened but never sang. "Why'n't you never sing?" asked the road crew man who liked Rodgers and Hammerstein. Asked all of them at one time or another. And the man they called Sugar just shrugged. "Don't feel like singing," he'd say, when he said anything at all. "Why they call him Sugar?" a new guy once asked. "He don't look sweet to me." And the man who believed said, "His initials are C.H., like the sugar, C&H, you know." And the new guy laughed. A stupid joke, but the kind of gag that makes life easier on the road-building crew. Not that life was that hard, for these men, too, had been tested, and they were in the job that made them happiest. They took pride in the pain of sunburn and pulled muscles, and the road growing long and thin behind them was the most beautiful thing in the world. And so they sang all day at their work, knowing that they could not possibly be happier than they were this day. Except Sugar. Then Guillermo came. A short Mexican who spoke with an accent, Guillermo told everyone who asked, "I may come from Sonora, but my heart belongs in Milano." And when anyone asked why, and often when no one asked anything, he'd explain, "I'm an Italian tenor in a Mexican body," and he proved it by singing every note that Puccini and Verdi ever wrote. "Caruso was nothing," Guillermo boasted. "Listen to this." Guillermo had records and sang along with them. And at work on the road crew, he'd join in with any man's song and harmonize with it, or sing an obligato high above the melody, a soaring tenor that took the roof off his head and filled the clouds. "I can sing," Guillermo would say, and soon the other road crew men answered, "Damn right, Guillermo, sing it again." But one night Guillermo was honest and told the truth. "Ah, my friends, I'm no singer." "What do you mean? Of course you are," came the unanimous answer. "Nonsense," Guillermo cried, his voice theatrical. "If I am this great singer, why do you never see me going off to record songs, eh? This is a great singer? Nonsense. Great singers, they raise to be great singers. I'm just a man who loves to sing, but has no talent. I'm a man who loves to work on the road crew with men like you and sing his guts out, but in the opera I could never be, never." He did not say it sadly. He said it fervently, confidently. "Here is where I belong. I can sing to you who like to hear me sing. I can harmonize with you when I feel a harmony in my heart. But don't be thinking that Guillermo is a great singer, because he's not." It was an evening of honesty, and every man there explained why it was he was happy on the road crew and didn't wish to be anywhere else. Everyone, that is, except Sugar. "Come on, Sugar, aren't you happy here?" Sugar smiled. "I'm happy. I like it here. This is good work for me, and I love to hear you sing." "Then why don't you sing with us?" Sugar shook his head. "I'm not a singer." But Guillermo looked at him knowingly. "Not a singer, ha! Not a singer! A man without hands who refuses to sing is not a man who is not a singer, eh?" "What the hell does that mean?" asked the man who sang folk songs. "It means that this man you call Sugar, he's a fraud. Not a singer. Look at his hands, all his fingers gone. Who is it who cuts off men's fingers?" The road crew didn't try to guess. There were many ways a man could lose fingers, and none of them were anyone's business. "He loses his fingers because he breaks the law, and the watchers cut them off. That's how a man loses fingers." "What was he doing with his fingers that the watchers wanted him to stop? He was breaking the law, wasn't he?" "Stop," Sugar said. "If you want," Guillermo said, but for once the others would not respect Sugar's privacy. "Tell us," they said. Sugar left the room. "Tell us," and Guillermo told them that Sugar must have been a maker who broke the law and was forbidden to make music any more. The very thought that a maker was working on the road crew with him, even a lawbreaker, filled the men with awe. Makers were rare, and they were the most esteemed of men and women. But why his fingers? "Because," Guillermo said, "he must have tried to make music again afterward. And when you break the law a second time, the power to break it a third time is taken away from you." Guillermo spoke seriously, and so to the road crew men. Sugar's story sounded as majestic and terrible as an opera. They crowded into Sugar's room and found the man staring at the wall. "Sugar, is it true?" asked the man who loved Rodgers and Hammerstein. "Were you a maker?" asked the man who believed. "Yes," Sugar said. "But Sugar," the man who believed said, "God can't mean for a man to stop making music, even if he broke the law." Sugar smiled. "No one asked God." "Sugar," Guillermo finally said, "there are 9 of us on the crew, 9 of us, and we're miles from any human beings. You know us, Sugar. We swear on our mother's graves, every one of us, that we'll never tell a soul. Why should we? You're one of us, but sing, damn it, man, sing." "I can't," Sugar said. "You don't understand." "It isn't what God intended," said the man who believed. "We're all doing what we love best, and here you are, loving music and not able to sing a note. Sing for us. Sing with us. And only you and us and God will know." They all promised. They all pleaded. The next day, as the man who loved Rodgers and Hammerstein sang, "Love, Look Away," Sugar began to hum. As the man who believed sang "God of Our Fathers," Sugar sang softly along. And as the man who loved folk songs sang "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot," Sugar joined in with a strange piping voice, and all the men laughed and cheered and welcomed Sugar's voice to the songs. Inevitably, Sugar began inventing, first harmonies, of course, strange harmonies that made Guillermo frown, and then after a while grin as he joined in, sensing as best he could what Sugar was doing to the music. And after harmonies, Sugar began singing his own melodies, with his own words. He made them repetitive, the words simple and the melodies simpler still, and yet he shaped them into odd shapes and built them into songs that had never been heard of before, that sounded wrong and yet were absolutely right. It was not long before the man who loved Rodgers and Hammerstein, and the man who sang folk songs, and the man who believed were learning Sugar's songs and singing them joyously or mournfully or angrily or gaily as they worked along the road. Even Guillermo learned the songs, and his strong tenor was changed by them until his voice, which had after all been ordinary, became something unusual and fine. Guillermo finally said to Sugar one day, "Hey, Sugar, your music is all wrong, man, but I like the way it feels in my nose. Hey, I like the way it feels in my mouth." Some of the songs were hymns. "Keep Me Hungry, Lord," Sugar sang, and the road crew sang it too. Some of the songs were love songs. "Put your hands in someone else's pockets," Sugar sang angrily. "I hear your voice in the morning," Sugar sang tenderly. "Is it summer yet?" Sugar sang sadly, and the road crew sang it too. Over the months, the road crew changed, one man leaving on Wednesday and a new man taking his place on Thursday, as different skills were needed in different places. Sugar was silent when each newcomer came, until the man had given his word and the secret was sure to be kept. What finally destroyed Sugar was the fact that his songs were so unforgettable. The two men who left would sing the songs with their new crews, and those crews would learn them and teach them to others. Crewmen taught the songs in bars, and on the road people learned them quickly and loved them. And one day a blind watcher heard the songs and knew instantly who had first sung them. They were Christian Haraldson's music, because in those melodies, simple as they were, the wind of the north woods still whistled, and the fall of leaves still hung oppressively over every note, and the watcher sighed. He took a specialized tool from his file of tools and boarded an airplane and flew to the city closest to where a certain road crew worked. And the blind watcher took a company car with a company driver up the road, and at the end of it, where the road was just beginning to pierce a strip of wilderness, the blind watcher got out of the car and heard singing, heard a piping voice singing a song that made even an eyeless man weep. "Christian," the watcher said, and the song stopped. "You," said Christian. "Christian, even after you lost your fingers." The other men didn't understand. All the other men, that is, except Guillermo. "Watcher," said Guillermo. "Watcher, he done no harm." The watcher smiled wryly. No one ever said he did, but he broke the law. "You, Guillermo, how would you like to work as a servant in a rich man's house? How would you like to be a bank teller?" "Don't take me from the road crew, man," Guillermo said. "It's the law that finds where people will be happy. But Christian Haraldson broke the law, and he's gone around ever since making people hear music they were never meant to hear." Guillermo knew he had lost the battle before it began, but he couldn't stop himself. "Don't hurt him, man. I was meant to hear his music. Swear to God it's made me happier." The watcher shook his head sadly. "Be honest, Guillermo. You're an honest man. His music's made you miserable, hasn't it? You got everything you could want in life, and yet his music makes you sad, all the time. Sad." Guillermo tried to argue, but he was honest, and he looked into his own heart, and he knew that the music was full of grief. Even the happy songs mourned for something. Even the angry songs wept. Even the love songs seemed to say that everything dies, and contentment is the most fleeting thing. Guillermo looked at his own heart, and all Sugar's music stared back up at him, and Guillermo wept. "Just don't hurt him, please," Guillermo murmured as he cried. "I won't," the blind watcher said. Then he walked to Christian, who stood passively waiting, and he held the special tool up to Christian's throat. Christian gasped. "No, Christian said, but the word only formed with his lips and tongue. No sound came out, just a hiss of air. The road crew watched silently as the watcher led Christian away. They did not sing for days. But then Guillermo forgot his grief one day and sang an aria from La Bohème, and the songs went on from there. Now and then they sang one of Sugar's songs because the songs could not be forgotten. In the city, the blind watcher furnished Christian with a pad of paper and a pen. Christian immediately gripped the pen in the crease of his palm and wrote, "What do I do now?" The driver read the note aloud, and the blind watcher laughed. "Ha ha! Have we got a job for you? Oh, Christian, have we got a job for you?" The dog barked loudly to hear his master laugh. Applause. In all the world there were only 24 watchers. They were secretive men who supervised a system that needed little supervision because it actually made nearly everybody happy. It was a good system, but like even the most perfect of machines, here and there it broke down. Here and there somebody acted madly and damaged himself, and to protect everyone and the person himself, a watcher had to notice the madness and go to fix it. For many years, the best of the watchers was a man with no fingers, a man with no voice. He would come silently, wearing the uniform that named him with the only name he needed, authority. And he would find the kindest, easiest, yet most thorough way of solving the problem and curing the madness and preserving the system that made the world for the first time in history a very good place to live, for practically everyone. For there were still a few people, 1 or 2 each year, who were caught in a circle of their own devising, who could neither adjust to the system nor bear to harm it, people who kept breaking the law despite their knowledge that it would destroy them. Eventually, when the gentle maimings and deprivations did not cure their madness and set them back into the system, they were given uniforms, and they too went out, watching. The keys of power were placed in the hands of those who had most cause to hate the system they had to preserve. Were they sorrowful? "I am," Christian answered in the moments when he dared to ask himself that question. In sorrow he did his duty. In sorrow he grew old. And finally the other watchers, who reverenced the silent man, for they knew he had once sung magnificent songs, told him he was free. "You've served your time," said the watcher with no legs, and he smiled. Christian raised an eyebrow as if to say, "And?" "So wander." Christian wandered. He took off his uniform, but lacking neither money nor time, he found few doors closed to him. He wandered where in his former lives he had once lived, a road in the mountains, a city where he had once known the loading entrance of every restaurant and coffee shop and grocery store. At last to a place in the woods, where a house was falling apart in the weather because it had not been used in 40 years. Christian was old. The thunder roared, and it only made him realize that it was about to rain. All the old songs, he mourned inside himself, more because he couldn't remember them than because he thought his life had been particularly sad. As he sat in a coffee shop in a nearby town to stay out of the rain, he heard 4 teenagers who played the guitar very badly, singing a song that he knew. It was a song he had invented while the asphalt poured on a hot summer day. The teenagers were not musicians, and certainly were not makers, but they sang the song from their hearts, and even though the words were happy, the song made everyone who heard it cry. Christian wrote on the pad he always carried, and showed his question to the boys. "Where did that song come from?" "It's a Sugar song," the leader of the group answered. "It's a song by Sugar." Christian raised an eyebrow, making a shrugging motion. "Sugar was a guy who worked on a road crew and made up songs. He's dead now, though," the boy answered. "Best damn songs in the world," another boy said, and they all nodded. Christian smiled. Then he wrote, and the boys waited impatiently for this speechless old man to go away. "Aren't you happy? Why sing sad songs?" The boys were at a loss for an answer. The leader spoke up, though, and said, "Sure, I'm happy. I got a good job, a girl I like, and man, I couldn't ask for more. Got my guitar, I got my songs, and my friends." And another boy said, "These songs aren't sad, mister. Sure, they make people cry, but they aren't sad." "Yeah," said another, "it's just that they were written by a man who knows." Christian scribbled on his paper. "Knows what?" "He just knows. Just knows, that's all. Knows it all." And then the teenagers turned back to their clumsy guitars and their young, untrained voices. And Christian walked to the door to leave because the rain had stopped and because he knew when to leave the stage. He turned and bowed just a little toward the singers. They didn't notice him, but their voices were all the applause he needed. He left the ovation and went outside where the leaves were just turning color and would soon, with a slight inaudible sound, break free and fall to the earth. For a moment he thought he heard himself singing, but it was just the last of the wind coasting madly through the wires over the street. It was a frenzied song, and Christian thought he recognized his voice.
Freeway games. Except for Donner Pass, everything on the road between San Francisco and Salt Lake City was boring. Stanley had driven the road a dozen deadly times until he was sure he knew Nevada by heart. An endless road winding among hills covered with sagebrush. When God got through making scenery, Stanley often said, there was a lot of land left over in Nevada, and God said, to hell with it. And that's where Nevada's been ever since. Today, Stanley was relaxed. There was no rush for him to get back to Salt Lake, and so, to ease the boredom, he began playing freeway games. He played Blue Angels first. On the upslope of the Sierra Nevadas, he found two cars riding side by side at 50 miles an hour. He pulled his Datsun 260Z into formation beside them. At 50 miles an hour, they cruised along, blocking all lanes of the freeway. Traffic began piling up behind them. The game was successful. The other two drivers got into the spirit of the thing. When the middle car drifted forward, Stanley eased back to stay even with the driver on the right, so they drove down the freeway in an arrowhead formation. They made diagonals, funnels, danced around each other for half an hour, and whenever one of them pulled slightly ahead, the frantically angry drivers behind them jockeyed behind the leading car. Finally, Stanley tired of the game, despite the fun of the honks and flashing lights behind them. He honked twice and waved jauntily to the driver beside him, then pressed on the accelerator and leaped forward at 70 miles an hour, soon dropping back to 60, as dozens of other cars, their drivers trying to make up for lost time or trying to compensate for long confinement, passed by going much faster. Many paused to drive beside him, honking, glaring, and making obscene gestures. Stanley grinned at them all. He got bored again, east of Reno. This time he decided to play follow. A yellow AM Hornet was just ahead of him on the highway, going 58 to 60 miles per hour. Good speed. Stanley settled in behind the car about 3 lengths behind and followed. The driver was a woman, with dark hair that danced in the erratic wind that came through her open windows. Stanley wondered how long it would take her to notice that she was being followed. 2 songs on the radio, Stanley's measure of time while traveling, and halfway through a commercial for hairspray, and she began to pull away. Stanley prided himself on quick reflexes. She didn't even gain a car length. Even when she reached 70, he stayed behind her. He hummed along with an old Billy Joel song, even as the Reno radio station began to fade. He hunted for another station, but found only country and western, which he loathed. So, in silence, he followed as the woman in the Hornet slowed down. She went 30 miles an hour, and still he didn't pass. Stanley chuckled. At this point, he was sure she was imagining the worst. A rapist, a thief, a kidnapper determined to destroy her. She kept on looking in her rearview mirror. "Don't worry, little lady," Stanley said. "I'm just a Salt Lake City boy who's having fun." She slowed down to 20, and he stayed behind her. She sped up abruptly until she was going 50, but her Hornet couldn't possibly out-accelerate his Z. "I made $40,000 for the company," he sang in the silence of his car, "and that's $6,000 for me." The Hornet came up behind a truck that was having trouble getting up a hill. There was a passing lane, but the Hornet didn't use it at first, hoping apparently that Stanley would pass. Stanley didn't pass. So the Hornet pulled out, got even with the nose of the truck, then rode parallel with the truck all the rest of the way up the hill. "Ah," Stanley said, "playing Blue Angels with the Pacific Intermountain Express." He followed her closely. At the top of the hill, the passing lane ended. At the last possible moment, the Hornet pulled in front of the truck and stayed only a few yards ahead of it. There was no room for Stanley, and now, on a two-lane road, a car was coming straight at him. "What a bitch," Stanley mumbled in a split second, because when angry, Stanley doesn't like to give in. He decided that she wasn't going to outsmart him. He nosed into the space between the Hornet and the truck anyway. There wasn't room. The truck driver leaned on his horn and braked. The woman, afraid, pulled forward. Stanley got out of the way just as the oncoming car, its driver a father with a wife and several rowdy children looking petrified at the accident that had nearly happened, passed on the left. "Think you're smart, don't you, bitch? But Stanley Howard's feeling rich." Nonsense, but it sounded good, and he sang it in several keys as he followed the woman, who was now going a steady 65 two-car lengths behind. The Hornet had Utah plates. She was going to be on that road for a long time. Stanley's mind wandered from thoughts of Utah plates to a memory of eating at Alioto's, and on his critical decision that no matter how close you put Alioto's to the wharf, the fish there wasn't any better than the fish at Bratton's in Salt Lake. He decided that he would have to eat there soon to make sure his impression was correct. He wondered whether he should bother taking Liz out again, since she so obviously wasn't interested. Speculated on whether Genevieve would say yes if he asked her. And the Hornet wasn't in front of him anymore. He was only going 45, and the PIE truck was catching up to him on a straight section of the road. There were curves into a mountain pass up ahead. She must have gone faster when he wasn't noticing. But he sped up even faster, and didn't see her. She must have pulled off somewhere, and Stanley chuckled to think of her panting, her heart beating fast as she watched Stanley drive on by. What a relief that must have been, Stanley thought. Poor lady, what a nasty game. And he giggled with delight silently, his chest and stomach shaking but making no sound. He stopped for gas in Elko, had a package of cupcakes from the vending machine in the gas station, and was leaning on his car when he watched the Hornet go by. He waved, but the woman didn't see him. He did notice, however, that she pulled into an Amoco station not far up the road. It was just a whim. "I'm taking this too far," he thought, even as he waited in his car for her to pull out of the gas station. She pulled out. For just a moment, Stanley hesitated, decided not to go on with the chase, then pulled out and drove along the main street of Elko, a few blocks behind the Hornet. The woman stopped at a light. When it turned green, Stanley was right behind her. He saw her look in the rearview mirror again, stiffen. Her eyes were afraid. "Don't worry, lady," he said. "I'm not following you this time, just going my own sweet way home." The woman abruptly, without signaling, pulled into a parking place. Stanley calmly drove on. "See?" he said. "Not following. Not following." A few miles outside Elko, he pulled off the road. He knew why he was waiting. He denied it to himself. "Just resting," he told himself. "Just sitting here because I'm in no hurry to get back to Salt Lake City." But it was hot and uncomfortable, and with the car stopped, there wasn't the slightest breeze coming through the windows of the Z. "This is stupid," he told himself. "Why persecute the poor woman any more?" he asked himself. "Why the hell am I sitting here?" He was still sitting there when she passed him. She saw him. She sped up. Stanley put the car in gear, drove out onto the road from the shoulder, caught up with her quickly, and settled in behind her. "I am a shithead," he announced to himself. "I am the meanest asshole on the highway. I ought to be shot." He meant it, but he stayed behind her, cursing himself all the way. In the silence of his car, the noise of the wind did not count as sound. The engine noise was silent to his accustomed ears. He recited the speeds as they drove. 55, 60, 65 on a curve. Are we out of our minds, young lady? 70. Uh-oh now, look for a Nevada State Trooper anywhere along here. They took curves at ridiculous speeds. She stopped abruptly occasionally. Always Stanley's reflexes were quick, and he stayed a few car lengths behind her. "I really am a nice person, young lady," he said to the woman in the car, who was pretty, he realized as he remembered the face he saw when she passed him back in Elko. "If you met me in Salt Lake City, you'd like me. I might ask you out for a date sometime, and if you aren't some tight-ass little Mormon girl, we might get it on. You know? I'm a nice person." She was pretty, and as he drove along behind her, what, 85? I never thought a Hornet could go 85. He began to fantasize. He imagined her running out of gas, panicking because now, on some lonely stretch of road, she would be at the mercy of the crazy man following her. But in his fantasy, when he stopped, it was she who had a gun. She who was in control of the situation. She held a gun on him, forced him to give her his car keys, and then she made him strip, took his clothes and stuffed them in the back of the Z and took off in his car. "It's you that's dangerous, lady," he said. He replayed the fantasy several times, and each time she spent more time with him before she left him naked by the road with an out-of-gas Hornet, and horny as hell. Stanley realized the direction his fantasies had taken him. "I've been too lonely too long," he said. "Too lonely, too long, and Liz won't unzip anything without a license." The word lonely made him laugh, thinking of tacky poetry. He sang, "Bury me not on the lone prairie where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free." For hours he followed the woman. By now he was sure she realized it was a game. By now she must know he meant no harm. He had done nothing to try to get her to pull over. He was just tagging along like a friendly dog, he said. "Arf, woof, growl." And he fantasized again until suddenly the lights of Wendover were dazzling, and he realized it was dark. He switched on his lights. When he did, the Hornet sped up, its tail lights bright for a moment, then ordinary among the lights and signs saying that this was the last chance to lose money before getting to Utah. Just inside Wendover, a police car was pulled over to the side of the road, its lights flashing. Some poor sap caught speeding. Stanley expected the woman to be smart, to pull over behind the policeman, while Stanley moved on over the border out of Nevada jurisdiction. The Hornet, however, went right by the policeman, sped up, in fact, and Stanley was puzzled for a moment. Was the woman crazy? She must be scared out of her wits by now, and here was a chance for relief and rescue, and she ignored it. Of course, Stanley reasoned as he followed the Hornet out of Wendover and down to the long, straight stretch of the highway over the salt flats. Of course she didn't stop. Poor lady was so conscious of having broken the law, speeding, that she was afraid of cops. Crazy. People do crazy things under pressure, Stanley decided. The highway stretched out straight in the blackness. No moon. Some starlight, but there were no landmarks on either side of the road. And so the cars barreled on as if in a tunnel, with only a hypnotic line to the left and headlights behind and taillights ahead. How much gas would the tank of a Hornet hold? The Salt Flats went a long way before the first gas station, and what with daylight savings time, it must be 10:30, 11 o'clock, maybe only 10, but some of those gas stations would be closing up now. Stanley Z could get home to Salt Lake with gas to spare after a fill-up in Elko, but the Hornet might run out of gas. Stanley remembered his daydreams of the afternoon, and now translated them into night, into her panic in the darkness, the gun flashing in the headlights. This lady was armed and dangerous. She was carrying drugs into Utah and thought he was from the mob. She probably thought that he was planning to get her on the lonely Salt Flats, miles from anywhere. She was probably checking the clip of her gun. 85, said the speedometer. Going pretty fast, lady, he said. 90, said the speedometer. Of course, Stanley realized, she is running out of gas. She wants to get going as fast as she can, outrun me, but at least have enough momentum to coast when she runs out. Nonsense, thought Stanley. It's dark, and the poor lady is scared out of her wits. I've got to stop this. This is dangerous. It's dark, and it's dangerous. And this stupid game has gone on for 400 miles. I never meant it to go on this long. Stanley passed the road signs that told him, habituated as he was to this drive, that the first big curve was coming up. A lot of people unfamiliar with the Salt Flat thought it went straight as an arrow all the way. But there was a curve where there was no reason to have a curve, before the mountains, before anything. And in typical Utah Highway Department fashion, the curve sign was posted right in the middle of the turn. Instinctively, Stanley slowed down. The woman in the Hornet did not. In his headlights, Stanley saw the Hornet slide off the road. He screeched on his brakes. As he went past, he saw the Hornet bounce on its nose, flip over and bounce on its tail, then topple back and land flat on the roof. For a moment, the car lay there. Stanley got his car stopped, looked back over his shoulder. The Hornet erupted in flames. Stanley stayed there only for a minute or so, gasping, shuddering, in horror. In horror, he insisted to himself, saying, "What have I done? My God, what have I done?" But knowing, even as he pretended to be appalled, that he was having an orgasm, that the shuddering of his body was the most powerful ejaculation he had ever had, that he had been trying to get up the hornet's ass all the way from Reno, and finally he had come. He drove on. He drove for 20 minutes and came to a gas station with a payphone. He got out of the car, stiffly, his pants sticky and wet, and fumbled in his sticky pocket for a sticky dime, which he put in the phone. He dialed the emergency number. I passed a car on the salt flats in flames about 15 miles before the Chevron station. Flames. He hung up. He drove on. A few minutes later, he saw a patrol car, lights whirling, speeding past, going the other way, from Salt Lake City out into the desert. Still later, he saw an ambulance and a fire truck go by. Stanley gripped the wheel tightly. They would know. They would see his skid marks. Someone would tell about the Z that was following the Hornet from Reno until the woman in the Hornet died in Utah. But even as he worried, he knew that no one would know. He hadn't touched her. There wasn't a mark on his car. The highway turned into a 6-lane street with motels and shabby diners on either side. He went under the freeway, over the railroad tracks, and followed North Temple Street up to 2nd Avenue. The school on the left, the slow signs, everything normal, everything as he had left it, everything as it had always been when he came home from a long trip. To L Street, to the Chateau Le Mans apartments. He parked in the underground garage, got out. All the doors opened to his key. His room was undisturbed. What the hell do I expect, he asked himself. Sirens heading my way, 5 detectives in my living room waiting to grill me? The woman had died. He tried to feel terrible, but all that he could remember, all that was important in his mind, was the shuddering of his body, the feeling that the orgasm would never end. There was nothing like that in the world. He went to sleep quickly, slept easily. Murderer? He asked himself as he drifted off. But the word was taken by his mind and driven into a part of his memory where Stanley could not retrieve it. Can't live with that. Can't live with that. And so he didn't. Stanley found himself avoiding looking at the paper the next morning, and so he forced himself to look. It wasn't front-page news. It was buried back in the local news section. Her name was Alex Humphreys. She was 22 and single, working as a secretary to some law firm. Her picture showed her as a young, attractive girl. The girl apparently fell asleep at the wheel, according to police investigators. The vehicle was going faster than 80 miles an hour when the mishap occurred. Mishap. Hell of a word for the flames. Yet Stanley went to work just as he always did, flirted with the secretaries just as he always did, and even drove his car just as he always did, carefully and politely on the road. It wasn't long, however, before he began playing freeway games again. On his way up to Logan, he played follow, and a woman in a Honda Civic smashed head-on into a pickup truck as she foolishly tried to pass a semi-truck at the crest of a hill in Sardine Canyon. The police reports didn't mention, and no one knew, that she was trying to get away from a Datsun 260Z that had relentlessly followed her for 80 miles. Her name was Donna Weeks, and she had 2 children and a husband who had been expecting her back in Logan that evening. They couldn't get all her body out of the car. On a hop over to Denver, a 17-year-old skier went out of control on a snowy road, her VW smashing into a mountain, bouncing off and tumbling down a cliff. One of the skis on the back of her bug, incredibly enough, was unbroken. The other was splintered into kindling. Her head went through the windshield. Her body didn't. The roads between Cameron Trading Post and Page, Arizona were the worst in the world. It surprised no one when an 18-year-old blonde model from Phoenix was killed, when she smashed into the back of a van parked beside the road. She had been going more than 100 miles an hour, which her friends said did not surprise them. She had always sped, especially when driving at night. A child in the van was killed in his sleep, and the family was hospitalized. There was no mention of a Datsun with Utah plates. And Stanley began to remember more often. There wasn't room in the secret places of his mind to hold all of this. He clipped their faces out of the paper. He dreamed of them at night. In his dreams, they always threatened him, always deserved the end they got. Every dream ended with orgasm, but never as strong a convulsion as the ecstasy when the collision came on the highway. Check and mate, aim and fire, 18-7-23 hike, games, all games, and the moment of truth. I'm sick. He sucked the end of his Bic 4-color pen. I need help. The phone rang. Stan? It's Liz. Hi, Liz. Stan, aren't you going to answer me? Go to hell, Liz. Stan, what kind of game is this? You don't call for 9 months and now you just sit there while I'm trying to talk to you? Come to bed, Liz. That is you, isn't it? Yeah, it's me. Well, why didn't you answer me? Stan, you scared me. That really scared me. I'm sorry. Stan, what happened? Why haven't you called? I needed you too much. Melodramatic, but true. Stan, I know I was being a bitch. No, not really. I was being too demanding. Stan, I miss you. I want to be with you. I miss you too, Liz. I've really needed you these last few months. She droned on as Stanley sang silently. Oh, bury me not on the lone prairie where the coyotes howl. Tonight? My apartment? You mean you'll let me pass the sacred chain lock? Stanley, don't be mean. I miss you. I'll be there. I love you. Me too. After this many months, Stanley was not sure at all. But Liz was a straw to grasp at. I drown, Stanley said. I die. Moriar, mortuus sum. Back when he had been dating Liz, back when they had been together, Stanley hadn't played these freeway games. Stanley hadn't watched these women die. Stanley hadn't had to hide from himself in his sleep. C'est do, c'est dame, c'est sidi. Wrong. He had been dating Liz the first time. He had only stopped after. Liz had nothing to do with it. Nothing would help. Desperavo, desperavi. And because it was the last thing he wanted to do, he got up, got dressed, went out to his car, and drove out onto the freeway. He got behind a woman in a red Audi, and he followed her. She was young, but she was a good driver. He tailed her from 6th South to the place where the freeway forks, I-15 continuing south, I-80 veering east. She stayed in the right-hand lane until the last moment, then swerved across 2 lanes of traffic and got onto I-80. Stanley did not think of letting her go. He, too, cut across traffic. A bus honked loudly. There was a screeching of brakes. Stanley Z was on 2 wheels, and he lost control. A light post loomed, then passed. And Stanley was on I-80, following a few hundred yards behind the Audi. He quickly closed the gap. This woman was smart, Stanley said to himself. You're smart, lady. You won't let me get away with anything. Nobody today. Nobody today. He meant to say nobody dies today. And he knew that's what he was really saying, hoping, denying. But he did not let himself say it. He spoke as if a microphone hung over his head, recording his words for posterity. The Audi wove through traffic, averaging 75. Stanley followed close behind. Occasionally a gap in the traffic closed before he could use it. He found another. But he was a dozen cars behind when she cut off and took the last exit before I-80 plunged upward into Parley's Canyon. She was going south on I-215 and Stanley followed, though he had to brake violently to make the tight curve that led from one freeway to the other. She drove rapidly down I-215 until it ended, turned into a narrow 2-lane road winding along the foot of the mountains. As usual, a gravel truck was going 30 miles an hour, shambling along, shedding stones like dandruff onto the road. The Audi pulled behind the gravel truck, and Stanley Z pulled behind the Audi. The woman was smart. She didn't try to pass, not on that road. When they reached the intersection with the road going up Big Cottonwood Canyon to the ski resorts, closed now in the spring so there was no traffic, she seemed to be planning to turn right to take Fort Union Boulevard back to the freeway. Instead, she turned left, but Stanley had been anticipating the move, and he turned left too. They were not far up the winding canyon road before it occurred to Stanley that this road led to nowhere. At Snowbird, it was a dead end, a loop that turned around and headed back down. This woman who had seemed so smart was making a very stupid move. And then he thought, I might catch her, he said. I might catch you, girl. Better watch out. What he would do if he caught her, he wasn't sure. She must have a gun. She must be armed, or she wouldn't be daring him like this. She took the curves at ridiculous speeds, and Stanley was pressed to the limit of his driving skills to stay up with her. This was the most difficult game of follow he had ever played, but it might end too quickly. On any one of these curves, she might smash up, might meet a car coming the other way. Be careful, he thought. Be careful, be careful. It's just a game. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. Panic? The moment this woman had realized she was being followed, she had sped and dodged, leading him on a merry chase. None of the confusion the others had shown. This was a live one. When he caught her, she'd know what to do. She'd know. Venibam, veniam, venies. He laughed at his joke. Then he stopped laughing abruptly, swung the wheel hard to the right, jamming on the brake. He had seen just a flash of red going up a side road, just a flash, but it was enough. This bitch in the red Audi thought she'd fool him, thought she could ditch into a side road, and he'd go on by. He skidded in the gravel of the shoulder, but regained control and charged up the narrow dirt road. The Audi was stopped a few hundred yards from the entrance. Stopped. At last. He pulled in behind her. He even had his fingers on the door handle, but she had not meant to stop, apparently. She had only meant to pull out of sight till he went by. He had been too smart for her. He had seen her. And now she was caught on a terribly lonely mountain road, still moist from the melting snow, with only trees around and weather too warm for skiers, too cold for hikers. She had thought to trick him, and now he had trapped her. She drove off. He followed. On the bumpy dirt road, 20 miles an hour was uncomfortably fast. She went 30. His shocks were being shot to hell, but this was one that wouldn't get away. She wouldn't get away from Stanley. Her Audi was voluptuous with promises. After interminable jolting progress up the side canyon, the mountain suddenly opened out into a small valley. The road for a while was flat, though certainly not straight. The Audi sped up to 40 incredible miles an hour. She wasn't giving up, and she was a damn good driver, but Stanley was a damn good driver, too. I should quit now, he said to the invisible microphone in his car, but he didn't quit. He didn't quit, and he didn't quit. The road quit. He came around a tree-lined curve, and suddenly there was no road, just a gap in the trees, and a few hundred yards away the other side of a ravine. To the right, out of the corner of his eye, he saw where the road made a hairpin turn, saw the Audi stop there, saw, he thought, a face looking at him in horror, and because of that face, he turned to look, tried to look over his shoulder, desperate to see the face, desperate not to watch as the trees bent gracefully toward him, and the rocks rose up and enlarged and engorged, and he impaled himself and his Datsun 260Z on a rock that arched upward and shuddered as he swallowed its tip. She sat in the Audi, shaking, her body heaving in great sobs of relief and shock at what had happened. Relief and shock, yes, but by now she knew the shuddering was more than that. It was also ecstasy. This has to stop, she cried out silently to herself. 4 is enough, she said, beating on the steering wheel. Then she got control of herself, and the orgasm passed, except for the trembling in her thighs and occasional cramps. And she jockeyed the car until it was turned around, and she headed back down the canyon to Salt Lake City, where she was already an hour late.
Lost Boys. I've worried for a long time about whether to tell this story as fiction or fact. Telling it with made-up names would make it easier for some people to take. Easier for me, too. But to hide my own lost boy behind some phony, made-up name would be like erasing him. So I'll tell it the way it happened, and to hell with whether it's easy for either of us. Christine and the kids and I moved to Greensboro on the 1st of March, 1983. I was happy enough about my job. I just wasn't sure I wanted a job at all. But the recession had the publishers all panicky, and nobody was coming up with advances large enough for me to take a decent amount of time writing a novel. I suppose I could whip out 75,000 words of junk fiction every month and publish them under a half-dozen pseudonyms or something. But it seemed to Christine and me that we'd do better in the long run if I got a job to ride out the recession. Besides, my Ph.D. was down the toilet. I'd been doing good work at Notre Dame, but when I had to take out a few weeks in the middle of a semester to finish Heart's Hope, the English department was about as understanding as you'd expect from people who prefer their authors dead or domesticated. Can't feed your family? So sorry. You're a writer? Ah, but not one that anyone's written a scholarly essay about. So long, boyo. So, sure, I was excited about my job, but moving to Greensboro also meant that I had failed. I had no way of knowing that my career as a fiction writer wasn't over. Maybe I'd be editing and writing books about computers for the rest of my life. Maybe fiction was just a phase I had to go through before I got a real job. Greensboro was a beautiful town, especially to a family from the western desert. So many trees that even in winter you could hardly tell there was a town at all. Christine and I fell in love with it at once. There were local problems, of course. People bragged about Greensboro's crime rate and talked about racial tension and whatnot. But we'd just come from a depressed northern industrial town with race riots in the high schools. So to us this was Eden. There were rumors that several child disappearances were linked to some serial kidnapper, but this was the era when they started putting pictures of missing children on milk cartons. And those stories were in every town. It was hard to find decent housing for a price we could afford. I had to borrow from the company against my future earnings just to make the move. We ended up in the ugliest house on Chinqua Drive. You know the house, the one with cheap wood siding and a neighborhood of brick, the one-level rambler surrounded by split levels and 2 stories. Old enough to be shabby, not old enough to be quaint. But it had a big fenced yard and enough bedrooms for all the kids and for my office, too, because we hadn't given up on my writing career, not yet, not completely. The little kids, Jeffrey and Emily, thought the whole thing was really exciting. But Scotty, the oldest, he had a little trouble with it. He'd already had kindergarten and half of first grade at a really wonderful private school down the block from our house in South Bend. Now he was starting over in mid-year, losing all his friends. He had to ride a school bus with strangers. He resented the move from the start, and it didn't get better. Of course, I wasn't the one who saw this. I was at work. And I very quickly learned that success at Compute Books meant giving up a few little things, like seeing your children. I had expected to edit books written by people who couldn't write. What astonished me was that I was editing books about computers written by people who couldn't program. Not all of them, of course, but enough that I spent far more time rewriting programs so they made sense, so they even ran, than I did fixing up people's language. I'd get to work at 8:30 or 9, then work straight through until 9:30 or 10:30 at night. My meals were 3 Musketeers bars and potato chips from the machine in the employee lounge. My exercise was typing. I met deadlines, but I was putting on a pound a week, and my muscles were all atrophying, and I saw my kids only in the mornings as I left for work. Except Scotty, because he left on the school bus at 6:45, and I rarely dragged out of bed until 7:30. During the week, I never saw Scotty at all. The whole burden of the family had fallen on Christine. During my years as a freelancer from 1978 until 1983, we got used to a certain pattern of life based on the fact that Daddy was home. She could duck out and run some errands, leaving the kids because I was home. If one of the kids was having discipline problems, I was there. Now, if she had her hands full and needed something from the store, if the toilet clogged, if the Xerox jammed, then she had to take care of it herself somehow. And she learned the joys of shopping with a cart full of kids. Add to this the fact that she was pregnant and sick half the time, and you can understand why sometimes I couldn't tell whether she was ready for sainthood or the funny farm. The finer points of child-rearing just weren't within our reach at that time. She knew that Scotty wasn't adapting well at school, but what could she do? What could I do? Scotty had never been the talker Jeffrey was. He spent a lot of time just keeping to himself. Now, though, it was getting extreme. He would answer in monosyllables or not at all, sullen, as if he were angry, and yet if he was, he didn't know it or wouldn't admit it. He'd get home, scribble out his homework. Homework? Did they give homework when I was in first grade? And then he'd just mope around. If he had done more reading or even watched TV, then we wouldn't have worried so much. His little brother Jeffrey was already a compulsive reader at age 5, and Scotty used to be. But now Scotty'd pick up a book and set it down again without reading it. He didn't even follow his mom around the house or anything. She'd see him sitting in the family room, go in and change the sheets on the beds, put away a load of clean clothes, and then come back in and find him sitting in the same place, his eyes open, staring at nothing. I tried talking to him. Just the conversation you'd expect. "Scotty, we know you didn't want to move. We had no choice." "Sure, that's okay. You'll make new friends in due time. I know." "Aren't you ever happy here?" "I'm okay." "Yeah, right." But we didn't have time to fix things up, don't you see? Maybe if we'd imagined this was the last year of Scotty's life, we'd have done more to right things, even if it meant losing the job. But you never know that sort of thing. You always find out when it's too late to change anything. And when the school year ended, things did get better for a while. For one thing, I saw Scotty in the mornings. For another thing, he didn't have to go to school with a bunch of kids who were either rotten to him or ignored him. And he didn't mope around the house all the time. Now he moped around outside. At first, Christine thought he was playing with our other kids the way he used to before school divided them. But gradually she began to realize that Jeffrey and Emily always played together, and Scotty almost never played with them. She'd see the younger kids with their squirt guns or running through the sprinklers or chasing the wild rabbit who lived in the neighborhood, but Scotty was never with them. Instead, he'd be poking a twig into the tent-fly webs on the trees, or digging around at the open skirting around the bottom of the house that kept animals out of the crawl space. Once or twice a week, he'd come in so dirty that Christine had to heave him into the tub, but it didn't reassure her that Scotty was acting normally. On July 28th, Christine went to the hospital and gave birth to our fourth child. Charlie Ben was born having a seizure and stayed in intensive care for the first weeks of his life as the doctors probed and poked and finally figured out that they didn't know what was wrong. It was several months later that somebody uttered the words cerebral palsy, but our lives had already been transformed by then. Our whole focus was on the child in the greatest need. That's what you do, or so we thought. But how do you measure a child's need? How do you compare those needs and decide who deserves the most? When we finally came up for air, we discovered that Scotty had made some friends. Christine would be nursing Charlie Ben, and Scotty'd come in from outside and talk about how he'd been playing Army with Nicky, or how he and the guys had played Pirate. At first she thought they were neighborhood kids, but then one day when he talked about building a fort in the grass, I didn't get many chances to mow, she happened to remember that she'd seen him building that fort all by himself. Then she got suspicious and started asking questions. "Nicky who?" "I don't know, Mom. Just Nicky." "Where does he live?" "Around. I don't know." "Under the house?" In other words, imaginary friends. How long had he known them? Nicky was the first, but now there were 8 names. Nicky, Van, Roddy, Peter, Steve, Howard, Rusty, and David. Christine and I had never heard of anybody having more than one imaginary friend. "The kid's going to be more successful as a writer than I am," I said, coming up with 8 fantasies in the same series. Christine didn't think it was funny. "He's so lonely, Scott," she said. "I'm worried that he might go over the edge." It was scary. But if he was going crazy, what then? We even tried taking him to a clinic, though I had no faith at all in psychologists. Their fictional explanations of human behavior seemed pretty lame, and their cure rate was a joke. A plumber or a barber who performed at the same level as a psychotherapist would be out of business in a month. I took time off work to drive Scotty to the clinic every week during August. But Scotty didn't like it, and the therapist told us nothing more than what we already knew, that Scotty was lonely and morose and a little bit resentful and a little bit afraid. The only difference was that she had fancier names for it. We were getting a vocabulary lesson when we needed help. The only thing that seemed to be helping was the therapy we came up with ourselves that summer. So we didn't make another appointment. Our homegrown therapy consisted of keeping him from going outside. It happened that our landlord's father, who had lived in our house right before us, was painting the house that week, so that gave us an excuse. And I brought home a bunch of video games, ostensibly to review them for compute, but primarily to try to get Scotty involved in something that would turn his imagination away from these imaginary friends. It worked, sort of. He didn't complain about not going outside, but then he never complained about anything. And he played the video games for hours a day. Christine wasn't sure she loved that, but it was an improvement, or so we thought. Once again we were distracted and didn't pay much attention to Scotty for a while. We were having insect problems. One night Christine's screaming woke me up. Now you've got to realize that when Christine screams, that means everything's pretty much okay. When something really terrible is going on, she gets cool and quiet and handles it. But when it's a little spider or a huge moth or a stain on a blouse, then she screams. I expected her to come back into the bedroom and tell me about this monstrous insect she had to hammer to death in the bathroom. Only this time she didn't stop screaming. So I got up to see what was going on. She heard me coming. I was up to 230 pounds by now, so I sounded like Custer's whole cavalry, and she called out, "Put your shoes on first." I turned on the light in the hall. It was hopping with crickets. I went back into my room and put on my shoes. After enough crickets have bounced off your naked legs and squirmed around in your hands, you stop wanting to puke. You just scoop them up and stuff them into a garbage bag. Later, you can scrub yourself 6 hours before you feel clean and have nightmares about little legs tickling you, but at the time your mind goes numb and you just do the job. The infestation was coming out of the closet in the boys' room, where Scotty had the top bunk and Jeffrey slept on the bottom. There were a couple of crickets in Jeff's bed, but he didn't wake up even as we changed his top sheet and shook out his blanket. Nobody but us even saw the crickets. We found the crack in the back of the closet, sprayed black flag into it, and then stuffed it with an old sheet we were using for rags. Then we showered, making jokes about how we could have used some seagulls to eat up our invasion of crickets, like the Mormon pioneers got in Salt Lake. But then we went back to sleep. It wasn't just crickets, though. That morning in the kitchen, Christine called me again. There were dead June bugs about 3 inches deep in the window over the sink, all down at the bottom of the space between the regular glass and the storm window. I opened the window to vacuum them out, and the bug corpses spilled all over the kitchen counter. Each bug made a nasty little rattling sound as it went down the tube toward the vacuum filter. The next day the window was 3 inches deep again, and the day after. Then it tapered off. Hot fun in the summertime. We called the landlord to ask whether he'd help us pay for an exterminator. His answer was to send his father over with bug spray, which he pumped into the crawl space under the house with such gusto that we had to flee the house and drive around all that Saturday until a late afternoon thunderstorm blew away the stench or drowned it enough that we could stand to come back. Anyway, what with that and Charlie's continuing problems, Christine didn't notice what was happening with the video games at all. It was on a Sunday afternoon that I happened to be in the kitchen drinking a Diet Coke and heard Scotty laughing out loud in the family room. That was such a rare sound in our house that I went and stood in the door to the family room watching him play. It was a great little video game with terrific animation, children in a sailing ship battling pirates who kept trying to board, and shooting down giant birds that tried to nibble away the sail. It didn't look as mechanical as the usual video game, and one feature I really liked was the fact that the player wasn't alone. There were other computer-controlled children helping the player's figure to defeat the enemy. "Come on, Sandy," Scotty said. "Come on." Whereupon one of the children on the screen stabbed the pirate leader through the heart, and the pirates fled. I couldn't wait to see what scenario this game would move to then, but at that point Christine called me to come and help her with Charlie. And when I got back, Scotty was gone, and Jeffrey and Emily had a different game in the Atari. Maybe it was that day, maybe later, that I asked Scotty what was the name of the game about children on a pirate ship. "It was just a game, Dad," he said. "It's got to have a name." "I don't know." "How do you find the disc to put it in the machine?" "I don't know." And he sat there staring past me, and I gave up. Summer ended. Scotty went back to school. Jeffrey started kindergarten, so they rode the bus together. Most important things settled down with the newborn, Charlie. There wasn't a cure for cerebral palsy, but at least we knew the bounds of his condition. He wouldn't get worse, for instance. He also wouldn't get well. Maybe he'd talk and walk someday, and maybe he wouldn't. Our job was just to stimulate him enough that if it turned out he wasn't retarded, his mind would develop even though his body was so drastically limited. It was doable. Fear was gone, and we could breathe again. Then, in mid-October, my agent called to tell me that she'd pitched my Alvin Maker series to Tom Doherty at Tora Books, and Tom was offering enough of an advance that we could live. That plus the new contract for Ender's Game, and I realized that for us at least, the recession was over. For a couple of weeks I stayed on at Compute Books, primarily because I had so many projects going that I couldn't just leave them in a lurch. But then I looked at what the job was doing to my family and to my body, and I realized the price was too high. I gave 2 weeks' notice, figuring to wrap up the projects that only I knew about. In true paranoid fashion, they refused to accept the 2 weeks. They had me clean my desk out that afternoon. It left a bitter taste to have them act so churlishly. But what the heck? I was free. I was home. You could almost feel the relief. Jeffrey and Emily went right back to normal. I actually got acquainted with Charlie Ben. Christmas was coming. I start playing Christmas music when the leaves turn, and all was right with the world. Except Scotty. Always except Scotty. It was then that I discovered a few things that I simply hadn't known. Scotty never played any of the video games I'd brought home from Compute. I knew that because when I gave the games back, Jeff and Em complained bitterly, but Scotty didn't even know what the missing games were. And most important, that game about kids in a pirate ship wasn't there. Not in the games I took back, and not in the games that belonged to us. Yet Scotty was still playing it. He was playing one night before he went to bed. I'd been working on Ender's Game all day, trying to finish it before Christmas. I came out of my office about the third time I heard Christine say, "Scotty, go to bed now." For some reason, without yelling at the kids or beating them or anything, I've always been able to get them to obey when Christine couldn't even get them to acknowledge her existence. Something about a fairly deep male voice. For instance, I could always sing Insomniac Jeffrey to sleep as an infant when Christine couldn't. So when I stood in the doorway and said, "Scotty, I think your mother asked you to go to bed," it was no surprise that he immediately reached up to turn off the computer. "I'll turn it off," I said. "Go." He still reached for the switch. "Go," I said, using my deepest voice of God tones. He got up and went, not looking at me. I walked to the computer to turn it off and saw the animated children just like the ones I'd seen before, only they weren't on a pirate ship. They were on an old steam locomotive that was speeding along a track. What a game, I thought. The single-sided Atari discs don't even hold a 100K, and here they've got 2 complete scenarios and all this animation, and there wasn't a disc in the disk drive. Well, that meant it was a game that you upload and then remove the disk, which meant it was completely RAM resident, which meant all of this quality animation fit into a mere 48K. I knew enough about game programming to regard that as something of a miracle. I looked around for the disk. There wasn't one. So Scotty had put it away, thought I. Only I looked and couldn't find any disk that I didn't already know. I sat down to play the game, but now the children were gone. It was just a train, just speeding along, and the elaborate background was gone. It was the plain blue screen behind the train, no tracks either, and then no train. It just went blank, back to the ordinary blue. I touched the keyboard. The letters I typed appeared on the screen. It took a few carriage returns to realize what was happening. The Atari was in memo pad mode. At first I thought it was a pretty terrific copy protection scheme to end the game by putting you into a mode where you couldn't access memory, couldn't do anything without turning off the machine, thus erasing the program code from RAM. But then I realized that a company that could produce a game so good with such tight code would surely have some kind of sign-off when the game ended. And why did it end? Scotty hadn't touched the computer after I told him to stop. I didn't touch it either. Why did the children leave the screen? Why did the train disappear? There was no way the computer could know that Scotty was through playing, especially since the game had gone on for a while after he walked away. Still, I didn't mention it to Christine, not until after everything was over. She didn't know anything about computers then, except how to boot up and get WordStar on the Altos. It never occurred to her that there was anything weird about Scotty's game. It was 2 weeks before Christmas when the insects came again. And they shouldn't have. It was too cold outside for them to be alive. The only thing we could figure was that the crawl space under our house stayed warmer or something. Anyway, we had another exciting night of cricket bagging. The old sheet was still wadded up in the crack in the closet. They were coming from under the bathroom cabinet this time. And the next day was Daddy Longlegs' spiders in the bathtub instead of June bugs in the kitchen window. Just don't tell the landlord, I told Christine. I couldn't stand another day of that pesticide. It's probably the landlord's father causing it, Christine told me. Remember, he was here painting when it happened the first time, and today he came and put up the Christmas lights. And we just lay there in bed chuckling over the absurdity of that notion. We had thought it was silly but kind of sweet to have the landlord's father insist on putting up Christmas lights for us in the first place. Scotty went out and watched them the whole time. It was the first time he'd ever seen lights put up along the edge of the roof. I have enough of a case of acrophobia that you couldn't get me on a ladder high enough to do the job, so our house always went undecorated except the tree lights you could see through the window. Still, Christine and I are both suckers for Christmas kitsch. Heck, we even play the Carpenters' Christmas album. So we thought it was great that the landlord's father wanted to do that for us. It was my house for so many years, he said. My wife and I always had them. I don't think this house would look right without lights. He was such a nice old coot anyway. Slow but still strong, a good steady worker. The lights were up in a couple of hours. Christmas shopping, doing Christmas cards, all that stuff. We were busy. Then one morning, only about a week before Christmas, I guess, Christine was reading the morning paper and she suddenly got all icy and calm, the way she does when something really bad is happening. Scott, read this, she said. Just tell me, I said. This is an article about missing children in Greensboro. I glanced at the headline. Children who won't be home for Christmas. I don't want to hear about it, I said. I can't read stories about child abuse or kidnappings. They make me crazy. I can't sleep afterward. It's always been that way. You've got to, she said. Here are the names of the little boys who've been reported missing in the last 3 years. Russell DeVerge, Nicholas Tyler. What are you getting at? Nicky, Rusty, David, Roddy, Peter. Are these names ringing a bell with you? I usually don't remember names very well. No. Steve, Howard, Van. The only one that doesn't fit is the last one, Alexander Booth. He disappeared this summer. For some reason, the way Christine was telling me this was making me very upset. She was so agitated about it, and she wouldn't get to the point. So what? I demanded. Scotty's imaginary friends, she said. Come on, I said, but she went over them with me. She had written down all the names of his imaginary friends in our journal, back when the therapist asked us to keep a journal of his behavior. The names matched up, or seemed to. Scotty must have read an earlier article, I said. It must have made an impression on him. He's always been an empathetic kid. Maybe he started identifying with them because he felt, I don't know, like maybe he'd been abducted from South Bend and carried off to Greensboro. It sounded really plausible for a moment there, the same moment of plausibility that psychologists live on. Christine wasn't impressed. This article says that it's the first time anybody's put all the names together in one place. Hype, yellow journalism. Scott, he got all the names right, except one. I'm so relieved. But I wasn't. Because right then I remembered how I'd heard him talking during the pirate video game. Come on, Sandy. I told Christine, Alexander, Sandy. It wasn't as good a fit as Russell and Rusty. He hadn't matched a mere 8 out of 9. He'd matched them all. You can't put a name to all the fears a parent feels, but I can tell you that I've never felt any terror for myself that compares to the feeling you have when you watch your 2-year-old run toward the street, or see your baby go into a seizure, or realize that somehow there's a connection between kidnappings and your child. I've never been on a plane seized by terrorists or had a gun pointed to my head or fallen off a cliff, so maybe there are worse fears. But then I've been in a spin on a snowy freeway, and I've clung to the handles of my airplane seat while the plane bounced up and down in midair. And still, those weren't like what I felt then, reading the whole article. Kids who just disappeared. Nobody saw anybody pick up the kids. Nobody saw anybody lurking around their houses. The kids just didn't come home from school, or played outside and never came in when they were called. Gone. And Scotty knew all their names. Scotty had played with them in his imagination. How did he know who they were? Why did he fixate on these lost boys? We watched him that last week before Christmas. We saw how distant he was, how he shied away, never let us touch him, never stayed with a conversation. He was aware of Christmas, but he never asked for anything, didn't seem excited, didn't want to go shopping. He didn't even seem to sleep. I'd come in when I was heading for bed at 1 or 2 in the morning, long after he'd climbed up into his bunk, and he'd be lying there, all his covers off, his eyes wide open. His insomnia was even worse than Jeffrey's, and during the day all Scotty wanted to do was play with the computer or hang around outside in the cold. Christine and I didn't know what to do. Had we already lost him somehow? We tried to involve him with the family. He wouldn't go Christmas shopping with us. We'd tell him to stay inside while we were gone, and then we'd find him outside anyway. I even unplugged the computer and hid all the disks and cartridges. But it was only Jeffrey and Emily who suffered. I still came into the room and found Scotty playing his impossible game. He didn't ask for anything until Christmas Eve. Christine came into my office where I was writing the scene where Ender finds his way out of the giant's drink problem. Maybe I was so fascinated with the computer games for children in that book because of what Scotty was going through. Maybe I was just trying to pretend that computer games made sense. Anyway, I still know the very sentence that was interrupted when she spoke to me from the door. So very calm, so very frightened. Scotty wants us to invite some of his friends in for Christmas Eve, she said. Do we have to set extra places for imaginary friends? I asked. They aren't imaginary, she said. They're in the backyard waiting. You're kidding, I said. It's cold out there. What kind of parents would let their kids go outside on Christmas Eve? She didn't say anything. I got up and we went to the back door together. I opened the door. There were 9 of them, ranging in age, it looked like, from 6 to maybe 10, all boys. Some in shirt sleeves, some in coats, one in a swimsuit. I've got no memory for faces, but Christine does. They're the ones, she said softly, calmly, behind me. That one's Van, I remembered him. Van, I said. He looked up at me. He took a timid step toward me. I heard Scotty's voice behind me. Can they come in, Dad? I told them you'd let them have Christmas Eve with us. That's what they miss the most. I turned to him. Scotty, these boys are all reported missing. Where have they been? Under the house, he said. I thought of the crawl space. I thought of how many times Scotty had come in covered with dirt last summer. How did they get there, I asked. The old guy put him there, he said. They said I shouldn't tell anybody or the old guy would get mad, and they never wanted him to be mad at them again. Only I said it was okay, I could tell you. That's right, I said. The landlord's father, whispered Christine. I nodded. Only how does he keep them under there all this time? When does he feed them? When? She already knew that the old guy didn't feed them. I don't want you to think Christine didn't guess that immediately, but it's the sort of thing you deny as long as you can, and even longer. They can come in, I told Scotty. I looked at Christine. She nodded. I knew she would. You don't turn away lost children on Christmas Eve. Not even when they're dead. Scotty smiled. What that meant to us, Scotty smiling. It had been so long. I don't think I really saw a smile like that since we moved to Greensboro. Then he called out to the boys, It's okay, you can come in. Christine held the door open and I backed out of the way. They filed in, some of them smiling, some of them too shy to smile. Go on into the living room, I said. Scotty led the way, ushering them in for all the world like a proud host in a magnificent new mansion. They sat around on the floor. There weren't many presents, just the ones from the kids. We don't put out the presents from the parents till the kids are asleep. But the tree was there, lighted, with all our homemade decorations on it. Even the old needlepoint decorations that Christine made while lying in bed with desperate morning sickness when she was pregnant with Scotty. Even the little puffball animals we glued together for that first Christmas tree in Scotty's life. Decorations older than he was. And not just the tree. The whole room was decorated with red and green tassels and little wooden villages and a stuffed Santa hippo beside a wicker sleigh and a large chimney sweep nutcracker and anything else we hadn't been able to resist buying or making over the years. We called in Jeffrey and Emily, and Christine brought in Charlie Ben and held him on her lap while I told the stories of the birth of Christ, the shepherds and the wise men, and the one from the Book of Mormon about a day and a night and a day without darkness. And then I went on and told what Jesus lived for, about forgiveness for all the bad things we do. Everything? Asked one of the boys. It was Scotty who answered. No, he said, not killing. Christine started to cry. That's right, I said. In our church we believe that God doesn't forgive people who kill on purpose. And in the New Testament, Jesus said that if anybody ever hurt a child, it would be better for him to tie a huge rock around his neck and jump into the sea and drown. Well, it did hurt, Daddy, said Scotty. They never told me about that. It was a secret, said one of the boys. Nicky, Christine says, because she remembers names and faces. You should have told me, said Scotty. I wouldn't have let him touch me. That was when we knew, really knew, that it was too late to save him, that Scotty, too, was already dead. I'm sorry, Mommy, said Scotty. You told me not to play with them anymore, but they were my friends and I wanted to be with them. He looked down at his lap. I can't even cry anymore. I used it all up. It was more than he'd said to us since we moved to Greensboro in March. Amid all the turmoil of emotions I was feeling, there was this bitterness. All this year, all our worries, all our efforts to reach him, and yet nothing brought him to speak to us except death. But I realize now it wasn't death. It was the fact that when he knocked, we opened the door. That when he asked, we let him and his friends come into our house that night. He had trusted us despite all the distance between us during that year, and we didn't disappoint him. It was trust that brought us one last Christmas Eve with our boy. But we didn't try to make sense of things that night. They were children, and needed what children long for on a night like that. Christine and I told them Christmas stories, and we told about Christmas traditions we'd heard of in other countries and other times. And gradually they all warmed up until every one of the boys told all about his own family's Christmases. They were good memories. They laughed. They jabbered. They joked. Even though it was the most terrible of Christmases, it was also the best Christmas of our lives, the one in which every scrap of memory is still precious to us, the perfect Christmas in which being together was the only gift that mattered. Even though Christine and I don't talk about it directly now, we both remember it. And Jeffrey and Emily remember it too. They call it the Christmas when Scotty brought his friends. I don't think they ever really understood, and I'll be content if they never do. Finally, though, Jeffrey and Emily were both asleep. I carried each of them to bed as Christine talked to the boys, asking them to help us, to wait in our living room until the police came, so they could help to stop the old guy who stole them away from their families and their futures. They did. Long enough for the investigating officers to get there and see them. Long enough for them to hear the story Scotty told. Long enough for them to notify the parents. They came at once, frightened because the police had dared not tell them more over the phone than this, that they were needed in a matter concerning their lost boy. Oh, they came. With eager, frightened eyes, they stood on our doorstep while a policeman tried to help them understand. Investigators were bringing ruined bodies out from under our house. There was no hope. And yet, if they came inside, they would see that cruel providence was also kind, and this time there would be what so many other parents had longed for but never had, a chance to say goodbye. I will tell you nothing of the scenes of joy and heartbreak inside our home that night. Those belonged to other families, not to us. Once their families came, once the words were spoken and the tears were shed, once the muddy bodies were laid on canvas on our lawn and properly identified from the scraps of clothing, then they brought the old man in handcuffs. He had our landlord and a sleepy lawyer with him, but when he saw the bodies on the lawn, he brokenly confessed, and they recorded his confession. None of the parents actually had to look at him. None of the boys had to face him again. But they knew. They knew that it was over, that no more families would be torn apart as theirs, as ours had been. And so the boys, one by one, disappeared. They were there, and then they weren't there. With that, the other parents left us, quiet with grief and awe that such a thing was possible, that out of horror had come one last night of mercy and of justice, both at once. Scotty was the last to go. We sat alone with him in our living room, though by the lights and talking we were aware of the police still doing their work outside. Christine and I remember clearly all that was said, but what mattered most to us was at the very end. "I'm sorry I was so mad all the time last summer," Scotty said. "I knew it wasn't really your fault about moving, and it was bad for me to be so angry, but I just was." For him to ask our forgiveness was more than we could bear. We were full of far deeper and more terrible regrets, we thought, as we poured out our remorse for all that we did or failed to do that might have saved his life. When we were spent and silent at last, he put it all in proportion for us. "That's okay. I'm just glad that you're not mad at me." And then he was gone. We moved out that morning before daylight. Good friends took us in, and Jeffrey and Emily got to open the presents they had been looking forward to for so long. Christine's and my parents all flew out from Utah, and the people in our church joined us for the funeral. We gave no interviews to the press. Neither did any of the other families. The police told only of the finding of the bodies and the confession. We didn't agree to it. It's as if everybody who knew the whole story also knew that it would be wrong to have it in headlines in the supermarket. Things quieted down very quickly. Life went on. Most people don't even know we had a child before Jeffrey. Now, it wasn't a secret. It was just too hard to tell. Yet, after all these years, I thought it should be told, if it could be done with dignity, and to people who might understand. Others should know how it's possible to find light shining even in the darkest place, how even as we learned of the most terrible grief of our lives, Christine and I were able to rejoice in our last night with our firstborn son, and how together we gave a good Christmas to those lost boys, and they gave as much to us.
Quietus. It came to him suddenly, a moment of blackness as he sat working late at his desk. It was as quick as an eye blink, but before the darkness the papers on his desk had seemed terribly important, and afterward he stared at them blankly, wondering what they were, and then realizing they didn't really give a damn what they were, and he ought to be going home now. Ought definitely to be going home now. And C. Mark Tapworth of CMT Enterprises, Inc. arose from his desk without finishing all the work that was on it, the first time he had done such a thing in the 12 years it had taken him to bring the company from nothing to a multi-million-dollar-a-year business. Vaguely, it occurred to him that he was not acting normally, but he didn't really care. It didn't really matter a bit to him whether any more people bought. And for a few seconds, C. Mark Tapworth could not remember what it was that his company made. It frightened him. It reminded him that his father and his uncles had all died of strokes. It reminded him of his mother's senility at the fairly young age of 68. It reminded him of something he had always known and never quite believed, that he was mortal, and that all the works of all his days would trivialize gradually until his death, at which time his life would be his only act, the forgotten stone whose fall had set off ripples in the lake that would in time reach the shore, having made, after all, no difference. "I'm tired," he decided. "Mary Jo is right. I need a rest." But he was not the resting kind. Not until that moment, standing by his desk when again the blackness came, this time a jog in his mind, and he remembered nothing, saw nothing, heard nothing, was falling interminably through nothingness. Then, mercifully, the world returned to him, and he stood trembling, regretting now the many, many nights he had stayed far too late, the many hours he had not spent with Mary Jo, and left her alone in their large but childless house. And he imagined her waiting for him forever, a lonely woman dwarfed by the huge living room, waiting patiently for a husband who would, who always had come home. Is it my heart? Or a stroke? He wondered. Whatever it was enough that he saw the end of the world lurking in the darkness that had visited him. And like the prophet returning from the mount, things that once had mattered overmuch mattered not at all. Things he had long postponed now silently importuned him. He felt a terrible urgency that there was something he must do before... Before what? He would not let himself answer. He just walked out to the large room full of ambitious younger men and women trying to impress him by working later than he. Noticed but did not care that they were visibly relieved at their reprieve from another endless night. He walked out into the night and got in his car and drove home through a thin mist of rain that made the world retreat a comfortable distance from the windows of his car. The children must be upstairs, he realized. No one ran to greet him at the door. The children, a boy and a girl half his height and twice his energy, were admirable creatures who ran downstairs as if they were skiing, who could no more hold completely still than a hummingbird in midair. He could hear their footsteps upstairs, running lightly across the floor. They hadn't come to greet him at the door because their lives, after all, had more important things in them than mere fathers. He smiled, set down his attaché case, and went to the kitchen. Mary Jo looked harried, upset. He recognized the signals instantly. She had cried earlier today. What's wrong? Nothing, she said, because she always said nothing. He knew that in a moment she would tell him. She always told him everything, which had sometimes made him impatient. Now, as she moved silently back and forth from counter to counter, from cupboard to stove, making another perfect dinner, he realized that she was not going to tell him. It made him uncomfortable. He began to try to guess. You work too hard, he said. I've offered to get a maid or a cook. We can certainly afford them. Mary Jo only smiled thinly. I don't want anyone else mucking around in the kitchen, she said. I thought we dropped that subject years ago. Did you have a hard day at the office? Mark almost told her about his strange lapses of memory, but caught himself. This would have to be led up to gradually. Mary Jo would not be able to cope with it, not in the state she was already in. Not too hard. Finished up early. I know, she said. I'm glad. She didn't sound glad. It irritated him a little, hurt his feelings. But instead of going off to nurse his wounds, he merely noticed his emotions as if he were a dispassionate observer. He saw himself, important, self-made man, yet at home a little boy who can be hurt, not even by a word, but by a short pause of indecision. Sensitive. And he was amused at himself. For a moment, he almost saw himself standing a few inches away, could observe even the bemused expression on his own face. Excuse me, Mary Jo said, and she opened a cupboard door as he stepped out of the way. She pulled out a pressure cooker. We're out of potato flakes, she said. Have to do it the primitive way. She dropped the peeled potatoes into the pan. The children are awfully quiet today, he said. Do you know what they're doing? Mary Jo looked at him with a bewildered expression. They didn't come to meet me at the door. Not that I mind. They're busy with their own concerns, I know. Mark, Mary Jo said. All right. You see right through me so easily. But I was only a little hurt. I want to look through today's mail. He wandered out of the kitchen. He was vaguely aware that behind him Mary Jo had started to cry again. He did not let it worry him much. She cried easily and often. He wandered into the living room, and the furniture surprised him. He had expected to see the green sofa and chair that he had bought from Desiree Industries, and the size of the living room and the tasteful antiques looked utterly wrong. Then his mind did a quick turn, and he remembered that the old green sofa and chair were 15 years ago, when he and Mary Jo had first married. Why did I expect to see them, he wondered. And he worried again. Worried also because he had come into the living room expecting to find the mail, even though for years Mary Jo had put it on his desk every day. He went into his study and picked up the mail and started sorting through it until he noticed, out of the corner of his eye, that something large and dark and massive was blocking the lower half of one of the windows. He looked. It was a coffin, a rather plain one, sitting on a rolling table from a mortuary. "Mary Jo," he called. "Mary Jo?" She came into the study, looking afraid. "Yes?" "Why is there a coffin in my study?" he asked. "Coffin?" she asked. "By the window, Mary Jo? How did it get here?" She looked disturbed. "Please don't touch it," she said. "Why not?" "I can't stand seeing you touch it. I told them they could leave it here for a few hours, but now it looks like it has to stay all night." The idea of the coffin staying in the house any longer was obviously repugnant to her. "Who left it here? And why us? It's not as if we're in the market. Or do they sell these at parties now, like Tupperware?" "The bishop called and asked me to let the mortuary people leave it here for the funeral tomorrow. He said nobody could get away to unlock the church, and so could we take it here for a few hours?" It occurred to him that the mortuary would not have parted with a funeral-bound coffin unless it were full. "Mary Jo, is there a body in this?" She nodded, and a tear slipped over her lower eyelid. He was aghast. He let himself show it. "They left a corpse in a coffin here in the house with you all day? With the kids?" She buried her face in her hands and ran from the room, ran upstairs. Mark did not follow her. He stood there and regarded the coffin with distaste. At least they had the good sense to close it. But a coffin! He went to the telephone at his desk, dialed the bishop's number. "He isn't here." The bishop's wife sounded irritated at his call. "He has to get this body out of my office and out of my house tonight. This is a terrible imposition. I don't know where to reach him. He's a doctor, you know, Brother Tapworth. He's at the hospital, operating. There's no way I can contact him for something like this. So what am I supposed to do?" She got surprisingly emotional about it. "Do what you want. Push the coffin out in the street if you want. It'll just be one more hurt to the poor man." Which brings me to another question. Who is he, and why isn't his family? "He doesn't have a family, Brother Tapworth, and he doesn't have any money. I'm sure he regrets dying in our ward, but we just thought that even though he had no friends in the world, someone might offer him a little kindness on his way out of it." Her intensity was irresistible, and Mark recognized the hopelessness of getting rid of the box that night. "As long as it's gone tomorrow," he said. A few amenities, and the conversation ended. Mark sat in his chair, staring angrily at the coffin. He had come home worried about his health, and found a coffin to greet him when he came. Well, at least it explained why poor Mary Jo had been so upset. He heard the children quarreling upstairs. Well, let Mary Jo handle it. Their problems would take her mind off this box anyway. And so he sat and stared at the coffin for 2 hours, and had no dinner, and did not particularly notice when Mary Jo came downstairs and took the burnt potatoes out of the pressure cooker and threw the entire dinner away, and lay down on the sofa in the living room and wept. He watched the patterns of the grain of the coffin, as subtle as flames, winding along the wood. He remembered having taken naps at the age of 5 in a makeshift bedroom behind a plywood partition in his parents' small home. The wood grain there had been his way of passing the empty, sleepless hours. In those days, he had been able to see shapes, clouds and faces and battles and monsters. But on the coffin, the wood grain looked more complex and yet far more simple. A road map leading upward to the lid, an engineering drawing describing the decomposition of the body, a graph set at the foot of the patient's bed, saying nothing to the patient but speaking death into the trained physician's mind. Mark wondered briefly about the bishop who was even now operating on someone who might very well end up in just such a box as this. And finally his eyes hurt, and he looked at the clock and felt guilty about having spent so long closed off in his study on one of his few nights home early from the office. He meant to get up and find Mary Jo and take her up to bed, but instead he got up and went to the coffin and ran his hands along the wood. It felt like glass, because the varnish was so thick and smooth. It was as if the living wood had to be kept away, protected from the touch of a hand. But the wood was not alive, was it? It was being put into the ground also to decompose. The varnish might keep it alive longer. He thought whimsically of what it would be like to varnish a corpse to preserve it. The Egyptians would have nothing on us then, he thought. "Don't," said a husky voice from the door. It was Mary Jo, her eyes red-rimmed, her face looking slept-in. "Don't what?" Mark asked her. She didn't answer, just glanced down at his hands. To his surprise, Mark noticed that his thumbs were under the lip of the coffin lid, as if to lift it. "I wasn't going to open it," he said. "Come upstairs," Mary Jo said. "Are the children asleep?" He had asked the question innocently, but her face was immediately twisted with pain and grief and anger. "Children," she asked. "What is this? And why tonight?" He leaned against the coffin in surprise. The wheeled table moved slightly. "We don't have any children," she said. And Mark remembered with horror that she was right. On the second miscarriage, the doctor had tied her tubes because any further pregnancies would risk her life. There were no children, none at all, and it had devastated her for years. It was only through Mark's great patience and utter dependability that she had been able to stay out of the hospital. Yet when he came home tonight, he tried to remember what he had heard when he came home. Surely he had heard the children running back and forth upstairs. Surely... "I haven't been well," he said. If it was a joke, it was sick. It wasn't a joke, it was... But again, he couldn't, at least didn't tell her about the strange memory lapses at the office, even though this was even more proof that something was wrong. He had never had any children in his home. Their brothers and sisters had all been discreetly warned not to bring children around poor Mary Jo, who was quite distraught to be, the Old Testament word, barren. And he had talked about having children all evening. "Honey, I'm sorry," he said, trying to put his whole heart into the apology. "So am I," she answered, and went upstairs. Surely she isn't angry at me, Mark thought. Surely she realizes something is wrong. Surely she'll forgive me. But as he climbed the stairs after her, taking off his shirt as he did, he again heard the voice of a child. "I want a drink, Mommy." The voice was plaintive, with the sort of whine only possible to a child who was comfortable and sure of love. Mark turned at the landing in time to see Mary Jo passing the top of the stairs on their way to the children's bedroom, a glass of water in her hand. He thought nothing of it. The children always wanted extra attention at bedtime. The children. The children. Of course there were children. This was the urgency he had felt in the office, the reason he had to get home. They had always wanted children, and so there were children. C. Mark Tapworth always got what he set his heart on. "Asleep at last?" Mary Jo said wearily when she came into the room. Despite her weariness, however, she kissed him good night in the way that told him she wanted to make love. He had never worried much about sex. Let the readers of Reader's Digest worry about how to make their sex lives fuller and richer, he always said. As for him, sex was good, but not the best thing in his life. Just one of the ways that he and Mary Jo responded to each other. Yet tonight, he was disturbed, worried. Not because he could not perform, for he had never been troubled by even temporary impotence, except when he had a fever and didn't feel like sex anyway. What bothered him was that he didn't exactly care. He didn't not care either. He was just going through the motions as he had 1,000 times before. And this time, suddenly, it all seemed so silly, so redolent of petting in the back seat of a car. He felt embarrassed that he should get so excited over a little stroking. So he was almost relieved when one of the children cried out. Usually he would say to ignore the cry, would insist on continuing the love-making. But this time he pulled away, put on a robe, went into the other room to quiet the child down. There was no other room. Not in this house. He had in his mind been heading for their hopeful room, filled with crib, changing table, dresser, mobiles, cheerful wallpaper. But that room had been years ago, in the small house in Sandy, Not here in the home in Federal Heights, with its magnificent view of Salt Lake City, its beautiful shape and decoration that spoke of taste and shouted of wealth, and whispered faintly of loneliness and grief. He leaned against a wall. There were no children. There were no children. He could still hear the child's cry, ringing in his mind. Mary Jo stood in the doorway to their bedroom, naked but holding her nightgown in front of her. "Mark," she said, "I'm afraid." "So am I," he answered. But she asked him no questions, and he put on his pajamas, and they went to bed. And as he lay there in darkness listening to his wife's faintly rasping breath, he realized it didn't really matter as much as it ought. He was losing his mind, but he didn't much care. He thought of praying about it, but he had given up praying years ago. Though, of course, it wouldn't do to let anyone else know about his loss of faith, not in a city where it's good business to be an active Mormon. There'd be no help from God on this one, he knew. And not much help from Mary Jo either. For instead of being strong as she usually was in an emergency, this time she would be, as she said, afraid. "Well, so am I," Mark said to himself. He reached over and stroked his wife's shadowy cheek, realized that there were some creases near the eye, understood that what made her afraid was not his specific ailment, odd as it was, but the fact that it was a hint of aging, of senility, of imminent separation. He remembered the box downstairs, like death appointed a watch for him until at last he consented to go. He briefly resented them for bringing death to his home, for so indecently imposing on them. And then he ceased to care at all. Not about the box, not about his strange lapses of memory, not about anything. "I am at peace," he realized as he drifted off to sleep. "I am at peace, and it's not all that pleasant." "Mark," said Mary Jo, shaking him awake. "Mark, you overslept." Mark opened his eyes, mumbled something so the shaking would stop, then rolled over to go back to sleep. "Mark," Mary Jo insisted. "I'm tired," he said in protest. "I know you are," she said, "so I didn't wake you any sooner, but they just called. There's something of an emergency or something. They can't flush the toilet without someone holding their hands." "I wish you wouldn't be crude, Mark," Mary Jo said. "I sent the children off to school without letting them wake you by kissing you goodbye. They were very upset." "Good children." "Mark, they're expecting you at the office." Mark closed his eyes and spoke in measured tones. "You can tell them, and tell them I'll come in when I damn well feel like it, and if they can't cope with the problem themselves, I'll fire them all as incompetents." Mary Jo was silent for a moment. "Mark, I can't say that. Word for word. I'm tired. I need a rest. My mind is doing funny things to me." And with that, Mark remembered all the illusions of the day before, including the illusion of having children. "There aren't any children," he said. Her eyes grew wide. "What do you mean?" He almost shouted at her, demanded to know what was going on, why she didn't just tell him the truth for a moment. But the lethargy and disinterest clamped down, and he said nothing, just rolled back over and looked at the curtains as they drifted in and out with the air conditioning. Soon Mary Jo left him, and he heard the sound of machinery starting up downstairs. The washer, the dryer, the dishwasher, the garbage disposer. It seemed that all the machines were going at once. He had never heard the sounds before. Mary Jo never ran them in the evenings or on weekends when he was home. At noon, he finally got up, but he didn't feel like showering and shaving, though any other day he would have felt dirty and uncomfortable until those rituals were done with. He just put on his robe and went downstairs. He planned to go into breakfast, but instead he went into his study and opened the lid of the coffin. It took him a bit of preparation, of course. There was some pacing back and forth before the coffin and much stroking of the wood, but finally he put his thumbs under the lid and lifted. The corpse looked stiff and awkward. A man, Not particularly old, and not particularly young. Hair of a determinedly average color. Except for the grayness of the skin color, the body looked completely natural and so utterly average that Mark felt sure he might have seen the man 1,000,000 times without remembering he had seen him at all. Yet he was unmistakably dead. Not because of the cheap satin lining the coffin rather slackly, but because of the hunch of the shoulders, the jut of the chin. The man was not comfortable. He smelled of embalming fluid. Mark was holding the lid open with one hand, leaning on the coffin with the other. He was trembling. Yet he felt no excitement, no fear. The trembling was coming from his body, not from anything he could find within his thoughts. The trembling was because it was cold. There was a soft sound, or absence of sound, at the door. He turned around abruptly. The lid dropped closed behind him. Mary Jo was standing in the door, wearing a frilly house dress, her eyes wide with horror. In that moment, years fell away, and to Mark she was 20, a shy and somewhat awkward girl who was forever being surprised by the way the world actually worked. He waited for her to say, "But Mark, you cheated him." She had said it only once, but ever since then he had heard the words in his mind whenever he was closing a deal. It was the closest thing to a conscience he had in his business dealings. It was enough to get him a reputation as a very honest man. "Mark," she said softly, as if struggling to keep control of herself. "Mark, I couldn't go on without you." She sounded as if she were afraid something terrible was going to happen to him, and her hands were shaking. He took a step toward her. She lifted her hands, came to him, clung to him, and cried in a high whimper into his shoulder, "I couldn't. I just couldn't." "You don't have to," he said, puzzled. "I'm just not," she said between gentle sobs, "the kind of person who can live alone." "But even if something happened to me, Mary Jo, you'd have the—" He was going to say, "the children." Something was wrong with that, though, wasn't there? They loved no one better in the world than their children. No parents had ever been happier than they had been when their two were born. Yet he couldn't say it. "I'd have what?" Mary Jo asked. "Oh, Mark, I'd have nothing." And then Mark remembered again. What's happening to me? That they were childless. That to Mary Jo, who was old-fashioned enough to regard motherhood as the main purpose for her existence, the fact that they had no hope of children was God's condemnation of her. The only thing that had pulled her through after the operation was Mark, was her fussing over his meaningless and sometimes invented problems at the office, or telling him endlessly the events of her lonely days. It was as if he were her anchor to reality, and only he kept her from going adrift in the eddies of her own fears. No wonder the poor girl, for at such times Mark could not think of her as completely adult, was distraught as she thought of Mark's death. And the damned coffin in the house did no good at all. But I'm in no position to cope with this, Mark thought. I'm falling apart. I'm not only forgetting things, I'm remembering things that didn't happen. And what if I died? What if I suddenly had a stroke like my father had and died on the way to the hospital? What would happen to Mary Jo? She'd never lack for money. Between the business and the insurance, even the house would be paid off with enough money to live like a queen on the interest. But would the insurance company arrange for someone to hold her patiently while she cried out her fears? Would they provide someone for her to waken in the middle of the night because of the nameless terrors that haunted her? Her sobs turned into frantic hiccups, and her fingers dug more deeply into his back through the soft fabric of his robe. See how she clings to me, he thought. She'll never let me go, he thought, and then the blackness came again, and again he was falling backward into nothing, and again he did not care about anything, did not even know there was anything to care about, except for the fingers pressing into his back and the weight he held in his arms. I do not mind losing the world, he thought. I do not mind losing even my memories of the past. But these fingers, this woman, I cannot lay this burden down because there is no one who can pick it up again. If I mislay her, she is lost. And yet he longed for the darkness, resented her need that held him. Surely there's a way out of this, he thought. Surely a balance between two hungers that leaves both satisfied. But still, the hands held him. All the world was silent, and the silence was peace, except for the sharp, insistent fingers, and he cried out in frustration, and the sound was still ringing in the room when he opened his eyes and saw Mary Jo standing against a wall, leaning against the wall, looking at him in terror. "What's wrong?" she whispered. "I'm losing," he answered. But he could not remember what he had thought to win. And at that moment a door slammed in the house, and Amy came running with little loud feet through the kitchen and into the study, flinging herself on her mother and bellowing about the day at school and the dog that chased her for the second time, and how the teacher had told her she was the best reader in the second grade. But Darrell had spilled milk on her, and could she have a sandwich because she had dropped hers and stepped on it accidentally at lunch? Mary Jo looked at Mark cheerfully and winked and laughed. "Sounds like Amy's had a busy day, doesn't it, Mark?" Mark could not smile. He just nodded as Mary Jo straightened Amy's disheveled clothing and led her toward the kitchen. "Mary Jo," Mark said, "there's something I have to talk to you about." "Can it wait?" Mary Jo asked, not even pausing. Mark heard the cupboard door opening, heard the lid come off the peanut butter jar, heard Amy giggle and say, "Mommy, not so thick." Mark didn't understand why he was so confused and terrified. Amy had had a sandwich after school ever since she had started going. Even as an infant, she had had 7 meals a day and never gained an ounce of fat. It wasn't what was happening in the kitchen that was bothering him. Couldn't be. Yet he could not stop himself from crying out, "Mary Jo! Mary Jo, come here!" "Is Daddy mad?" he heard Amy ask softly. "No," Mary Jo answered, and she bustled back into the room and impatiently said, "What's wrong, dear?" "I just need to have you in here for a minute." "Really, Mark, that's not your style, is it? Amy needs to have a lot of attention right after school. It's the way she is. I wish you wouldn't stay home from work with nothing to do, Mark. You'd become quite impossible around the house." She smiled to show that she was only half serious, and left again to go back to Amy. For a moment, Mark felt a terrible stab of jealousy that Mary Jo was far more sensitive to Amy's needs than to his. But that jealousy passed quickly, like the memory of the pain of Mary Jo's fingers pressing into his back, and with a tremendous feeling of relief, Mark didn't care about anything at all. And he turned around to the coffin, which fascinated him, and he opened the lid again and looked inside. It was as if the poor man had no face at all, Mark realized. As if death stole faces from people and made them anonymous, even to themselves. He ran his fingers back and forth across the satin, and it felt cool and inviting. The rest of the room, the rest of the world receded into deep background. Only Mark and the coffin and the corpse remained, and Mark felt very tired and very hot, as if life itself were a terrible friction making heat within him. And he took off his robe and pajamas and awkwardly climbed on a chair and stepped over the edge into the coffin and knelt and then lay down. There was no other corpse to share the slight space with him, nothing between his body and the cold satin, and as he lay on it, it didn't get any warmer because at last the friction was slowing, was cooling, and he reached up and pulled down the lid, and the world was dark and silent, and there was no odor, and no taste, and no feel. The cold of the sheets. "Why is the lid closed?" asked little Amy, holding her mother's hand. "Because it's not the body we must remember," Mary Jo said softly, with careful control. "But the way Daddy always was. We must remember him, happy and laughing and loving us." Amy looked puzzled. "But I remember he spanked me." Mary Jo nodded, smiling, something she had not done recently. "It's all right to remember that, too," Mary Jo said. and then she took her daughter from the coffin back into the living room, where Amy, not realizing yet the terrible loss she had sustained, laughed and climbed on Grandpa. David, his face serious and tear-stained because he did understand, came and put his hand in his mother's hand and held tightly to her. "We'll be fine," he said. "Yes," Mary Jo answered. "I think so." And her mother whispered in her ear, "I don't know how you can stand it so bravely, my dear." Tears came to Mary Jo's eyes. "I'm not brave at all," she whispered back. "But the children, they depend on me so much. I can't let go when they're leaning on me." "How terrible it would be," her mother said, nodding wisely, "if you had no children." Inside the coffin, his last need fulfilled, Mark Tapworth heard it all, but could not hold it in his mind, for in his mind there was space or time for only one thought. Consent. Everlasting consent to his life, to his death, to the world, and to the everlasting absence of the world. For now there were children.
The best day. Once there was a woman who had 5 children that she loved with all her heart, and a husband who was kind and strong. Every day her husband would go out and work in the fields, and then he'd come home and cut wood or repair harness or fix the leaky places in the roof. Every day the children would work and play so hard they wore paths in the weeds from running, and they knew every hiding place in 2 miles square. And the woman began to be afraid that they were too happy, that it would all come to an end, and so she prayed, "Please send us eternal happiness. Let this joy last forever." Well, the next day, along came a mean-faced old peddler, and he spread his wares, and they were very plain, rough wool clothing, sturdy pots and pans, all as ugly and practical as old shoes. The woman bought a dress from him because it was cheap, and it would last forever, and he was about to go when suddenly she saw maybe a fire in his eyes, suddenly flashing bright as a star, and she remembered her prayer the night before, and she said, "Sir, you don't have anything to do with happiness, do you?" And the peddler turned and glowered and said, "I can give it to you, if you want it. But let me tell you what it is. It's your kids growing up and talking sassy, and then moving on out and marrying other children who don't like you all that much, at least not at first. It's your husband's strength giving out, and watching the farm go to seed before your eyes, and maybe having to sell it, and move into your daughter-in-law's house because you can't support yourselves no more. It's feeling your own legs go stiff, and your fingers not able to tat or knit, or even grip the butter churn. And finally, it's dying, lying there, feeling your body drop off you, wishing you could just go back and be young with your children small, just for a day, and then—" "Enough!" cried the woman. "But there's more," said the peddler. "I've heard all I mean to hear," and she hurried him out of the house. The next day along came a man in a bright painted wagon, with a horse named Carpe Diem, that he shouted at all the time. A medicine man from the East, with potions for this and pills for that, and silks and scarves to sell too, so bright they hurt your eyes just to look at them. Everybody was healthy, so the women didn't buy any medicine. All she bought was a silk, even though the price was too high, because it looked so blue in her golden hair. And she said to him, "Sir, do you have anything to do with happiness?" "Do you have to ask?" he said. "Right here in this jar is the elixir of happiness, one swallow, and the best day of your life is with you forever." "How much does it cost?" she asked, trembling. "I only sell it to them as have such a day worth keeping. And then I sell it cheap. 1 lock of your golden hair, that's all. I give it to your master, so he'll know you when the time comes." She plucked the hair from her head and gave it to the peddler, and he poured from the bottle into a little tin cup. When he was gone, she lifted it up and thought of the happiest day of her life, which was only 2 days before, the day she prayed. And she drank that swallow. Well, her husband came home as it was getting dark, and the children came to him all worried. "Something's wrong with Mother," they said. "She ain't making no sense." The man walked into the house and tried to talk to his wife, but she gave no answer. Then suddenly she said something, speaking to empty air. She was cutting carrots, but there were no carrots. She was cooking a stew, but there was no fire laid. Finally, her husband realized that word for word, she was saying what she said only 2 days ago when they last had stew. And if he said to her the words he had said then, why, the conversation at least made some sense. And every day it was the same. They either said that same day's words over and over again, or they ignored their mother and let her go on as she did and paid her no mind. The kids got sick of it after a time and got married and went away, and she'd never do it. Her husband stayed with her, and more he got caught up in her dreams, so that every day he got up and said the same words till they meant nothing and he couldn't remember what he was living for, and so he died. The neighbors found him 2 days later and buried him, and the woman never knew. Her daughters and daughters-in-law tried to care for her, but if they took her to their homes, she'd just walk around as if she was still in her own cottage, bumping into walls, cutting those infernal carrots, saying those words till they were all out of their minds. Finally, they took her back to her own home and paid a woman to cook and clean for her, and she went on that way, all alone in that cabin, happy as a duck in a puddle, until at last the floor of her cabin caved in, and she fell in and broke her hip. They figure she never even felt the pain, and when she died, she was still laughing and smiling and saying idiotic things, and never even saw one of her grandchildren, never even wept at her husband's grave, and some folks said she was probably happier, but not one said they were eager to change places with her. And it happened that a mean-looking old peddler came by and watched as they let her into her grave. And up rode a medicine man yelling at his horse, and he pulled up next to the peddler. "So she bought from you," the peddler said. And the medicine man said, "If you'd just paint things up a little, add a bit of color here and there, you'd sell more, friend." But the peddler only shook his head. "If they'd ever let me finish telling them, they'd not be taken in by you, old liar. But they always send me packing before I'm through. I never get to tell them. But if you'd begin with the pleasant things, they'd listen. But if I began with the pleasant things, it wouldn't be true. Fine with me. You keep me in business." And the medicine man patted a trunk filled with gold and silver and bronze and iron hairs. It was the wealth of all the world. And the medicine man rode off with it to go back home and count it all so fine and cold. And the peddler, he just rode home to his family, his great-great-great-grandchildren, his gray-haired wife who nagged, the children who complained about the way he was always off on business when he should be home, and always hanging about the house when he ought to be away. He rode home to the leaves that turned every year, and the rats that ate the apples in the cellar, and the folks that kept dying on him, and the little ones that kept on being born.
Fat Farm by Orson Scott Card. The receptionist was surprised that he was back so soon. "Why, Mr. Barth, how glad I am to see you," she said. "Surprised, you mean," Barth answered. His voice rumbled from the rolls of fat under his chin. "Delighted." "How long has it been?" Barth asked. 3 years. How time flies." The receptionist smiled, but Barth saw the awe and revulsion on her face as she glanced over his immense body. In her job, she saw fat people every day, but Barth knew he was unusual. How proud he was of being unusual. "Back to the fat farm," he said, laughing. The effort of laughing made him short of breath, and he gasped for air as she pushed a button and said, "Mr. Barth is back." He did not bother to look for a chair. No chair could hold him. He did lean against the wall, however. Standing was a labor he preferred to avoid. Yet it was not shortness of breath or exhaustion at the slightest effort that brought him back to Anderson's fitness center. He'd often been fat before, and he rather relished the sensation of bulk, the impression he made as crowds parted for him. He pitied those who could only be slightly fat, short people who were not able to bear the weight. At well over 2 meters, Barth could get gloriously fat, stunningly fat. He owned 30 wardrobes, and took delight in changing from one to the other as his belly and buttocks and thighs grew. At times he felt, if he grew large enough, he could take over the world, be the world. At the dinner table he was a conqueror to rival Genghis Khan. It was not his fatness, then, that had brought him in. It was that at last the fat was interfering with his other pleasures. The girl he'd been with the night before had tried and tried, but he was incapable, a sign that it was time to renew, refresh, reduce. "I am a man of pleasure," he wheezed to the receptionist, whose name he never bothered to learn. She smiled back. "Mr. Anderson will be here in a moment." "Isn't it ironic," he said, "that such a man as I, who is capable of fulfilling every one of his desires, is never satisfied?" He gasped with laughter again. "Why haven't we ever slept together?" he asked. She looked at him, irritation crossing her face. "You always ask that, Mr. Barth, on your way in, but you never ask it on your way out." True enough. When he was on his way out of the Anderson Fitness Center, she never seemed as attractive as she had on his way in. Anderson came in, effusively handsome, gushingly warm, taking Barth's fleshy hand in his and pumping it with enthusiasm. "One of my best customers," he said. "The usual," Barth said. "Of course," Anderson answered, "but the price has gone up." "If you ever go out of business," Barth said, following Anderson into the inner rooms, "give me plenty of warning. I only let myself go this much because I know you're here." "Oh," Anderson chuckled, "we'll never go out of business." "I have no doubt you could support your whole organization on what you charge me." "You're paying for much more than the simple service we perform. You're also paying for privacy. Our, shall we say, lack of government intervention." "How many of the bastards do you bribe?" "Oh, very few, partly because so many high officials also need our service." "No doubt." "It isn't just weight gains that bring people to us, you know. It's cancer and aging and accidental disfigurement. You'd be surprised to learn who has had our service." Barth doubted that he would. The couch was ready for him, immense and soft and angled, so that it would be easy for him to get up again. "Damn near got married this time," Barth said by way of conversation. Anderson turned to him in surprise. "But you didn't?" "Oh, of course not. Started getting fat." She couldn't cope. "Did you tell her?" "That I was getting fat? Oh, it was obvious." "About us, I mean." "Oh, I'm not a fool." Anderson looked relieved. "Can't have rumors getting around among the thin and young, you know." "Still, I think I'll look her up again afterward. She did things to me a woman shouldn't be able to do, and I thought I was jaded." Anderson placed a tight-fitting rubber cap over Barth's head. "Think your key thought," Anderson reminded him. Key thought. At first it had been such a comfort to make sure that not one iota of his memory would be lost. Now it was boring, almost juvenile. Key thought. Do you have your own Captain Aardvark's secret decoder ring? Be the first on your block? The only thing Barth had been the first on his block to do was reach puberty. He had also been the first on his block to reach 150 kilos. "How many times have I been here?" he wondered, as the tingling in his scalp began. This is the 8th time. 8 times, and my fortune is larger than ever. The kind of wealth that takes on a life of its own. I could keep this up forever, he thought, with relish. Forever at the supper table, with neither worries nor restraints. "It's dangerous to gain so much weight," Lynette had said. "Heart attacks, you know." But the only things that Barth worried about were hemorrhoids and impotence. The former was a nuisance, but the latter made life unbearable and drove him back to Anderson. Key thought. What else? Lynette, standing naked on the edge of the cliff with the wind blowing. She was courting death, and he admired her for it, or almost hoped that she would find it. She despised safety precautions, like clothing. They were restrictions to be cast aside. She had once talked him into playing tag with her on a construction site, racing along the girders in the darkness until the police came and made them leave. That had been when Barth was still thin from his last time at Anderson's. But it was not Lynette on the girders that he held in his mind. It was Lynette, fragile and beautiful Lynette, daring the wind to snatch her from the cliff and break her body on the rocks by the river. Even that, Barth thought, would be a kind of pleasure. A new kind of pleasure, to taste a grief so magnificently, so admiringly earned. And then the tingling in his head stopped. Anderson came back in. "Already?" Barth said. "We streamlined the process." Anderson carefully peeled the cap from Barth's head, helped the immense man lift himself from the couch. I can't understand why it's illegal," Barth said. "Such a simple thing." "Oh, there are reasons. Population control, that sort of thing. This is a kind of immortality, you know. But it's mostly the repugnance most people feel. They can't face the thought. Oh, you're a man of rare courage." But it was not courage, Barth knew. It was pleasure. He eagerly anticipated seeing, and they did not make him wait. "Mr. Barth? Meet Mr. Barth." It nearly broke his heart to see his own body young and strong and beautiful again, as it never had been the first time through his life. It was unquestionably himself, however, that they led into the room. Except that the belly was firm, the thighs well-muscled, but slender enough that they did not meet, even at the crotch. They brought him in naked, of course. Barth insisted on it. He tried to remember the last time. Then he had been the one coming from the learning room, emerging to see the immense fat man that all his memories told him was himself. Barth remembered that it had been a double pleasure to see the mountain he had made of himself, to view it from inside this beautiful young body. "Come here," Barth said, his own voice arousing echoes of the last time, when it had been the other Barth who had said it. And just as that other had done the last time, he touched the naked young Barth, stroked the smooth and lovely skin, and finally embraced him. And the young Barth embraced him back, for that was the way of it. No one loved Barth as much as Barth did, thin or fat, young or old. Life was a celebration of Barth. The sight of himself was his strongest nostalgia. "What did I think of?" Barth asked. The young Barth smiled into his eyes. "Lynette," he said, "naked on a cliff, the wind blowing, and the thought of her thrown to her death." "Will you go back to her?" Barth asked his young self eagerly. "Perhaps. Or to someone like her." And Barth saw with delight that the mere thought of it had aroused his young self more than a little. "He'll do," Barth said, and Anderson handed him the simple papers to sign. Papers that would never be seen in a court of law, because they attested to Barth's own compliance in and initiation of an act that was second only to murder in the law books of every state. "That's it, then," Anderson said, turning from the fat Barth to the young, thin one. "You're Mr. Barth now, in control of his wealth and his life. Your clothing is in the next room." "I know where it is," the young Barth said with a smile, and his footsteps were buoyant as he left the room. He would dress quickly and leave the fitness center briskly, hardly noticing the rather plain-looking receptionist, except to take note of her wistful look after him, a tall, slender, beautiful man who had, only moments before, been lying mindless in storage, waiting to be given a mind and a memory, waiting for a fat man to move out of the way so he could fill his space. In the memory room, Barth sat on the edge of the couch, looking at the door, and then realized with surprise that he had no idea what came next. "My memory's run out here," Barth said to Anderson. "The agreement was, what was the agreement?" "The agreement was tender care of you until you passed away." "Oh, yes." "The agreement isn't worth a damn thing," Anderson said, smiling. Barth looked at him with surprise. "What do you mean?" "Well, there are two options, Barth. A needle within the next 15 minutes, or employment." "What are you talking about?" "Well, you didn't think we'd waste time and effort feeding you the ridiculous amounts of food you require, did you?" Barth felt himself sink inside. This was not what he had expected, though he had not honestly expected anything. Barth was not the kind to anticipate trouble. Life had never given him much trouble. A needle. Cyanide, if you insist, but though we'd rather be able to vivisect you and get as many useful body parts as we can. Your body's still fairly young. We can get incredible amounts of money for your pelvis and your glands, but, they have to be taken from you alive." "What are you talking about? This isn't what we agreed." "Oh, I agreed to nothing with you, my friend," Anderson said, smiling. "I agreed with Barth, and Barth just left the room." "Call him back, I insist." "Oh, Barth doesn't give a damn what happens to you." And he knew it was true. "You said something about employment." "Indeed." "What kind of employment?" Anderson shook his head. "It all depends," he said. "On what?" "On what kind of work turns up. There are several assignments every year that must be performed by a living human being for which no volunteer can be found. No person, not even a criminal, can be compelled to do them. And I will do them. Or one of them, rather, since you rarely get a second job." "How can you do this? I'm a human being." Anderson shook his head. "The law says that there is only one possible Barth in all the world, and you aren't it. You're just a number, and a letter. The letter H." "Why H?" "Because you're such a disgusting glutton, my friend. Even our first customers haven't gotten past C yet." Anderson left then, and Barth was alone in the room. Why hadn't he anticipated this? Of course, he shouted to himself now. Of course they wouldn't keep him pleasantly alive. He wanted to get up and try to run, but walking was difficult for him. Running would be impossible. He sat there, his belly pressing heavily on his thighs, which were spread wide by the fat. He stood with great effort and could only waddle because his legs were so far apart, so constrained in their movement. "This has happened every time," Barth thought. "Every damn time I've walked out of this place young and thin, I've left behind someone like me, and they've had their way, haven't they?" His hands trembled badly. He wondered what he had decided before, and knew immediately that there was no decision to make at all. Some fat people might hate themselves and choose death for the sake of having a thin version of themselves live on, but not Barth. Barth could never choose to cause himself any pain, and to obliterate even an illegal, clandestine version of himself, impossible. Whatever else he might be, he was still Barth. The man who walked out of the memory room a few minutes before had not taken over Barth's identity. He'd only duplicated it. "They've stolen my soul with mirrors," Barth told himself. "I have to get it back." "Anderson!" Barth shouted. "Anderson! I've made up my mind." But it was not Anderson who entered, of course. Barth would never see Anderson again. It would have been too tempting to try to kill him. "Get to work, H," the old man shouted from the other side of the field. Barth leaned on his hoe for a moment more, then got back to work, scraping weeds from between the potato plants. The calluses on his hands had long since shaped themselves to fit the wooden handle, and his muscles knew how to perform the work without Barth's having to think about it at all. Yet that made the labor no easier. When he first realized that they meant him to be a potato farmer, he'd asked, "Is this my assignment? Is this all?" And they had laughed and told him, "It's just preparation," they said, "to get you in shape. So For 2 years he had worked in the potato fields, and now he began to doubt that they would ever come back, that the potatoes would never end. The old man was watching, he knew. His gaze always burned worse than the sun. The old man was watching. And if Bath rested too long or too often, the old man would come to him, whip in hand, to scar him deeply, to hurt him to the soul. He dug into the ground, chopping at a stubborn plant whose roots seemed to cling to the foundation of the world. "Come up, damn you," he muttered. He thought his arms were too weak to strike harder, but he struck harder anyway. The roots split, and the impact shattered him to the bone. He was naked and brown to a point of blackness from the sun. His flesh hung loosely on him in great folds, a memory of the mountain he had been. Under the loose skin, however, he was tight and hard. It might have given him pleasure, for every muscle had been earned by hard labor and the pain of the lash, but there was no pleasure in it. The price was too high. "I'll kill myself," he often thought, and thought again now, with his arms trembling with exhaustion. "I'll kill myself, so they can't use my body and can't use my soul." But he would never kill himself. Even now, Bath was incapable of ending it. The farm he worked on was unfenced, but the time he had gotten away he had walked and walked and walked for 3 days and had not seen any sign of human habitation other than the occasional jeep track in the sagebrush and grass desert. Then they found him and brought him back, weary and despairing, and forced him to finish a day's work in the field before letting him rest. And even then the lash had bitten deep, the old man laying it on with a relish that spoke of sadism or a deep personal hatred. But why should the old man hate me? Bath wondered. I don't know him. He finally decided that it was because he had been so fat, so obviously soft, while the old man was wiry to a point of being gaunt, his face pinched by years of exposure to the sunlight. And yet the old man's hatred had not diminished as the months went by and the fat melted into the sweat and sunlight of the potato field. A sharp sting across his back, the sound of slapping leather on skin, and then an excruciating deep pain in his muscles. He had paused too long. The old man had come to him. The old man said nothing, just raised the lash again, ready to strike. Bath lifted the hoe out of the ground to start to work again. It occurred to him, as it had 100 times before, that the hoe could reach as far as the whip with as good effect. But, as 100 times before, Bath looked into the old man's eyes, and what he saw there, while he did not understand it, was enough to stop him. He could not strike back. He could only endure. The lash did not fall again. Instead, he and the old man just looked at each other. The sun burned where the blood was coming from his back. Flies buzzed near him. He did not bother to brush them away. Finally, the old man broke the silence. "H," he said. Bath did not answer, just waited. "They've come for you." "First job," said the old man. First job. It took Bath a moment to realize the implications. The end of the potato fields, the end of the sunlight, the end of the old man with the whip, the end of loneliness, or at least of the boredom. "Oh, thank God," Bath said. His throat was dry. "Go wash," the old man said. Bath carried the hoe back to the shed. He remembered how heavy the hoe had seemed when he first arrived, how 10 minutes in the sunlight had made him faint, yet they had revived him in the field, and the old man had said, "Carry it back." So he had carried back the heavy, heavy hoe, feeling for all the world like Christ bearing his cross. Soon enough the others had gone, and the old man and he had been alone together, but the ritual with the hoe never changed. They got to the shed, and the old man carefully took the hoe from him and locked it away, so that Bath couldn't get it in the night and kill him with it. And then into the house, where Bath bathed painfully, and the old man put an excruciating disinfectant on his back. Bath had long since given up on the idea of an anesthetic. It wasn't in the old man's nature to use an anesthetic. Clean clothes, a few minutes' wait, and then the helicopter. A young, businesslike man emerged from it, looking unfamiliar in detail, but very familiar in general. He was an echo of all the businesslike young men and women who had dealt with him before. The young man came up to him, unsmilingly, and said, "H." Bath nodded. It was the only name they used for him. "You have an assignment." "What is it?" Bath asked. The young man did not answer. The old man behind him whispered, "They'll tell you soon enough, and then you'll wish you were back here, H. They'll tell you, and you'll pray for the potato fields." But Bath doubted it. In the 2 years there had not been a moment's pleasure. The food was hideous, and there was never enough. There were no women, and he was usually too tired to amuse himself. Just pain and labor and loneliness, all excruciating. He would leave that now. Anything would be better. Anything at all. "Whatever they assign you, though," the old man said, "it can't be any worse than my assignment." Bath would have asked him what his assignment had been, but there was nothing in the old man's voice that invited the question, and there was nothing in their relationship in the past that would allow the question to be asked. Instead, they stood in silence as the young man reached into the helicopter and helped a man get out. An immensely fat man, stark naked, and white as the flesh of a potato, looking petrified. The old man strode purposely toward him. "Hello, the old man said. "My name's Bath," the fat man answered, petulantly. The old man struck him hard across the mouth, hard enough that the tender lip split and blood dripped from where his teeth had cut into the skin. "Aye," said the old man, "your name is I." The fat man nodded pitiably, but Bath, H., felt no pity for him. 2 years this time, only 2 damnable years, and he was already in this condition. Bath could vaguely remember being proud of the mountain he had made of himself, but now he felt only contempt, only a desire to go to the fat man, to scream in his face, "Why did you do it? Why did you let it happen again?" It would have meant nothing. To I, as to H, it was the first time, the first betrayal. There had been no others in his memory. Bath watched as the old man put a hoe in the fat man's hands and drove him out into the field. 2 more young men got out of the helicopter. Bath knew what they would do, could almost see them helping the old man for a few days, until I finally learned the hopelessness of resistance and delay. But Bath did not get to watch the replay of his own torture of 2 years before. The young man, who had first emerged from the copter, now led him to it, put him in a seat by a window, and sat beside him. The pilot speeded up the engines, and the copter began to rise. "The bastard," Bath said, looking out of the window at the old man as he slapped I across the face brutally. The young man chuckled. Then he told Bath of his assignment. Bath clung to the window, looking out, feeling his life slip away from him even as the ground receded slowly. "I can't do it." "There are worse assignments," the young man said. Bath did not believe it. "If I live," he said, "if I live, I want to come back here." "Love it that much?" "To kill him." The young man looked at him blankly. "The old man," Bath explained. Then realized that the young man was ultimately incapable of understanding anything. He looked back out the window. The old man looked very small next to the huge lump of white flesh beside him. Bath felt a terrible loathing for I. a terrible despair in knowing that nothing could possibly be learned, that again and again his selves would replay this hideous scenario. Somewhere, the man who would be Jay was dancing, was playing polo, was seducing and perverting and being delighted by every woman and boy and God knows sheep that he could find. Somewhere, the man who would be Jay dined. I bent immensely in the sunlight and tried clumsily to use the hoe. Then, losing his balance, he fell over into the dirt, writhing. The old man raised his whip. The helicopter turned then so that Barth could see nothing but sky from his window. He never saw the whip fall, but he imagined the whip falling, imagined and relished it, longed to feel the heaviness of the blow flowing from his own arm. "Hit him again," he cried out inside himself. "Hit him for me." And inside himself he made the whip fall 12 times more. "What are you thinking?" the young man asked, smiling, as if he knew the punchline of a joke. "I was thinking," Barth said, "that the old man can't possibly hate him as much as I do." Apparently, that was the punchline. The young man laughed uproariously. Barth did not understand the joke, but somehow he was certain that he was the butt of it. He wanted to strike out, but dared not. Perhaps the young man saw the tension in Barth's body, or perhaps he merely wanted to explain. He stopped laughing, but could not repress his smile, which penetrated Barth far more deeply than the laugh. "Don't you see?" the young man asked. "Don't you know who the old man is?" Barth didn't know. "What do you think we did with A?" the young man laughed again. "There are worse assignments than mine," Barth realized. And the worst of all would be to spend day after day, month after month, supervising that contemptible animal that he could not deny was himself. The scar on his back bled a little, and the blood stuck to the seat when it dried.
Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. Whatever your gravity is, when you get to the door, remember the enemy's gate is down. If you step through your own door like you're out for a stroll, you're a big target and you deserve to get hit with more than a flasher. Ender Wiggins paused and looked over the group. Most were just watching him nervously, a few understanding, a few sullen and resisting. First day with his army, all fresh from the teacher squads, and Ender had forgotten how young you kids could be. He'd been in it for 3 years. They'd had 6 months, nobody over 9 years old in the whole bunch. But they were his. At 11, he was half a year early to be a commander. He'd had a tune of his own and knew a few tricks, but there were 40 in his new army. Green. All marksmen with a flasher, all in top shape or they wouldn't be here, but they were all just as likely as not to get wiped out first time into battle. "Remember," he went on, "they can't see you till you get through that door, but the second you're out, they'll be on you. So hit that door the way you want to be when they shoot at you, legs up under you, going straight down." He pointed at a sullen kid who looked like he was only 7, the smallest of them all. "Which way is down, Greeno?" "Toward the enemy door." The answer was quick. It was also surly, as if to say, yeah, now get on with the important stuff. "Name, kid." "Bean." "Get that for size or for brains?" Bean didn't answer. The rest laughed a little. Ender had chosen right. This kid was younger than the rest. Must have been advanced because he was sharp. The others didn't like him much. They were happy to see him taken down a little, like Ender's first commander had taken him down. "Well, Bean, you're right into things. Now, I tell you this, nobody's going to get through that door without a good chance of getting hit." A lot of you are going to be turned into cement somewhere. Make sure it's your legs, right? If only your legs get hit, then only your legs get frozen, and in Nullo, that's no sweat. Ender turned to one of the dazed ones. What are legs for, Blank stare, confusion, stammer. Forget it. Guess I'll have to ask Bean here. Legs are for pushing off walls. Still bored. Thanks, Bean. Get that, everybody? They all got it and didn't like getting it from Bean. Right. You can't see with legs, you can't shoot with legs, and most of the time they just get in the way. If they get frozen sticking straight out, you've turned yourself into a blimp. No way to hide. So, how do legs go? A few answered this time to prove that Bean wasn't the only one who knew anything. Under you. Tucked up under. Right. A shield. You're kneeling on a shield, and the shield is your own legs. And there's a trick to the suits. Even when your legs are flashed, you can still kick off. I've never seen anybody do it but me, but you're all gonna learn it. Ender Wiggins turned on his flasher. It glowed faintly green in his hand. Then he let himself rise in the weightless workout room, pulled his legs under him as though he were kneeling, and flashed both of them. Immediately his suit stiffened at the knees and ankles so that he couldn't bend at all. Okay, I'm frozen, see? He was floating a meter above them. They all looked up at him, puzzled. He leaned back and caught one of the handholds on the wall behind him and pulled himself flush against the wall. I'm stuck at a wall. If I had legs, I'd use legs and string myself out like a string bean, right? They laughed. But I don't have legs, and that's better. Got it? Because of this. Ender jackknifed at the waist, then straightened out violently. He was across the workout room in only a moment. From the other side, he called to them. Got that? I didn't use hands, so I still had use of my flasher, and I didn't have my legs floating 5 feet behind me. Now watch it again. He repeated the jackknife and caught a handhold on the wall near them. Now, I don't just want you to do that when they flashed your legs. I want you to do that when you've still got legs, because it's better. And because they'll never be expecting it. All right, now, everybody up in the air and kneeling. Most were up in a few seconds. Ender flashed the stragglers, and they dangled, helplessly frozen, while the others laughed. When I give an order, you move. Got it? When we're at a door, and they clear it, I'll be giving you orders in 2 seconds, as soon as I see the setup. And when I give the order, you better be out there, because whoever's out there first is going to win, unless he's a fool. I'm not. And you better not be, or I'll have you back in the teacher squads. He saw more than a few of them gulp, and the frozen ones looked at him with fear. You guys who are hanging there, you watch. You'll thaw out in about 15 minutes, and let's see if you can catch up to the others. For the next half hour, Ender had them jackknifing off walls. He called a stop when he saw that they all had the basic idea. They were a good group, maybe. They'd get better. Now you're warmed up, he said to them. We'll start working. Ender was the last one out after practice, since he stayed to help some of the slower ones improve on technique. They'd had good teachers, but like all armies, they were uneven, and some of them could be a real drawback in battle. Their first battle might be weeks away. It might be tomorrow. A schedule was never printed. The commander just woke up and found a note by his bunk, giving him the time of his battle and the name of his opponent. So for the first while, he was going to drive his boys until they were in top shape, all of them, ready for anything at any time. Strategy was nice, but it was worth nothing if the soldiers couldn't hold up under the strain. He turned the corner into the residence wing and found himself face to face with Bean, the 7-year-old he had picked on all through practice that day. Problems. Ender didn't want problems right now. Ho, Bean. Ho, Ender. Pause. Sir, Ender said softly. We're not on duty. In my army, Bean, we're always on duty. Ender brushed past him. Bean's high voice piped up behind him. I know what you're doing, Ender, sir. And I'm warning you. Ender turned slowly and looked at him. Warning me? I'm the best man you've got, but I'd better be treated like it. Or what? Ender smiled menacingly. Or I'll be the worst man you've got, one or the other. And what do you want, love and kisses? Ender was getting angry now. Bean was unworried. I want a tune. Ender walked back to him and stood looking down into his eyes. I'll give a tune, he said, to the boys who prove they're worth something. They've got to be good soldiers. They've got to know how to take orders. They've got to be able to think for themselves in a pinch, and they've got to be able to keep respect. That's how I got to be a commander. That's how you'll get to be a tune leader. Got it? Bean smiled. That's fair. If you actually work that way, I'll be a tune leader in a month. Ender reached down and grabbed the front of his uniform and shoved him into the wall. When I say I work a certain way, Bean, then that's the way I work. Bean just smiled. Ender let go of him and walked away and didn't look back. He was sure, without looking, that Bean was still watching, still smiling, still just a little contemptuous. He might make a good tune leader at that. Ender would keep an eye on him. Captain Graff, 6'2" and a little chubby, stroked his belly as he leaned back in his chair. Across his desk sat Lieutenant Anderson, who was earnestly pointing out high points on a chart. Here it is, Captain, Anderson said. Ender's already got them doing a tactic that's going to throw off everyone who meets it. Double their speed. Graff nodded. And you know his test scores. He thinks well, too. Graff smiled. All true, Anderson. He's a fine student, shows real promise. They waited. Graff sighed. So what do you want me to do? Ender's the one. He's got to be. He'll never be ready in time, Lieutenant. He's 11, for heaven's sake, man. What do you want, a miracle? I want him into battles. Every day, starting tomorrow. I want him to have a year's worth of battles in a month. Graff shook his head. That would have his army in the hospital. No, sir, he's getting them into form, and we need Ender. Correction, Lieutenant. We need somebody. You think it's Ender. All right, I think it's Ender. Which of the commanders, if it isn't him? I don't know, Lieutenant. Graff ran his hands over his slightly fuzzy bald head. These are children, Anderson. Do you realize that? Ender's army is 9 years old. Are we going to put them against the older kids? Are we going to put them through hell for a month like that? Lieutenant Anderson leaned even farther over Graff's desk. Ender's test scores, Captain. I've seen his bloody test scores. I've watched him in battle. I've listened to tapes of his training sessions. I've watched his sleep patterns. I've heard tapes of his conversations in the corridors and in the bathrooms. I'm more aware of Ender Wiggins than you could possibly imagine. And against all the arguments, against his obvious qualities, I'm weighing one thing. I have this picture of Ender. A year from now, if you have your way. I see him completely useless, worn down, a failure. Because he was pushed farther than he or any living person could go. But it doesn't weigh enough, does it, Lieutenant? Because there's a war on, and our best talent is gone, and the biggest battles are ahead. So, give Ender a battle every day this week, and then bring me a report. Anderson stood and saluted. Thank you, sir. He had almost reached the door when Graff called out his name. He turned and faced the captain. Anderson, Captain Graff said, have you been outside? Lately, I mean. Not since last leave, 6 months ago. I didn't think so. Not that it makes any difference. But have you ever been to Beeman Park, there in the city? Beautiful park. Trees, grass. No nullo, no battles, no worries. Do you know what else there is in Beeman Park? What, sir? Lieutenant Anderson asked. Children, Graff answered. Of course, children, said Anderson. I mean children. I mean kids who get up in the morning when their mothers call them and they go to school, and then in the afternoons they go to Beeman Park and play. They're happy. They smile a lot. They laugh. They have fun. I'm sure they do, sir. Is that all you can say, Anderson? Anderson cleared his throat. It's good for children to have fun, I think, sir. I know I did when I was a boy. But right now the world needs soldiers. And this is the way to get them. Graff nodded and closed his eyes. Oh, indeed, you're right. By statistical proof and by all the important theories, and damn it, they work, and the system is right, but all the same, Ender's older than I am. He's not a child. He's barely a person. If that's true, sir, then at least we all know that Ender is making it possible for the others of his age to be playing in the park. And Jesus died to save all men, of course. Graff sat up and looked at Anderson almost sadly. But we're the ones, Graff said. We're the ones who are driving in the nails. Ender Wiggins lay on his bed staring at the ceiling. He had never slept more than 5 hours a night. But the lights went off at 2200 and didn't come on again until 0600, so he stared at the ceiling and thought. He'd had his army for 3.5 weeks. Dragon Army. The name was assigned, and it wasn't a lucky one. Oh, the charts said that about 9 years ago a dragon army had done fairly well, but for the next 6 years the name had been attached to inferior armies, and finally, because of the superstition that was beginning to play about the name, Dragon Army was retired. Until now. And now, Ender thought, smiling, Dragon Army was going to take them by surprise. The door opened quietly. Ender did not turn his head. Someone stepped softly into his room, then left with the sound of the door shutting. When soft steps died away, Ender rolled over and saw a white slip of paper lying on the floor. He reached down and picked it up. Dragon Army against Rabbit Army, Ender Wiggins and Carn Carby, 0700. The first battle. Ender got out of bed and quickly dressed. He went rapidly to the rooms of each of his toon leaders and told them to rouse their boys. In 5 minutes they were all gathered in the corridor, sleepy and slow. Ender spoke softly. First battle, 0700 against Rabbit Army. I fought them twice before, but they've got a new commander. Never heard of him. They're an older group, though, and I know a few of their old tricks. Now wake up. Run, double fast. Warm up in workroom 3. For an hour and a half they worked out, with 3 mock battles and calisthenics in the corridor out of the nullo. Then for 15 minutes they all lay up in the air, totally relaxing in the weightlessness. At 0650, Ender roused them and they hurried into the corridor. Ender led them down the corridor, running again and occasionally leaping to touch a light panel on the ceiling. The boys all touched the same light panel, and at 0658 they reached their gate to the battle room. The members of Toons C and D grabbed the first 8 handholds in the ceiling of the corridor. Toons A, B, and E crouched on the floor. Ender hooked his feet into 2 handholds in the middle of the ceiling, so he was out of everyone's way. "Which way is the enemy's door?" he hissed. "Down," they whispered back and laughed. "Flashers on." The boxes in their hands glowed green. They waited for a few seconds more, and then the gray wall in front of them disappeared, and the battle room was visible. Ender sized it up immediately. The familiar open grid of most early games, like the monkey bars at the park, with 7 or 8 boxes scattered through the grid. They called the boxes stars. There were enough of them, and in forward enough positions so that they were worth going for. Ender decided this in a second, and he hissed, Spread to near stars. E, hold. The 4 groups in the corners plunged through the force field at the doorway and fell down into the battle room. Before the enemy even appeared through the opposite gate, Ender's army had spread from the door to the nearest stars. Then the enemy soldiers came through the door. From their stance, Ender knew they had been in a different gravity and didn't know enough to disorient themselves from it. They came through standing up, their entire bodies spread and defenseless. "Kill 'em, E!" Ender hissed and threw himself out the door, knees first, with his flasher between his legs and firing. While Ender's group flew across the room, the rest of Dragon Army laid down a protecting fire so that E Group reached a forward position with only one boy frozen completely, though they had all lost the use of their legs, which didn't impair them in the least. There was a lull as Ender and his opponent, Karn Karbi, assessed their positions. Aside from Rabbit Army's losses at the gate, there had been few casualties and both armies were near full strength. But Karn had no originality. He was in a 4-corner spread that any 5-year-old in the teacher squads might have thought of, and Ender knew how to defeat it. He called out loudly, "E covers A, C down, B, D, angle east wall." Under E Toon's cover, B and D Toons lunged away from their stars. While they were still exposed, A and C Toons left their stars and drifted toward the near wall. They reached it together, and together jackknifed off the wall. At double the normal speed, they appeared behind the enemy stars and opened fire. In a few seconds, the battle was over, with the enemy almost entirely frozen, including the commander, and the rest scattered to the corners. For the next 5 minutes, in squads of 4, Dragon Army cleaned out the dark corners of the battle room and shepherded the enemy into the center where their bodies, frozen at impossible angles, jostled each other. Then Ender took 3 of his boys to the enemy gate and went through the formality of reversing the one-way field by simultaneously touching a Dragon Army helmet at each corner. Then Ender assembled his army in vertical files near the knot of frozen Rabbit Army soldiers. Only 3 of Dragon Army soldiers were immobile. Their victory margin, 38-0, was ridiculously high, and Ender began to laugh. Dragon Army joined him, laughing long and loud. They were still laughing when Lieutenant Anderson and Lieutenant Morris came in from the teacher gate at the south end of the battle room. Lieutenant Anderson kept his face stiff and unsmiling, but Ender saw him wink as he held out his hand and offered the stiff, formal congratulations that were ritually given to the victor in the game. Morris found Karn Karbi and unfroze him, and the 13-year-old came and presented himself to Ender, who laughed without malice and held out his hand. Karn graciously took Ender's hand and bowed his head over it. It was that or be flashed again. Lieutenant Anderson dismissed Dragon Army, and they silently left the battle room through the enemy's door, again part of the ritual. A light was blinking on the north side of the square door, indicating where the gravity was in that corridor. Ender, leading his soldiers, changed his orientation and went through the force field and into gravity on his feet. His army followed him at a brisk run back to the workroom. When they got there, they formed up into squads, and Ender hung in the air, watching them. "Good first battle," he said, which was excuse enough for a cheer which he quieted. "Dragon Army did all right against rabbits, but the enemy isn't always going to be that bad. And if that had been a good army, we would have been smashed. We still would have won, but we would have been smashed. Now let me see B and D Toons out here. Your takeoff from the stars was way too slow. If Rabbit Army knew how to aim a flasher, you all would have been frozen solid before A and C even got to the wall." They worked out for the rest of the day. That night, Ender went for the first time to the commander's mess hall. No one was allowed there until he had won at least one battle, and Ender was the youngest commander ever to make it. There was no great stir when he came in, but when some of the other boys saw the dragon on his breast pocket, they stared at him openly, and by the time he got his tray and sat at an empty table, the entire room was silent, with the other commanders watching him. Intensely self-conscious, Ender wondered how they all knew, and why they all looked so hostile. Then he looked above the door he had just come through. There was a huge scoreboard across the entire wall. It showed the win-loss record for the commander of every army. That day's battles were lit in red. Only 4 of them. The other 3 winners had barely made it. The best of them had only 2 men whole and 11 mobile at the end of the game. Dragon Army's score of 38 mobile was embarrassingly better. Other new commanders had been admitted to the commander's mess hall with cheers and congratulations. Other new commanders hadn't won 38-0. Ender looked for Rabbit Army on the scoreboard. He was surprised to find that Karn Karbi's score to date was 8 wins and 3 losses. Was he that good? Or had he only fought against inferior armies? Whichever, there was still a 0 in Karn's mobile and whole columns, and Ender looked down from the scoreboard grinning. No one smiled back, and Ender knew that they were afraid of him, which meant that they would hate him, which meant that anyone who went into battle against Dragon Army would be scared and angry and less competent. Ender looked for Karn Karbi in the crowd and found him not too far away. He stared at Karbi until one of the other boys nudged the rabbit commander and pointed to Ender. Ender smiled again and waved slightly. Karbi turned red, and Ender, satisfied, leaned over his dinner and began to eat. At the end of the week, Dragon Army had fought 7 battles in 7 days. The score stood 7 wins and 0 losses. Ender had never had more than 5 boys frozen in any game. It was no longer possible for the other commanders to ignore Ender. A few of them sat with him and quietly conversed about game strategies that Ender's opponents had used. Other, much larger groups were talking with the commanders that Ender had defeated, trying to find out what Ender had done to beat them. In the middle of the meal, the teacher door opened, and the groups fell silent as Lieutenant Anderson stepped in and looked over the group. When he located Ender, he strode quickly across the room and whispered in Ender's ear. Ender nodded, finished his glass of water, and left with the lieutenant. On the way out, Anderson handed a slip of paper to one of the older boys. The room became very noisy with conversation as Anderson and Ender left. Ender was escorted down corridors he had never seen before. They didn't have the blue glow of the soldier corridors. Most were wood-paneled, and the floors were carpeted. The doors were wood, with nameplates on them, and they stopped at one that said, Captain Graff, Supervisor. Anderson knocked softly, and a low voice said, Come in. They went in. Captain Graff was seated behind a desk, his hands folded across his potbelly. He nodded, and Anderson sat. Ender also sat down. Graff cleared his throat and spoke. 7 days since your first battle, Ender. Ender did not reply. Won 7 battles, one every day. Ender nodded. Scores unusually high, too. Ender blinked. Why? Graff asked him. Ender glanced at Anderson and then spoke to the captain behind the desk. 2 new tactics, sir. Legs doubled up as a shield, so that a flash doesn't immobilize. Jackknife takeoffs from the walls. Superior strategy, as Lieutenant Anderson taught. Think places, not spaces. 5 tunes of 8 instead of 4 of 10. Incompetent opponents. Excellent tune leaders. Good soldiers. Graff looked at Ender without expression. Waiting for what, Ender wondered. Lieutenant Anderson spoke up. Ender, what's the condition of your army? Do they want me to ask for relief? Not a chance, he decided. A little tired, in peak condition, morale high, learning fast, anxious for the next battle. Anderson looked at Graff. Graff shrugged slightly and turned to Ender. Is there anything you want to know? Ender held his hands loosely in his lap. When are you going to put us up against a good army?
Graf's laughter rang in the room, and when it stopped, Graf handed a piece of paper to Ender. "Now," the captain said, and Ender read the paper. Dragon Army against Leopard Army, Ender Wiggins and Paul Slattery, 2000. Ender looked up at Captain Graf.
"That's 10 minutes from now, sir."
Graf smiled. "Better hurry then, boy." As Ender left, he realized Paul Slattery was the boy who had been handed his orders as Ender left the mess hall. He got to his army 5 minutes later. 3 toon leaders were already undressed and lying naked on their beds. He sent them all flying down the corridors to rouse their toons and gathered up their suits himself. When all his boys were assembled in the corridor, most of them still getting dressed, Ender spoke to them.
"This one's hot, and there's no time. We'll be late to the door, and the enemy will be deployed right outside our gate. Ambush. And I've never heard of it happening before. So we'll take our time at the door. A and B toons, keep your belts loose and give your flashers to the leaders and seconds of the other toons." Puzzled, his soldiers complied. By then all were dressed, and Ender led them at a trot to the gate. When they reached it, the force field was already on one way, and some of his soldiers were panting. They had had one battle that day and a full workout. They were tired. Ender stopped at the entrance and looked at the placement of the enemy soldiers. Some of them were grouped not more than 20 feet out from the gate. There was no grid, there were no stars, a big, empty space. Where were most of the enemy soldiers? There should have been 30 more. "They're flat against this wall," Ender said, "where we can't see them." He took A and B toons and made them kneel, their hands on their hips. Then he flashed them so that their bodies were frozen rigid. "Your shields," Ender said, and then had boys from C and D kneel on their legs and hook both arms onto the frozen boys' belts. Each boy was holding 2 flashers. Then Ender and the members of E-Toon picked up the duos 3 at a time and threw them out the door. Of course, the enemy opened fire immediately, but they mainly hit the boys who were already flashed, and in a few moments pandemonium broke out in the battle room. All the soldiers of Leopard Army were easy targets as they lay pressed flat against the wall or floated unprotected in the middle of the battle room. And Ender's soldiers, armed with 2 flashers each, carved them up easily. Paul Slattery reacted quickly, ordering his men away from the wall, but not quickly enough. Only a few were able to move, and they were flashed before they could get a quarter of the way across the battle room. When the battle was over, Dragon Army had only 12 boys whole, the lowest score they had ever had, but Ender was satisfied. And during the ritual of surrender, Paul Slattery broke form by shaking hands and asking, "Why did you wait so long getting out of the gate?" Ender glanced at Anderson, who was floating nearby. "I was informed late," he said. "It was an ambush." Slattery grinned and gripped Ender's hand again. "Good game." Ender didn't smile at Anderson this time. He knew that now the games would be arranged against him, to even up the odds. He didn't like it. It was 21:50, nearly time for lights out, when Ender knocked at the door of the room shared by Bean and 3 other soldiers. One of the others opened the door, then stepped back and held it wide. Ender stood for a moment, then asked if he could come in. They answered, of course, come in, and he walked to the upper bunk, where Bean had set down his book and was leaning on one elbow to look at Ender. "Bean, can you give me 20 minutes?" "Near lights out," Bean answered. "My room," Ender answered. "I'll cover for you." Bean sat up and slid off his bed. Together he and Ender padded silently down the corridor to Ender's room. Ender entered first, and Ender closed the door behind them. "Sit down," Ender said, and they both sat on the edge of the bed, looking at each other. "Remember 4 weeks ago, Bean, when you told me to make you a toon leader?" "Yeah." "I've made 5 toon leaders since then, haven't I? And none of them was you.
Bean looked at him calmly.
Was I right?
Ender asked.
Yes, sir,
Bean answered.
Ender nodded. How have you done in these battles? Bean cocked his head to one side. I've never been immobilized, sir, and I've immobilized 43 of the enemy. I've obeyed orders, sir, and I've commanded a squad in mop-up and never lost a soldier. Then you'll understand this. Ender paused, then decided to back up and say something else first. You know you're early, Bean. By a good half year. I was too. And I've been made a commander 6 months early. Now they've put me into battles after only 3 weeks of training with my army. They've given me 8 battles in 7 days. I've already had more battles than boys who were made commander 4 months ago. I've won more battles than many who've been commanders for a year. And then tonight. You know what happened tonight.
Bean nodded.
They told you late. I don't know what the teachers are doing, but my army is getting tired, and I'm getting tired, and now they're changing the rules of the game. You see, Bean, I've looked in the old charts. No one has ever destroyed so many enemies and kept so many of his own soldiers whole in the history of the game. I'm unique, and I'm getting unique treatment.
Bean smiled.
You're the best, Ender.
Ender shook his head.
Maybe. But it was no accident that I got the soldiers I got. My worst soldier could be a toon leader in another army. I've got the best. They've loaded things my way, but now they're loading it all against me. I don't know why. But I know I have to be ready for it. I need your help. Why mine? Because even though there are some better soldiers than you in Dragon Army, not many, but some, there's nobody who can think better and faster than you.
Bean said nothing. They both knew it was true.
Ender continued, I need to be ready, but I can't retrain the whole army, so I'm going to cut every toon down by 1, including you. With 4 others, you'll be a special squad under me. And you'll learn to do some new things. Most of the time you'll be in the regular toons just like you are now, but when I need you. See?
Bean smiled and nodded.
That's right. That's good. Can I pick them myself? 1 from each toon except your own. And you can't take any toon leaders. What do you want us to do? Bean, I don't know. I don't know what they'll throw at us. What would you do if suddenly our flashers didn't work and the enemies did? What would you do if we had to face 2 armies at once? The only thing I know is there may be a game where we don't even try for score, where we just go for the enemy's gate. That's when the battle is technically won, 4 helmets at the corners of the gate. I want you ready to do that any time I call for it. Got it? You take them for 2 hours a day during regular workout. Then you and I and our soldiers will work at night after dinner. We'll get tired. I have a feeling we don't know what tired is.
Ender reached out and took Bean's hand and gripped it.
Even when it's rigged against us, Bean, we'll win.
Bean left in silence and padded down the corridor. Dragon Army wasn't the only army working out after hours now. The other commanders had finally realized they had some catching up to do. From early morning to lights out, soldiers all over training and command center, none of them over 14 years old, were learning to jackknife off walls and use each other as living shields. But while other commanders mastered the techniques that Ender had used to defeat them, Ender and Bean worked on solutions to problems that had never come up. There were still battles every day, but for a while they were normal, with grids and stars and sudden plunges through the gate. And after the battles, Ender and Bean and 4 other soldiers would leave the main group and practice strange maneuvers. Attacks without flashers, using feet to physically disarm or disorient an enemy, using 4 frozen soldiers to reverse an enemy's gate in less than 2 seconds. And one day Bean came to work out with a 300-meter cord.
What's that for? I don't know yet.
Absently, Bean spun one end of the cord. It wasn't more than 1/8 of an inch thick,
but it could have lifted 10 adults without breaking. Where did you get it? Commissary. They asked what for. I said to practice tying knots. Bean tied a loop in the end of the rope and slid it over his shoulders. Here, you two, hang on to the wall here. Now don't let go of the rope. Give me about 50 yards of slack. They complied, and Bean moved about 10 feet from them along the wall. As soon as he was sure they were ready, he jackknifed off the wall and flew straight down, 50 yards. Then the rope snapped taut. It was so fine that it was virtually invisible, but it was strong enough to force Bean to veer off at almost a right angle. It happened so suddenly that he had inscribed a perfect arc and hit the wall hard before most of the other soldiers knew what had happened. Bean did a perfect rebound and drifted quickly back to where Ender and the others waited for him. Many of the soldiers in the 5 regular squads hadn't noticed the rope and were demanding to know how it was done. It was impossible to change direction that abruptly in Nullo. Bean just laughed. Wait till the next game without a grid. They'll never know what hit them. They never did. The next game was only 2 hours later, but Bean and 2 others had become pretty good at aiming and shooting while they flew at ridiculous speeds at the end of the rope. The slip of paper was delivered, and Dragon Army trotted off to the gate to battle with Griffin Army. Bean coiled the rope all the way. When the gate opened, all they could see was a large brown star only 15 feet away, completely blocking their view of the enemy's gate. Ender didn't pause. Bean, give yourself 50 feet of rope and go around the star. Bean and his 4 soldiers dropped through the gate, and in a moment Bean was launched sideways away from the star. The rope snapped taut, and Bean flew forward. As the rope was stopped by each edge of the star in turn, his arc became tighter and his speed greater, until when he hit the wall only a few feet away from the gate, he was barely able to control his rebound to end up behind the star. But he immediately moved all his arms and legs so that those waiting inside the gate would know that the enemy hadn't flashed him anywhere. Ender dropped through the gate, and Bean quickly told him how Griffin Army was situated. They've got 2 squares of stars all the way around the gate. All their soldiers are under cover, and there's no way to hit any of them until we're clear to the bottom wall. Even with shields, we'd get there at half strength, and we wouldn't have a chance. They moving? Ender asked. Do they need to? I would, Ender thought for a moment. This one's tough. We'll go for the gate, Bean. Griffin Army began to call out to them. Hey, is anybody there? Wake up, there's a war on. We want to join the picnic. They were still calling when Ender's army came out from behind their star with a shield of 14 frozen soldiers. William B., Griffin Army's commander, waited patiently as the screen approached, his men waiting at the fringes of their stars for the moment when whatever was behind the screen became visible. About 10 yards away, the screen suddenly exploded as the soldiers behind it shoved the screen north. The momentum carried them south twice as fast, and at the same moment the rest of Dragon Army burst from behind their star at the opposite end of the room, firing rapidly. William B.'s boys joined battle immediately, of course, but William B. was far more interested in what had been left behind when the shield disappeared. A formation of 4 frozen Dragon Army soldiers was moving headfirst toward the Griffin Army gate, held together by another frozen soldier whose feet and hands were hooked through their belts. A 6th soldier hung to his waist and trailed like the tail of a kite. Griffin Army was winning the battle easily, and William B. concentrated on the formation as it approached the gate. Suddenly the soldier trailing in back moved. He wasn't frozen at all. And even though William B. flashed him immediately, the damage was done. The formation drifted to the Griffin Army gate, and their helmets touched all 4 corners simultaneously. A buzzer sounded, the gate reversed, and the frozen soldier in the middle was carried by momentum right through the gate. All the flashers stopped working, and the game was over. The teacher gate opened, and Lieutenant Anderson came in. Anderson stopped himself with a slight movement of his hands when he reached the center of the battle room. Ender, he called, breaking protocol. One of the frozen dragon soldiers near the south wall tried to call through jaws that were clamped shut by the suit. Anderson drifted to him and unfroze him. Ender was smiling. I beat you again, sir, Ender said. Anderson didn't smile. "That's nonsense, Ender," Anderson said softly. "Your battle was with William B. of Griffin Army." Ender raised an eyebrow. "After that maneuver," Anderson said, "the rules are being revised to require that all of the enemy's soldiers must be immobilized before the gate can be reversed." "That's all right," Ender said. "It could only work once anyway." Anderson nodded and was turning away when Ender asked, "Is there going to be a new rule that armies be given equal positions to fight from?" Anderson turned back around. "If you're in one of the positions, Ender, you can hardly call them equal, whatever they are." William B. counted carefully and wondered how in the world he had lost when not one of his soldiers had been flashed and only 4 of Ender's soldiers were even mobile. And that night, as Ender came into the commander's mess hall, he was greeted with applause and cheers, and his table was crowded with respectful commanders, many of them 2 or 3 years older than he was. He was friendly, and while he ate, he wondered what the teachers would do to him in his next battle. He didn't need to worry. His next 2 battles were easy victories, and after that he never saw the battle room again. It was 2100, and Ender was a little irritated to hear someone knock at his door. His army was exhausted, and he had ordered them all to be in bed after 20:30. The last 2 days had been regular battles, and Ender was expecting the worst in the morning. It was Bean. He came in sheepishly and saluted. Ender returned his salute and snapped, "Bean, I wanted everybody in bed." Bean nodded but didn't leave. Ender considered ordering him out, but as he looked at Bean, it occurred to him for the first time in weeks just how young Bean was. He had turned 8 a week before, and he was still small and... No, Ender thought he wasn't young. Nobody was young. Bean had been in battle, and with a whole army depending on him, he had come through and won, and even though he was small, Ender could never think of him as young again. Ender shrugged, and Bean came over and sat on the edge of the bed. The younger boy looked at his hands for a while, and finally Ender grew impatient and asked, "Well, what is it?" "I'm transferred. Got orders just a few minutes ago." Ender closed his eyes for a moment. "I knew they'd pull something new. Now they're taking... Where are you going?" "Rabbit Army." "How can they put you under an idiot like Karn Carby?" "Karn was graduated. Support squads." Ender looked up. "Well, who's commanding Rabbit, then?" Bean held his hands out helplessly. "Me," he said. Ender nodded and then smiled. "Of course. After all, you're only 4 years younger than the regular age. It isn't funny," Bean said. "I don't know what's going on here. First all the changes in the game, and now this." "I wasn't the only one transferred either, Ender. Ren, Peter, Brian, Wins, Younger, all commanders now." Ender stood up angrily and strode to the wall. "Every damn toon leader I've got," he said, and whirled to face Bean. "If they're going to break up my army, Bean, why did they bother making me a commander at all?" Bean shook his head. "I don't know. You're the best, Ender. Nobody's ever done what you've done. 19 battles in 15 days, sir. And you won every one of them, no matter what they did to you. And now you and the others are commanders. You know every trick I've got. I trained you. And who am I supposed to replace you with? Are they going to stick me with 6 greenos?" "It stinks, Ender. But you know that if they gave you 5 crippled midgets and armed you with a roll of toilet paper, you'd win." They both laughed, and then they noticed that the door was open. Lieutenant Anderson stepped in. He was followed by Captain Graff. "Ender Wiggins," Graff said, holding his hands across his stomach. "Yes, sir," Ender answered. "Orders." Anderson extended a slip of paper. Ender read it quickly, then crumpled it, still looking at the air where the paper had been. After a few moments he asked, "Can I tell my army?" "They'll find out," Graf answered. "It's better not to talk to them after orders. It makes it easier." "For you or for me?" Ender asked. He didn't wait for an answer. He turned quickly to Bean, took his hand for a moment, and then headed for the door. "Wait," Bean said. "Where are you going? Tactical or support school?" "Command school," Ender answered, and then he was gone, and Anderson closed the door. Command school, Bean thought. Nobody went to command school until they had gone through 3 years of tactical, but then nobody went to tactical until they had been through at least 5 years of battle school. Ender had only had 3. The system was breaking up, no doubt about it, Bean thought. Either somebody at the top was going crazy, or something was going wrong with the war, the real war, the one they were training to fight in. Why else would they break down the training system, advance somebody, even somebody as good as Ender, straight to command school? Why else would they ever have an 8-year-old Greeno like Bean command an army? Bean wondered about it for a long time, and then he finally lay down on Ender's bed and realized that he'd never see Ender again, probably. For some reason that made him want to cry. But he didn't cry, of course. Training in the preschools had taught him how to force down emotions like that. He remembered how his first teacher, when he was 3, would have been upset to see his lip quivering and his eyes full of tears. Bean went through the relaxing routine until he didn't feel like crying anymore. Then he drifted off to sleep. His hand was near his mouth. It lay on his pillow hesitantly, as if Bean couldn't decide whether to bite his nails or suck on his fingertips. His forehead was creased and furrowed. His breathing was quick and light. He was a soldier, and if anyone had asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up, he wouldn't have known what they meant. There's a war on, they said, and that was excuse enough for all the hurry in the world. They said it like a password and flashed a little card at every ticket counter and customs check and guard station, and it got them to the head of every line. Ender Wiggins was rushed from place to place so quickly that he had no time to examine anything, but he did see trees for the first time. He saw men who were not in uniform. He saw women. He saw strange animals that didn't speak, but that followed docilely behind women and small children. He saw suitcases and conveyor belts and signs that said words he had never heard of. He would have asked someone what the words meant, except that purpose and authority surrounded him in the persons of 4 very high officers who never spoke to each other and never spoke to him. Ender Wiggins was a stranger to the world he was being trained to save. He did not remember ever leaving battle school before. His earliest memories were of childish war games under the direction of a teacher, of meals with other boys in the gray and green uniforms of the armed forces of his world. He did not know that the gray represented the sky and the green represented the great forests of his planet. All he knew of the world was from vague references to outside. And before he could make any sense of the strange world he was seeing for the first time, they enclosed him again within the shell of the military, where nobody had to say there's a war on anymore because no one within the shell of the military forgot it for a single instant of a single day. They put him in a spaceship and launched him to a large artificial satellite that circled the world. This space station was called Command School. It held the Ansible. On his first day, Ender Wiggins was taught about the Ansible and what it meant to warfare. It meant that even though the starships of today's battles were launched 100 years ago, the commanders of the starships were men of today, who used the Ansible to send messages to the computers and the few men on each ship. The Ansible sent words as they were spoken, orders as they were made, battle plans as they were fought. Light was a pedestrian. For 2 months, Ender Wiggins didn't meet a single person. They came to him namelessly, taught him what they knew, and left him to other teachers. He had no time to miss his friends at battle school. He only had time to learn how to operate the simulator, which flashed battle patterns around him as if he were in a starship at the center of the battle. How to command mock ships in mock battles by manipulating the keys on the simulator and speaking words into the Ansible. How to recognize instantly every enemy ship and the weapons it carried by the pattern that the simulator showed. How to transfer all that he learned in the Nullo battles at battle school to the starship battles at command school. He had thought the game was taken seriously before. Here they hurried him through every step, were angry and worried beyond reason every time he forgot something or made a mistake. But he worked as he had always worked, and learned as he had always learned. After a while, he didn't make any more mistakes. He used the simulator as if it were a part of himself. Then they stopped being worried and gave him a teacher. Mazer Rackham was sitting cross-legged on the floor when Ender awoke. He said nothing as Ender got up and showered and dressed, and Ender did not bother to ask him anything. He had long since learned that when something unusual was going on, he would often find out more information faster by waiting than by asking. Mazer still hadn't spoken when Ender was ready and went to the door to leave the room. The door didn't open. Ender turned to face the man sitting on the floor. Mazer was at least 40, which made him the oldest man Ender had ever seen close up. He had a day's growth of black and white whiskers that grizzled his face only slightly less than his close-cut hair. His face sagged a little, and his eyes were surrounded by creases and lines. He looked at Ender without interest. Ender turned back to the door and tried again to open it. "All right," he said, giving up. "Why's the door locked?" Mazer continued to look at him blankly. Ender became impatient. "I'm going to be late. If I'm not supposed to be there until later, then tell me so I can go back to bed." No answer. "Is it a guessing game?" Ender asked. No answer. Ender decided that maybe the man was trying to make him angry, so he went through a relaxing exercise as he leaned on the door, and soon he was calm again. Mazer didn't take his eyes off Ender. For the next 2 hours the silence endured, Mazer watching Ender constantly, Ender trying to pretend he didn't notice the old man. The boy became more and more nervous and finally ended up walking from one end of the room to the other in a sporadic pattern. He walked by Mazer as he had several times before, and Mazer's hand shot out and pushed Ender's left leg into his right in the middle of a step. Ender fell flat on the floor. He leaped to his feet immediately, furious. He found Mazer sitting calmly, cross-legged as if he had never moved. Ender stood poised to fight. But the other's immobility made it impossible for Ender to attack, and he found himself wondering if he had only imagined the old man's hand tripping him up. The pacing continued for another hour, with Ender Wiggins trying the door every now and then. At last he gave up and took off his uniform and walked to his bed. As he leaned over to pull the covers back, he felt a hand jabbed roughly between his thighs and another hand grab his hair. In a moment he had been turned upside down. His face and shoulders were being pressed into the floor by the old man's knee, while his back was excruciatingly bent and his legs were pinioned by Mazer's arm. Ender was helpless to use his arms, and he couldn't bend his back to gain slack so he could use his legs. In less than 2 seconds, the old man had completely defeated Ender Wiggins. "All right," Ender gasped. "You win." Mazer's knee thrust painfully downward. "Since when?" Mazer asked in a soft, rasping voice. "Do you have to tell the enemy when he has won?" Ender remained silent. "I surprised you once, Ender Wiggins. Why didn't you destroy me immediately afterward? Just because I looked peaceful? You turned your back on me. Stupid! You have learned nothing. You have never had a teacher." Ender was angry now. "I've had too many damn teachers. How was I supposed to know he'd turn out to be a—" Ender hunted for a word. Mazer supplied one. An enemy. Ender Wiggins, Mazer whispered. I am your enemy. The first one you ever had who was smarter than you. There is no teacher but the enemy, Ender Wiggins. No one but the enemy will ever tell you what the enemy is going to do. No one but the enemy will ever teach you how to destroy and conquer. I am your enemy from now on. From now on, I am your teacher. Then Mazer let Ender's legs fall to the floor. Because the old man still held Ender's head to the floor, the boy couldn't use his arms to compensate, and his legs hit the plastic surface with a loud crack and a sickening pain that made Ender wince. Then Mazer stood and let Ender rise. Slowly the boy pulled his legs under him with a faint groan of pain, and he knelt on all fours for a moment, recovering. Then his right arm flashed out. Mazer quickly danced back, and Ender's hand closed on air as his teacher's foot shot forward to catch Ender on the chin. Ender's chin wasn't there. He was lying flat on his back, spinning on the floor, and during the moment that Mazer was off balance from his kick, Ender's feet smashed into Mazer's other leg. The old man fell on the ground in a heap. What seemed to be a heap was really a hornet's nest. Ender couldn't find an arm or a leg that held still long enough to be grabbed, and in the meantime blows were landing on his back and arms. Ender was smaller. He couldn't reach past the old man's flailing limbs, so he leaped back out of the way and stood, poised near the door. The old man stopped thrashing about and sat up, cross-legged again, laughing. Better this time, boy, but slow. You have to be better with a fleet than you are with your body, or no one will be safe with you in command. Lesson learned? Ender nodded slowly. Mazer smiled. Good. Then we'll never have such a battle again. All the rest with the simulator. I will program your battles. I will devise the strategy of your enemy, and you will learn to be quick and discover what tricks the enemy has for you. Remember, boy, from now on the enemy is more clever than you. From now on the enemy is stronger than you. From now on, you are always about to lose. Then Mazer's face became serious again. You will be about to lose, Ender, but you will win. You will learn to defeat the enemy. He will teach you how. Mazer got up and walked toward the door. Ender stepped back out of the way. As the old man touched the handle of the door, Ender leaped into the air and kicked Mazer in the small of the back with both feet. He hit hard enough that he rebounded onto his feet as Mazer cried out and collapsed on the floor. Mazer got up slowly, holding onto the door handle, his face contorted with pain. He seemed disabled, but Ender didn't trust him. He waited warily. And yet, in spite of his suspicion, he was caught off guard by Mazer's speed. In a moment he found himself on the floor, near the opposite wall, his nose and lip bleeding where his face had hit the bed. He was able to turn enough to see Mazer open the door and leave. The old man was limping and walking slowly. Ender smiled in spite of the pain, then rolled over onto his back and laughed until his mouth filled with blood and he started to gag. Then he got up and painfully made his way to the bed. He lay down, and in a few minutes a medic came and took care of his injuries. As the drug had its effect and Ender drifted off to sleep, he remembered the way Mazer limped out of his room and laughed again. He was still laughing softly as his mind went blank, and the medic pulled the blanket over him and snapped off the light. He slept until pain woke him in the morning. He dreamed of defeating Mazer. The next day, Ender went to the simulator room with his nose bandaged and his lips still puffy. Mazer was not there. Instead, a captain who had worked with him before showed him an addition that had been made. The captain pointed to a tube with a loop at one end. Radio. Primitive, I know, but it loops over your ear, and we tuck the other end into your mouth, like this. Watch it, Ender said as the captain pushed the end of the tube into his swollen lip. Sorry. Now you just talk. Good. Who to? The captain smiled. Ask and see. Ender shrugged and turned to the simulator. As he did, a voice reverberated through his skull. It was too loud for him to understand, and he ripped the radio off his ear. "What are you trying to do, make me deaf?" The captain shook his head and turned a dial on a small box on a nearby table. Ender put the radio back on. "Commander," the radio said in a familiar voice. Ender answered, "Yes." "Instructions, sir?" The voice was definitely familiar. "Bean?" Ender asked. "Yes, sir." "Bean, this is Ender." Silence, and then a burst of laughter from the other side. Then 6 or 7 more voices laughing, and Ender waited for silence to return. When it did, he asked, "Who else?" A few voices spoke at once, but Bean drowned them out. "Me, I'm Bean, and Peter, Wins, Younger, Lee, and Vlad." Ender thought for a moment. Then he asked what the hell was going on. They laughed again. "They can't break up the group," Bean said. "We were commanders for maybe 2 weeks, and here we are at command school training with the simulator, and all of a sudden they told us we were going to form a fleet with a new commander, and that's you." Ender smiled. "Are you boys any good?" "If we aren't, you'll let us know." Ender chuckled a little. "Might work out. A fleet." For the next 10 days, Ender trained his toon leaders until they could maneuver their ships like precision dancers. It was like being back in the battle room again, except that now Ender could always see everything and could speak to his toon leaders and change their orders at any time. One day, as Ender sat down at the control board and switched on the simulator, harsh green lights appeared in the space. The enemy. "This is it," Ender said. "XY, bullet. C, D, reserve screen. E, south loop. Bean, angle north." The enemy was grouped in a globe and outnumbered Ender 2-1. Half of Ender's force was grouped in a tight, bullet-like formation, with the rest in a flat, circular screen, except for a tiny force under Bean that moved off the simulator, heading behind the enemy's formation. Ender quickly learned the enemy's strategy. Whenever Ender's bullet formation came close, the enemy would give way, hoping to draw Ender inside the globe where he would be surrounded. So Ender obligingly fell into the trap, bringing his bullet to the center of the globe. The enemy began to contract slowly, not wanting to come within range until all their weapons could be brought to bear at once. Then Ender began to work in earnest. His reserve screen approached the outside of the globe, and the enemy began to concentrate his forces there. Then Bean's force appeared on the opposite side, and the enemy again deployed ships on that side, which left most of the globe only thinly defended. Ender's bullet attacked, and since at the point of attack it outnumbered the enemy overwhelmingly, he tore a hole in the formation. The enemy reacted to try to plug the gap, but in the confusion the reserve force and Bean's small force attacked simultaneously while the bullet moved to another part of the globe. In a few more minutes the formation was shattered, most of the enemy ships destroyed, and the few survivors rushing away as fast as they could go. Ender switched the simulator off. All the lights faded. Mazer was standing beside Ender, his hands in his pockets, his body tense. Ender looked up at him. "I thought you said the enemy would be smart," Ender said. Mazer's face remained expressionless. "What did you learn?" "I learned that a sphere only works if your enemy's a fool. He had his forces so spread out that I outnumbered him whenever I engaged him." "And?" "And," Ender said, "you can't stay committed to one pattern. It makes you too easy to predict." "Is that all?" Mazer asked quietly. Ender took off his radio. "The enemy could have defeated me by breaking the sphere earlier." Mazer nodded. "You had an unfair advantage." Ender looked up at him coldly. "I was outnumbered 2-1. Mazer shook his head. "You have the Ansible. The enemy doesn't. We include that in the mock battles. Their messages travel at the speed of light. Ender glanced toward the simulator. Is there enough space to make a difference? Don't you know? Mazer asked. None of the ships was ever closer than 30,000 kilometers to any other. Ender tried to figure the size of the enemy's sphere. Astronomy was beyond him, but now his curiosity was stirred. What kind of weapons are on those ships, to be able to strike so fast? Mazer shook his head. The science is too much for you. You'd have to study many more years than you've lived to understand even the basics. All you need to know is that the weapons work. Why do we have to come so close to be in range? The ships are all protected by force fields. A certain distance away, the weapons are weaker and can't get through. Closer in, the weapons are stronger than the shields. But the computers take care of that. They're constantly firing in any direction that won't hurt one of our ships. The computers pick targets. Aim. They do all the detail work. You just tell them when and get them in a position to win. All right? No. Ender twisted the tube of the radio around his fingers. I have to know how the weapons work. I told you it would take... I can't command a fleet, not even on the simulator, unless I know. Ender waited a moment, then added, just a rough idea. Mazer stood up and walked a few steps away. All right, Ender. It won't make any sense, but I'll try, as simply as I can. He shoved his hands into his pockets. It's this way, Ender. Everything is made up of atoms. Little particles so small you can't see them with your eyes. These atoms, there are only a few different types. And they're all made up of even smaller particles that are pretty much the same. These atoms can be broken so that they stop being atoms. So that this metal doesn't hold together anymore, or the plastic floor, or your body, or even the air. They just seem to disappear if you break the atoms. All that's left is the pieces, and they fly around and break more atoms. The weapons on the ships set up an area where it's impossible for atoms of anything to stay together. They all break down, so things in that area, they disappear. Ender nodded. You're right, I don't understand it. Can it be blocked? No, but it gets wider and weaker the farther it goes from the ship, so that after a while a force field will block it. Okay? And to make it strong at all, it has to be focused, so that a ship can only fire effectively in maybe 3 or 4 directions at once. Ender nodded again, but he didn't really understand, not well enough. If the pieces of the broken atoms go breaking more atoms, why doesn't it just make everything disappear? Space. Those thousands of kilometers between the ships, they're empty. Almost no atoms. The pieces don't hit anything, and when they finally do hit something, they're so spread out they can't do any harm. Mazer cocked his head quizzically. Anything else you need to know? Do the weapons on the ships, do they work against anything besides ships? Mazer moved in close to Ender and said firmly, We only use them against ships, never anything else. If we use them against anything else, the enemy would use them against us. Got it? Mazer walked away and was nearly out the door when Ender called to him. I don't know your name yet, Ender said blandly. Mazer Rackham. Mazer Rackham, Ender said. I defeated you. Mazer laughed. And you weren't fighting me today, he said. You were fighting the stupidest computer in the command school, set on a 10-year-old program. You don't think I'd use a sphere, do you? He shook his head. And, my dear little fellow, when you fight me, you'll know it, because you'll lose. And Mazer left the room. Ender still practiced 10 hours a day with his tune leaders. He never saw them, though, only heard their voices on the radio. Battles came every 2 or 3 days. The enemy had something new every time, something harder, but Ender coped with it, and won every time. And after every battle, Mazer would point out mistakes and show Ender that he had really lost. Mazer only let Ender finish so that he would learn to handle the end of the game. Until finally, Mazer came in and solemnly shook Ender's hand and said, "That, boy, was a good battle." Because the praise was so long in coming, it pleased Ender more than praise had ever pleased him before. And because it was so condescending, he resented it. "So from now on," Mazer said, "we can give you hard ones." From then on, Ender's life was a slow, nervous breakdown. He began fighting 2 battles a day, with problems that steadily grew more difficult. He had been trained in nothing but the game all his life, and now the game began to consume him. He woke in the morning with new strategies for the simulator and went fitfully to sleep at night with the mistakes of the day preying on him. Sometimes he would wake up in the middle of the night crying for a reason he didn't remember. Sometimes he woke with his knuckles bloody from biting them. But every day he went impassively to the simulator and drilled his toon leaders until the battles and drilled his toon leaders after the battles and endured and studied the harsh criticisms that Mazer Rackham piled on him. He noted that Rackham perversely criticized him more after his hardest battles. He noted that every time he thought of a new strategy, the enemy was using it within a few days. And he noted that while his fleet always stayed the same size, the enemy increased in numbers every day. He asked his teacher, "We are showing you what it will be like when you really command, the ratios of enemy to us. Why does the enemy always outnumber us?" Mazer bowed his gray head for a moment as if deciding whether to answer. Finally he looked up and reached out his hand and touched Ender on the shoulder. "I will tell you, even though the information is secret. You see, the enemy attacked us first. He had good reason to attack us, but that is a matter for politicians, and whether the fault was ours or his, we could not let him win. So when the enemy came to our worlds, we fought back hard, and spent the finest of our young men in the fleets. But we won, and the enemy retreated." Mazer smiled ruefully. "But the enemy was not through, boy. The enemy would never be through. They came again, with more numbers, and it was harder to beat them, and another generation of young men was spent. Only a few survived. So we came up with a plan. The big men came up with a plan. We knew that we had to destroy the enemy once and for all, totally, eliminate his ability to make war against us. To do that, we had to go to his home worlds, his home world, really, since the enemy's empire is all tied to his capital world." "And so?" Ender asked. "And so, we made a fleet. We made more ships than the enemy ever had. We made 100 ships for every ship he had sent against us, and we launched them against his 28 worlds. They started leaving 100 years ago, and they carried on them the Ansible and only a few men, so that someday a commander could sit on a planet somewhere far from the battle and command the fleet, so that our best minds would not be destroyed by the enemy." Ender's question had still not been answered. "Why do they outnumber us?" Mazer laughed. "Because it took 100 years for our ships to get there. They've had 100 years to prepare for us. They'd be fools, don't you think, boy, if they waited in old tugboats to defend their harbors? They have new ships, great ships, hundreds of ships. All we have is the Ansible. That, and the fact that they have to put a commander with every fleet, and when they lose, and they will lose, they lose one of their best minds every time." Ender started to ask another question. "No more, Ender Wiggins. I've told you more than you ought to know as it is." Ender stood angrily and turned away. "I have a right to know. Do you think this can go on forever, pushing me through one school and another and never telling me what my life is for? You use me and the others as a tool. Someday we'll command your ships. Someday maybe we'll save your lives, but I'm not a computer and I have to know. Ask me a question then, boy, Mazer said, and if I can answer, I will. If you use your best minds to command the fleets, and you never lose any, then what do you need me for? Who am I replacing if they're all still there? Mazer shook his head. I can't tell you the answer to that, Ender. Be content that we will need you soon. It's late. Go to bed. You have a battle in the morning. Ender walked out of the simulator room. But when Mazer left by the same door a few moments later, the boy was waiting in the hall. All right, boy, Mazer said impatiently. What is it? I don't have all night, and you need to sleep. Ender wasn't sure what his question was, but Mazer waited. Finally, Ender asked softly, Do they live? Does who live? The other commanders. The ones now and before me. Mazer snorted. Live! Of course they live. He wonders if they live. Still chuckling, the old man walked off down the hall. Ender stood in the corridor for a while, but at last he was tired, and he went off to bed. They live, he thought. They live. But he can't tell me what happens to them. That night Ender didn't wake up crying, but he did wake up with blood on his hands. Months wore on with battles every day until at last Ender settled into the routine of the destruction of himself. He slept less every night, dreamed more, and he began to have terrible pains in his stomach. They put him on a very bland diet, but soon he didn't even have an appetite for that. Eat, Mazer said. And Ender would mechanically put food in his mouth, but if nobody told him to eat, he didn't eat. One day as he was drilling his tune leaders, the room went black and he woke up on the floor with his face bloody where he had hit the controls. They put him to bed then, and for 3 days he was very ill. He remembered seeing faces in his dreams, but they weren't real faces, and he knew it even while he thought he saw them. He thought he saw Bean sometimes, and sometimes he thought he saw Lieutenant Anderson and Captain Graff. And then he woke up, and it was only his enemy, Mazer Rackham. I'm awake, he said to Mazer. So I see, Mazer answered. Took you long enough. You have a battle today. So Ender got up and fought the battle, and he won it. But there was no second battle that day, and they let him go to bed earlier. His hands were shaking as he undressed. During the night, he thought he felt hands touching him gently, and he dreamed he heard voices saying, How long can he go on? Long enough. So soon? In a few days. Then he's through. How will he do? Fine. Even today he was better than ever. Ender recognized the last voice as Mazer Rackham's. He resented Rackham's intruding, even in his sleep. He woke up and fought another battle, and won. Then he went to bed. He woke up and won again. And the next day was his last day in command school, though he didn't know it. He got up and went to the simulator for the battle. Mazer was waiting for him. Ender walked slowly into the simulator room. His step was slightly shuffling, and he seemed tired and dull. Mazer frowned. Are you awake, boy? If Ender had been alert, he would have cared more about the concern in his teacher's voice. Instead, he simply went to the controls and sat down. Mazer spoke to him. Today's game needs a little explanation, Ender Wiggins. Please turn around and pay strict attention. Ender turned around, and for the first time he noticed that there were people at the back of the room. He recognized Graff and Anderson from battle school, and vaguely remembered a few of the men from command school, teachers for a few hours at some time or another. But most of the people he didn't know at all. Who are they? Mazer shook his head and answered, "Observers. Every now and then we let observers come in to watch the battle. If you don't want them, we'll send them out." Ender shrugged. Mazer began his explanation. "Today's game, boy, has a new element. We're staging this battle around a planet. This will complicate things in two ways. The planet isn't large on the scale we're using, but the Ansible can't detect anything on the other side of it, so there's a blind spot. Also, it's against the rules to use weapons against the planet itself. All right?" "Why? Don't the weapons work against planets?" Mazer answered coldly. "There are rules of war, Ender, that apply even in training games." Ender shook his head slowly. "Can the planet attack?" Mazer looked nonplussed for a moment, then smiled. "I guess you'll have to find that one out, boy. And one more thing. Today, Ender, your opponent isn't the computer. I am your enemy today. And today I won't be letting you off so easily. Today is a battle to the end. And I'll use any means I can to defeat you." Then Mazer was gone, and Ender expressionlessly led his toon leaders through maneuvers. Ender was doing well, of course, but several of the observers shook their heads, and Graf kept clasping and unclasping his hands, crossing and uncrossing his legs. Ender would be slow today, and today Ender couldn't afford to be slow. A warning buzzer sounded, and Ender cleared the simulator board, waiting for today's game to appear. He felt muddled today and wondered why people were there watching. Were they going to judge him today? Decide if he was good enough for something else? For another 2 years of grueling training? Another 2 years of struggling to exceed his best? Ender was 12. He felt very old, and as he waited for the game to appear, he wished he could simply lose it, lose the battle badly and completely, so that they would remove him from the program, punish him however they wanted. He didn't care, just so he could sleep. Then the enemy's formation appeared, and Ender's weariness turned to desperation. The enemy outnumbered him 1,000 to 1. The simulator glowed green with them, and Ender knew that he couldn't win. And the enemy was not stupid. There was no formation that Ender could study and attack. Instead, the vast swarms of ships were constantly moving, constantly shifting from one momentary formation to another, so that a space that for one moment was empty was immediately filled with a formidable enemy force. And even though Ender's fleet was the largest he had ever had, there was no place he could deploy it where he would outnumber the enemy long enough to accomplish anything. And behind the enemy was the planet. The planet which Mazer had warned him about. What difference did a planet make when Ender couldn't hope to get near it? Ender waited for the flash of insight that would tell him what to do, how to destroy the enemy. And as he waited, he heard the observers behind him begin to shift in their seats, wondering what Ender was doing, what plan he would follow. And finally, it was obvious to everyone that Ender didn't know what to do, that there was nothing to do, and a few of the men at the back of the room made quiet little sounds in their throats. Then Ender heard Bean's voice in his ear. Bean chuckled and said, "Remember, the enemy's gate is down." A few of the other toon leaders laughed, and Ender thought back to the simple games he had played and won in battle school. They had put him against hopeless odds there, too, and he had beaten them. And he'd be damned if he'd let Mazer rack and beat him with a cheap trick like outnumbering him 1,000 to 1. He had won a game in battle school by going for something the enemy didn't expect, something against the rules. He had won by going against the enemy's gate. And the enemy's gate was down. Ender smiled and realized that if he broke this rule, they'd probably kick him out of school, and that way he'd win for sure. He would never have to play a game again. He whispered into the microphone. His 6 commanders each took a part of the fleet and launched themselves against the enemy. They pursued erratic courses, darting off in one direction and then another. The enemy immediately stopped his aimless maneuvering and began to group around Ender's 6 fleets. Ender took off his microphone, leaned back in his chair, and watched. The observers murmured out loud now. Ender was doing nothing. He had thrown the game away. But a pattern began to emerge from the quick confrontations with the enemy. Ender's 6 groups lost ships constantly as they brushed with each enemy force, but they never stopped for a fight, even when for a moment they could have won a small tactical victory. Instead, they continued on their erratic course that led eventually down toward the enemy planet. And because of their seemingly random course, the enemy didn't realize it until the same time that the observers did. By then it was too late. Just as it had been too late for William B. to stop Ender's soldiers from activating the gate. More of Ender's ships could be hit and destroyed, so that of the 6 fleets, only 2 were able to get to the planet, and those were decimated. But those tiny groups did get through, and they opened fire on the planet. Ender leaned forward now, anxious to see if his guess would pay off. He half expected a buzzer to sound and the game to be stopped, because he had broken the rule. But he was betting on the accuracy of the simulator. If it could simulate a planet, it could simulate what would happen to a planet under attack. It did. The weapons that blew up little ships didn't blow up the entire planet at first, but they did cause terrible explosions. And on the planet there was no space to dissipate the chain reaction. On the planet the chain reaction found more and more fuel to feed it. The planet's surface seemed to be moving back and forth, but soon the surface gave way in an immense explosion that sent light flashing in all directions. It swallowed up Ender's entire fleet, and then it reached the enemy ships. The first simply vanished in the explosion. Then, as the explosion spread and became less bright, it was clear what happened to each ship. As the light reached them, they flashed brightly for a moment and disappeared. They were all fuel for the fire of the planet. It took more than 3 minutes for the explosion to reach the limits of the simulator, and by then it was much fainter. All the ships were gone, and if any had escaped before the explosion reached them, they were few and not worth worrying about. Where the planet had been, there was nothing. The simulator was empty. Ender had destroyed the enemy by sacrificing his entire fleet and breaking the rule against destroying the enemy planet. He wasn't sure whether to feel triumphant at his victory or defiant at the rebuke he was certain would come. So instead he felt nothing. He was tired. He wanted to go to bed and sleep. He switched off the simulator and finally heard the noise behind him. There were no longer 2 rows of dignified military observers. Instead, there was chaos. Some of them were slapping each other on the back. Some of them were bowed, head in hands. Others were openly weeping. Captain Graff detached himself from the group and came to Ender. Tears streamed down his face, but he was smiling. He reached out his arms, and to Ender's surprise, he embraced the boy, held him tightly, and whispered, "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ender." Soon all the observers were gathered around the bewildered child, thanking him and cheering him and patting him on the shoulder and shaking his hand. Ender tried to make sense of what they were saying. Had he passed the test? After all, why did it matter so much to them? Then the crowd parted and Major Rackham walked through. He came straight up to Ender Wiggins and held out his hand. "You made the hard choice, boy. But heaven knows there was no other way you could have done it. Congratulations. You beat them, and it's all over." All over. Beat them. "I beat you, Major Rackham." Major laughed. A loud laugh that filled the room. "Ender Wiggins, you never played me. You never played a game since I was your teacher." Ender didn't get the joke. He had played a great many games at a terrible cost to himself. He began to get angry. Mazer reached out and touched his shoulder. Ender shrugged him off. Mazer then grew serious and said, "Ender Wiggins, for the last months, you have been the commander of our fleets. There were no games. The battles were real. Your only enemy was the enemy. You won every battle. And finally today you fought them at their home world. And you destroyed their world, their fleet. You destroyed them completely, and they'll never come against us again. You did it. You. Real. Not a game." Ender's mind was too tired to cope with it all. He walked away from Mazer, walked silently through the crowd that still whispered thanks and congratulations to the boy, walked out of the simulator room and finally arrived in his bedroom and closed the door. He was asleep when Graf and Mazer Rackham found him. They came in quietly and roused him. He awoke slowly, and when he recognized them, he turned away to go back to sleep. "Ender," Graf said, "we need to talk to you." Ender rolled back to face them. He said nothing. Graf smiled. "It was a shock to you yesterday, I know. But it must make you feel good to know you won the war." Ender nodded slowly. "Mazer Rackham here, he never played against you. He only analyzed your battles to find out your weak spots to help you improve. It worked, didn't it?" Ender closed his eyes tightly. They waited. He said, "Why didn't you tell me?" Mazer smiled. 100 years ago, Ender, we found out some things. That when a commander's life is in danger, he becomes afraid, and fear slows down his thinking. When a commander knows that he's killing people, he becomes cautious or insane. And neither of those help him do well. And when he's mature, when he has responsibilities and an understanding of the world, he becomes cautious and sluggish and can't do his job. So we trained children who didn't know anything but the game and never knew when it would become real. That was the theory, and you proved that the theory worked." Graf reached out and touched Ender's shoulder. "We launched the ships so that they would all arrive at their destination during these few months. We knew that we'd probably have only one good commander if we were lucky. In history, it's been very rare to have more than one genius in a war, so we planned on having a genius. We were gambling, and you came along, and we won." Ender opened his eyes again, and they realized that he was angry. "Yes, you won." Graf and Mazer Rackham looked at each other. "He doesn't understand," Graf whispered. "I understand," Ender said. "You needed a weapon, and you got it. And it was me." "That's right," Mazer answered. "So tell me," Ender went on, "how many people lived on that planet that I destroyed?" They didn't answer him. They waited a while in silence, and then Graf spoke. "Weapons don't need to understand what they're pointed at, Ender. We did the pointing, and so we're responsible. You just did your job." Mazer smiled. "Of course, Ender, you'll be taken care of. The government will never forget you. You served us all very well." Ender rolled over and faced the wall, and even though they tried to talk to him, he didn't answer them. Finally, they left. Ender lay in his bed for a long time before anyone disturbed him again. The door opened softly. Ender didn't turn to see who it was. Then a hand touched him softly. "Ender?" me, Bean. Ender turned over and looked at the little boy who was standing by his bed. Sit down, Ender said. Bean sat. That last battle, Ender. I didn't know how you'd get us out of it. Ender smiled. I didn't. I cheated. I thought they'd kick me out. Can you believe it? We won the war. The whole war is over, and we thought we'd have to wait till we grew up to fight in it. And it was us fighting it all the time. I mean, Ender, we're little kids. I'm a little kid anyway. Bean laughed, and Ender smiled. Then they were silent for a little while, Bean sitting on the edge of the bed, Ender watching him out of half-closed eyes. Finally, Bean thought of something else to say. What will we do now that the war's over? He said. Ender closed his eyes and said, I need some sleep, Bean. Bean got up and left, and Ender slept. Graff and Anderson walked through the gates into the park. There was a breeze, but the sun was hot on their shoulders. ABBA Technics in the capital? Graff asked. No, in Bickett County, a training division, Anderson replied. They think my work with children is good preparation. And you? Graff smiled and shook his head. No plans. I'll be here for a few more months. Reports winding down. I've had offers. Personnel development for DCIA, executive vice president for UNP, but I said no. Publisher wants me to do memoirs of the war. I don't know. They sat on a bench and watched leaves shivering in the breeze. Children on the monkey bars were laughing and yelling, but the wind in the distance swallowed their words. Look, Graff said, pointing. A little boy jumped from the bars and ran near the bench where the two men sat. Another boy followed him, and holding his hands like a gun, he made an explosive sound. The child he was shooting at didn't stop. He fired again. I got you! Come back here! The other little boy ran on, out of sight. Don't you know when you're dead? The boy shoved his hands in his pockets and kicked a rock back to the monkey bars. Anderson smiled and shook his head. Kids, he said. Then he and Graff stood up and walked on out of the park.
Mortal gods. The first contact was peaceful, almost uneventful. Sudden landings near government buildings all over the world. Brief discussions in the native languages, followed by treaties allowing the aliens to build certain buildings in certain places in exchange for certain favors. Nothing spectacular. The technological improvements that the aliens brought helped make life better for everyone, but they were improvements that were already well within the reach of human engineers within the next decade or two. And the greatest gift of all was found to be a disappointment: space travel. The aliens did not have faster-than-light travel. Instead, they had conclusive proof that faster-than-light travel was utterly impossible. They had infinite patience and incredibly long lives to sustain them in their snail's pace crawl among the stars. But humans would be dead before even the shortest space flight was fairly begun. And after only a little while, the presence of aliens was regarded as quite the normal thing. They insisted that they had no further gifts to bring and simply exercised their treaty rights to build and visit the buildings they had made. The buildings were all different from each other, but had one thing in common. By the standards of the local populace, the new alien buildings were all clearly recognizable as churches. Mosques, cathedrals, shrines, synagogues, temples, all unmistakably churches. But no congregation was invited, though any person who came to such a place was welcomed by whatever aliens happened to be there at the time, who engaged in charming discussion totally related to the person's own interests, Farmers conversed about farming, engineers about engineering, housewives about motherhood, dreamers about dreams, travelers about travels, astronomers about the stars. Those who came and talked went away feeling good, feeling that someone did indeed attach importance to their lives, had come trillions of kilometers through incredible boredom, 500 years in space, they said, just to see them. And gradually, life settled into a peaceful routine. Scientists, it's true, kept on discovering, and engineers kept on building according to those discoveries, and so changes did come. But knowing now that there was no great scientific revolution just around the corner, no tremendous discovery that would open up the stars, men and women settled down, by and large, to the business of being happy. It wasn't as hard as people had supposed. Willard Crane was an old man, but a content one. His wife was dead, but he did not resent the brief interregnum in his life, in which he was solitary again. A thing he had not been since he came home from the Vietnam War with half a foot missing and found his girl waiting for him anyway, foot or no foot. They had lived all their married lives in a house in the avenues of Salt Lake City, which, when they moved there, had been a shabby, dilapidated relic of a previous century, but which now was a splendid preservation of a noble era in architecture. Willard was in that comfortable area between heavy wealth and heavier poverty. Enough money to satisfy normal aspirations, but not enough money to tempt him to extravagance. Every day he walked from 7th Avenue and L Street to the cemetery, not far away, where practically everyone had been buried. It was there in the middle of the cemetery that the alien building stood, an obvious mimic of old Mormon temple architecture, meaning it was a monstrosity of conflicting periods that somehow, perhaps through intense sincerity, managed to be beautiful anyway. And there he sat among the gravestones, watching as occasional people wandered into and out of the sanctuary where the aliens came, visited, left. Happiness is boring as hell, he decided one day. And so, to provoke a little delightful variety, he decided to pick a fight with somebody. Unfortunately, everyone he knew at all well was too nice to fight, and so he decided that he had a bone to pick with the aliens. When you're old, you can get away with anything. He went to the alien temple and walked inside. On the walls were murals, paintings, maps. On the floor, pedestals with statues. It seemed more a museum than anything else. There were few places to sit, and he saw no sign of aliens, which wouldn't be a disaster. Just deciding on a good argument had been variety enough. Noting with pride the fine quality of the work the aliens had chosen to display. But there was an alien there after all. "Good morning, Mr. Crane," said the alien. "How the hell do you know my name?" "Well, you perch on a tombstone every morning and watch as people come in and go out. We found you fascinating. We asked around." The alien's voice box was very well programmed. A warm, friendly, interested voice. And Willard was too old and jaded with novelty to get much excited about the way the alien slithered along the floor and slopped on the bench next to him like a large, self-moving piece of seaweed. "We wished you would come in." "I'm in." "And why?" Now that the question was put, his reason seemed trivial to him. But he decided to play the game all the way through. Why not, after all? "I have a bone to pick with you." "Heavens," said the alien, with mock horror. "I have some questions that have never been answered to my satisfaction." "Then I trust we'll have some answers." "All right, then." But what were his questions? You'll have to forgive me if my mind gets screwed around. The brain dies first, as you know." "We know." "Why'd you build a temple here? How come you build churches?" "Why, Mr. Crane, we've answered that 1,000 times. We like churches. We find them the most graceful and beautiful of all human architecture." "I don't believe you," Willard said. You're dodging my question, so let me put it another way. How come you have the time to sit around and talk to half-assed imbeciles like me? Haven't you got anything better to do? Human beings are unusually good company. It's a most pleasant way to pass the time, which does, after many years, weigh rather heavily on our hands. And the alien tried to gesture with his pseudopodia, which was amusing, and Willard laughed. "Slippery bastards, aren't you?" he inquired, and the alien chuckled. "So let me put it this way, and no dodging, or I'll know you have something to hide. You're pretty much like us, right? You have the same gadgets, but you can travel in space because you don't croak after 100 years like we do, whatever you do pretty much the same kinds of things we do. And yet, there's always and yet, the alien sighed. And yet, you come all the way out here, which ain't exactly Main Street Milky Way, and all you do is build these churches all over the place and sit around and jaw with whoever the hell comes in. Makes no sense, sir, none at all." The alien oozed gently toward him. "Can you keep a secret?" "Well, my old lady thought she was the only woman I ever slept with in my life. Some secrets I can keep." "Then here's one to keep. We come, Mr. Crane, to worship." "Worship who?" "Worship, among others, you." Willard laughed long and loud, but the alien looked, as only aliens can, terribly earnest and sincere. "Listen, you mean to tell me that you worship people?" "Oh, yes. It is the dream of everyone who dares to dream on my home planet, to come here and meet a human being or two and then live on the memory forever." Suddenly it wasn't funny to Willard anymore. He looked around. Human art in prominent display, the whole format, the choice of churches. "You aren't joking." "No, Mr. Crane. We've wandered the galaxy for several million years, all told, meeting new races and renewing acquaintance with old. Evolution is a tedious old highway. Carbon-based life always leads to certain patterns and certain forms, despite the fact that we seem hideously different to you." "Oh, not too bad, mister. A little ugly, but not too bad. All the people like us you've seen, well, we don't come from the same planet, though it has been assumed so by your scientists. Actually, we come from thousands of planets. Separate, independent evolution, leading inexorably to us. Absolutely, or nearly absolutely, uniform throughout the galaxy. We are the natural end product of evolution. So, we're the oddballs." "You might say so. Because somewhere along the line, Mr. Crane, deep in your past, your planet's evolution went astray from the normal. It created something utterly new. Sex? We all have sex, Mr. Crane. Without it, how in the world could the race improve? No. What was new on your planet, Mr. Crane, was death." The word was not an easy one for Willard to hear. His wife had, after all, meant a great deal to him, and he meant even more to himself. Death already loomed in dizzy spells and shortened breath and weariness that refused to turn into sleep. Death? We don't die, Mr. Crane. We reproduce by splitting off whole sections of ourselves with identical DNA. You know about DNA. I went to college. And with us, of course, as with all other life in the universe, intelligence is carried on the DNA, not in the brain. One of the byproducts of death, the brain is. We don't have it. We split, and the individual, complete with all memories, lives on in the children, who are made up of the actual flesh of my flesh, you see. I will never die. Well, bully for you, Willard said, feeling strangely cheated and wondering why he hadn't guessed. And so we came here and found people whose life had a finish, who began as unformed creatures without memory, and after an incredibly brief span, died. And for that you worship us?
I might as well go worshipping bugs that die a few minutes after they're born." The alien chuckled, and Willard resented it. "Is that why you come here? To gloat? What else would we worship, Mr. Crane? While we don't discount the possibility of invisible gods, we really never have invented any. We never died, so why dream of immortality? Here we found a people who knew how to worship, and for the first time we found awakened in us a desire to do homage to superior beings." And Willard noticed his heartbeat, realized that it would stop while the alien had no heart, had nothing that would ever end. Superior hell. "We," said the alien, "remember everything, from the first stirrings of intellect to the present. When we are born, so to speak, we have no need of teachers. We have never learned to write, merely to exchange RNA. We have never learned to create beauty to outlast our lives, because nothing outlasts our lives. We live to see all our works crumble. Here, Mr. Crane, we have found a race that builds for the sheer joy of building, that creates beauty, that writes books, that invents the lives of never-known people to delight others who know they are being lied to, a race that devises immortal gods to worship and celebrates its own mortality with immense pomp and glory. Death is the foundation of all that is great about humanity, Mr. Crane." "Like hell it is," said Willard. "I'm about to die, and there's nothing great about it." "You don't really believe that, Mr. Crane," the alien said. "None of you do. Your lives are built around death, glorifying it. Postponing it as long as possible, to be sure, but glorifying it. In the earliest literature, the death of the hero is the moment of greatest climax, the most potent myth. Those poems are written by old men with flabby bodies and hearts that only beat when they feel like it. Nonsense. Everything you do smacks of death. Your poems have beginnings and endings, and structures that limit the work. Your paintings have edges, marking off where the beauty begins and ends. Your sculptures isolate a moment in time. Your music starts and finishes. All that you do is mortal. It is all born. It all dies. And yet you struggle against mortality, and have overcome it, building up tremendous stores of shared knowledge through your finite books and your finite words. You put frames on everything. It's insanity then, but it explains nothing about why you worship. You must come here to mock us. Not to mock you, to envy you. Then die. I assume that your protoplasm or whatever is vulnerable. You don't understand. Human being can die after he is reproduced, and all that he knew and all that he has will live on after him. But if I die, I cannot reproduce. My knowledge dies with me. An awesome responsibility. We cannot assume it. I am all the paintings and writings and songs of 1,000,000 generations. To die would be the death of a civilization. You have cast yourselves free of life and achieved greatness. And that's why you come here? If ever there were gods, if ever there was power in the universe, you are those gods. You have that power. We have no power. Mr. Crane, you are beautiful. And the old man shook his head, stood with difficulty, and doddered out of the temple and walked away slowly among the graves. You tell them the truth, said the alien to no one in particular, to future generations of himself who would need the memory of the words having been spoken. And it only makes it worse. It was only 7 months later, and the weather was no longer spring, but now blustered with the icy wind of late autumn. The trees in the cemetery were no longer colorful. They were stripped of all but the last few brown leaves, and into the cemetery walked Willard Crane again, his arms half enclosed by the metal crutches that gave him, in his old age, 4 points of balance instead of the precarious 2 that had served him for more than 90 years. A few snowflakes were drifting lazily down, except when the wind snatched them and spun them in crazy dances that had neither rhythm nor direction. Willard laboriously climbed the steps of the temple. Inside, an alien was waiting. "I'm Willard Crane," the old man said. "And I'm an alien. You spoke to me, or my parent, however you wish to phrase it, several months ago." "Yes. We knew you'd come back." "Did you?" "I vowed I never would." "But we know you. You are well known to us all, Mr. Crane. There are billions of gods on earth for us to worship, but you are the noblest of them all." "I am." "Because only you have thought to do us the kindest gift. Only you are willing to let us watch your death." And a tear leaped from the old man's eye as he blinked heavily. "Is that why I came?" "Isn't it?" "I thought I came to damn your souls to hell. That's why I came, you bastards, coming to taunt me in the final hours of my life." "You came to us." "I wanted to show you how ugly death is." "Please, do." And seemingly eager to oblige them, Willard's heart stopped, and he, in brief agony, slumped to the floor in the temple. The aliens all slithered in, all gathered around closely, watching him rattle for breath. "I will not die," he savagely whispered, each breath in agony, his face fierce with the heroism of struggle. And then his body shuddered, and he was still. The aliens knelt there for hours in silent worship as the body became cold. And then, at last, because they had learned this from their gods, that words must be said to be remembered, one of them spoke. "Beautiful," he said tenderly. "O Lord my God," he said worshipfully. And they were gnawed within by the grief of knowing that this greatest gift of all gifts was forever out of their reach.
The Porcelain Salamander. They called their country the Beautiful Land, and they were right. It perched on the edge of the continent. Before the beautiful land stretched the broad ocean, which few dared to cross. Behind it stood the steep rising, a cliff so high and sheer that few dared to climb. And in such isolation the people, who called themselves, of course, the beautiful people, lived splendid lives. Not all were rich, of course, and not all were happy, but there was such a majesty to living in the beautiful land that the poverty could easily be missed by the undiscerning eye, and misery seemed so very fleeting. Except to Kieran. To Kieran, misery was the way of life. For though she lived in a rich house with servants and had, it seemed, anything she could possibly want, she was deeply miserable most of the time. For this was a land where cursing and blessing and magic worked, not always, and not always in the way the person doing it might have planned, but sometimes the cursing worked, and in her case it had. Oh, not that she had done anything to deserve it. She had been as innocent as any other child in her cradle, but her mother had been a weak woman, and the pain and terror of giving birth had killed her. And Kieran's father loved his wife so much that when he learned of the news and saw the baby that had been born even as her mother died, he cried out, "You killed her! You killed her! May you never move a muscle in your life until you lose someone you love as much as I loved her." It was a terrible curse, and the nurse wept when she heard it, and the doctors stopped Kieran's father's mouth so that he could say no more in his madness. But the curse took hold, and though he regretted it 1,000,000 times during Kieran's infancy and childhood, there was nothing he could do. Oh, the curse was not all that strong. Kieran did learn to walk, after a fashion, and she could stand for as much as 2 minutes at a time. But most of the times she sat or lay down, because she grew so weary and her muscles only weakly did what she told them to do. She could lift a spoon to her mouth, but soon became tired and had to be fed. She scarcely had the energy to chew. And every time her father saw her, he wanted to weep, and often did weep, and sometimes he even thought of killing himself to finally wipe away his guilt. But he knew that this would only injure poor Kieran even more, and she had done nothing to deserve injury. When his guilt grew too much for him to bear, however, he did escape. He put a bag of fine fruits and clever handwork from the beautiful land on his back, and set out for the rising. He would be gone for months, and no one knew when he would return, or whether the rising would this time prove too much for him and send him plunging to his death. But when he returned, he always brought something for Kieran, and for a while she would smile, and she would say, "Father, thank you." And things would go well for a time, until she again became despondent, and her father again suffered from watching the results of his ill-thought curse. It was late spring in the year Kieran turned 11, when her father came home even happier than he usually was after a trip up the rising. He rushed to his daughter where she lay wanly on the porch, listening to the birds. "Kieran," he cried, "Kieran, I've brought you a gift." And she smiled, though even the muscles for smiling were weak, which made her smile sad. Her father reached into his bag, which was full of all kinds of wonders, which he would, being a careful man, sell to those with money to pay, not just for goods, but for rarity, and pulled out his gift and handed it to Kieran. It was a box, and the box lurched violently this way and that. "There's something alive in there," Kieran said. "No, my dear Kieran, there is not. But there's something moving, and it's yours. And before I help you open it, I'll tell you the story. I came one day in my wanderings to a town I had never visited before, and in the town were many merchants. And I asked a man, 'Who has the rarest and best merchandise in town?' He told me that I had to see Irvas. So I found the man in a humble and poor-looking shop, but inside were wonders such as you've never seen. I tell you, the man understands the bright magic from over the sky." And he asked, "What do you want most in the world?" And of course I said to him, "I want my daughter to be healed." "Oh, Father," said Kieran, "you don't mean—" "I do mean. I mean it very much." I told him exactly how you are and exactly how you got that way, and he said, "Here is the cure. And now, let's open the box so you can see." So Kieran opened the box, with more than a little help from her father, but she dared not reach inside. "You get it out, Father," she suggested, and he reached inside and pulled out a porcelain salamander. It was shiny, yet deep with fine enameling, and though it was white, not at all the normal color for salamanders, the shape was unmistakable. It was, in fact, a perfect model of a salamander, and it moved. The legs raced madly in the air, the tongue darted in and out of the lips, the head turned, the eyes rolled. And Kieran cried out and laughed and said, "Oh, Father, what did he do to make it move so wonderfully?" "Well," said her father, "he told me that he had given it the gift of movement, but not the gift of life. And if it ever stops moving, it will immediately become like any other porcelain, stiff and hard and cold. "How it races," she said, and it became the delight of her life. When she awoke in the morning, the salamander danced on her bed. At meal times, it raced around the table. Wherever she lay or sat, the salamander was forever chasing after something, or exploring something, or trying to get away from something. She watched him constantly, and he in turn never got out of sight. And then at night, while she slept, he raced around in her room, the porcelain feet hitting the carpet silently, only occasionally making a slight tinkling sound as it ran lightly across the brick of the hearth. Her father watched for a cure, and slowly but surely it began to come. For one thing, Kieran was no longer miserable. The salamander was too funny not to laugh at. It never went away, and so she felt better. Feeling better was not all of it, though. She began to walk a bit more often, and stay standing more, and sit when ordinarily she would have lain. She began to go from one room to another by her own choice. By the end of the summer, she even took walks into the woods. Though she often had to stop and rest, she enjoyed the journey and grew a little stronger. What she never told anyone, partly because she was afraid that it might be her imagination, was that the salamander could also speak. "You can speak," she said in surprise one day, when the salamander ran across her foot and said, "Excuse me." "Of course," he said. "To you." "Why not to anyone else?" "Because I'm here for you," he answered, as he ran along the top of the garden wall, then leaped down near her. "It's the way I am, movement and speech. Best I can do, you know. Can't have life. Doesn't work that way." And so on their long walks in the forest they also talked, and Kieran fancied that the salamander had grown as fond of her as she had grown of him. In fact, she told the salamander one day, "I love you." "Love, love, 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 love," he answered, scampering up and down a tree. "Yes," Kieran said, "more than life, more than anything at all." "More than your father?" asked the salamander. It was hard. Kieran was not a disloyal child, and really had forgiven her father for the curse years before, yet she had to be honest to her salamander. "Yes," she said, "more than father, more than my dream of my mother. For you love me and can play with me and talk to me all the time." "Love, love, love," said the salamander. "Unfortunately, I'm porcelain. Love, 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 love. It's a word. 2 consonants and a vowel. Like sap, 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 sap. Lovely sound." And he leaped across a small brook in the way. Don't you love me?" "I can't. It's an emotion, you know. I'm porcelain." "Beg your pardon." And he clambered down her back as she leaned her shoulder on a tree. "Can't love. So sorry." She was terribly, terribly hurt. "Don't you feel anything toward me at all?" "Feel? Feel? Don't confuse things. Emotions come and go. Who can trust them? Isn't it enough that I spend every moment with you? Isn't it enough that I talk only to you? Isn't it enough that I would... Would what? I was about to start making foolish predictions. I was about to say, isn't it enough that I would die for you? But of course that's nonsense, because I'm not alive. Just porcelain. Watch out for the spider." She stepped out of the path of a little green hunting spider that could fell a horse with one bite. "Thank you," she said. "And thank you." The first was for saving her life, but that was his job. The second was for telling her that, in his own way, he loved her after all. So I'm not foolish for loving you, am I? Foolish you are, foolish indeed. Foolish as the moons are foolish, to dance endlessly in the sky and never, never, never go home together. I love you, said Kieran, better than I love the hope of being whole. And you see, it was because she said that the odd man came to the door of her father's house the very next day. I'm sorry, said the servant, you haven't an appointment. Just tell him, said the odd man, that Irvas has come. Kieran's father came running down the stairs. Oh, you can't take the salamander back, he cried. The cure has only begun. Which I know much better than you do, said Irvas. The girl is in the woods. With the salamander. What marvelous changes! But why are you here? To finish the cure, said Irvas. What? Asked Kieran's father. Isn't the salamander itself the cure? What were the words of your curse? Irvas asked, instead of answering. Kieran's father's face grew dour, but he forced himself to quietly say the words, May you never move a muscle in your life until you lose someone you love as much as I loved her. Well then, said Irvas, she now loves the salamander exactly as much as you loved your wife. It took only a moment for Kieran's father to realize. No, he cried out, I can't let her suffer what I suffered. It's the only cure. Isn't it better with a little piece of porcelain than if she had come to love you that much? And Kieran's father shuddered, and then wept, for he alone knew exactly how much pain she would suffer. Irvas said nothing more, though the look he gave to Kieran's father might have been a pitying one. All he did was draw a rectangle in the soil of the garden, and place 2 stones within it, and mumble a few words. And at that moment, out in the wood, the salamander said, Very odd. Wasn't a wall here ever before? Never before. Here's a wall. And it was a wall. It was just high enough that when Kieran reached as high as she could, her fingers were 1 inch short of touching the top. The salamander tried to climb it, but found it slippery, though he had always been able to climb every other wall he found. Magic. Must be magic, the porcelain salamander mumbled. So they circled the wall, hunting for a gate. There was none. It was all around them, though they had never entered it, and at no point did a tree limb cross the wall. They were trapped. I'm afraid, said Kieran. There's good magic and bad magic, but how could such a thing as this be a blessing? It must be a curse. And the thought of a curse caused too much of the old misery to return, and she fought back the tears. Fought back the tears until night, and then in the darkness, as the salamander scampered here and there, she could fight no longer. No, wailed the salamander. I can't help crying, she answered. I can't bear it, he said. It makes me cold. I'll try to stop, she said. And she tried. And she pretty much stopped except for a few whimpers and sniffles until morning brought the light, and she saw that the wall was exactly where it had been. No, not exactly, for behind her the wall had crept up in the night and was only a few feet away. Her prison was now not even a quarter the size it had been the day before. Not good, said the salamander. Oh, it could be dangerous. I know, she answered. "You must get out," said the salamander. "And you," she answered, "but how?" And throughout the morning the wall played vicious, taunting games with them, for whichever way neither of them was looking, the wall would creep up a foot or two. Since the salamander was faster and moved constantly, he watched 3 sides, "And you hold the other in place." But Kieran couldn't help blinking, and any time the salamander looked away, the wall twitched. And by noon, their prison was only 10 feet square. "Getting pretty tight here," said the salamander. "Oh, salamander, can't I throw you over the wall?" "We could try that, and I could run and get help." And so they tried. But though she used every ounce of strength she had, the wall seemed to leap up and catch him and send him sliding back down to the ground. Inside. Soon she was exhausted, and the salamander said, "No more." Even as they had been trying, the walls had shrunk, and now the space was only 5 feet square. "Getting cramped," said the salamander as he raced around the tiny space remaining. "But I know the only solution." "Tell me," Kieran cried. "I think," said the salamander, "that if you had something you could stand on, you could climb out." "How could I?" she asked. "The wall won't let anything out." "I think," said the salamander, "that the wall only won't let me out, because the birds are flying back and forth, and the wall doesn't catch them." It was true. A bird was singing in a nearby tree. It flew across just afterward, as if to prove the salamander's point. "I'm not alive, you see," said the salamander. "I'm moving only by magic, so you could get out." "But what would I stand on?" "Me," said the salamander. "You?" she asked. "But you move so quickly." "For you," he said, "I'll hold still." "No," she cried. "No, no," she screamed. But the salamander stood at the edge of the wall, and he was only a statue in porcelain, hard and stiff and cold. Kieran only wept for a moment, for then the wall behind her began to push at her, and her prison was only 3 feet square. The salamander had given his life so she could climb out. She ought at least to try. So she tried. Standing on the salamander, she could reach the top of the wall. By standing tiptoe, she could get a grip on the top, and by using every bit of strength she had in her, she was able to force her body to the top and gradually heave herself over. She fell in a heap on the ground, and in that moment, that very moment, 2 things happened. The walls shrank quickly until they were only a pillar, and then they disappeared completely, taking the salamander with them. And all the normal, natural strength of an 11-year-old child came to Kieran, and she was able to run. She was able to leap. She was able to swing from the tree branches. The strength was in her as suddenly as strong wine, and she could not lie on the ground. She jumped to her feet, and the movement was so strong she nearly fell over. She ran, leaped over brooks, clambered up into trees as high as she could climb. The curse had ended. She was free. But even normal children grow tired, and as she slowed down, she was no longer caught up in her own strength, and she remembered the porcelain salamander and what he had done for her. They found her that afternoon, weeping miserably into a pile of last year's leaves. "You see," said Irvas, who had insisted on leading the way in the search, which is why they found her immediately, You see, she has her strength, and the curse is ended. But her heart is broken, said her father, as he gathered his little girl into his arms. Broken? Asked Irvis. It should not be, for the porcelain salamander was never alive. Yes, he was, she shouted. He spoke to me. He gave his life for me. He did all that, said Irvis. But think, for all the time the magic was on him, he could never rest. Do you think he never got tired? Of course he didn't. Yes, he did, said Irvis. Now he can rest. But more than rest. For when he stopped moving and froze forever in one position, what was going through his mind? Irvis stood up and turned to leave. But only a few steps away, he turned back. Kieran, he said. I want my salamander, she answered, her voice an agony of sobs. Oh, he would have become boring by and by, said Irvis. He would have ceased to amuse you, and you would have avoided him. But now he is a memory. And, speaking of memory, remember that he also has memory, frozen as he is. It was scant comfort then, for 11-year-olds are not very philosophical. But when she grew older, Kieran remembered, and she knew that wherever the porcelain salamander was, he lived in one frozen, perfect moment. The moment when his heart was so full of love. No, not love. The moment when he decided, without love, that it would be better for his life, such as it was, to end than to have to watch Kieran's life end. It is a moment that can be lived with for eternity, and as Kieran grew older, she knew that such moments come rarely to people and last only a moment, while the porcelain salamander would never lose it. And as for Kieran, she became known, though she never sought fame, as the most beautiful of the beautiful people. And more than one of the rare wanderers from across the sea or from beyond Rising came only to see her, to talk to her, and draw her face in their minds to keep it with them forever. And when she talked, her hands always moved, always danced in the air, never stopped moving at all, it seemed, and they were white and lustrous as deep enameled porcelain, and her smile was as bright as the moon's, and came back to her face as constantly as the sea. And those who knew her well could almost see her gaze keep flickering about the room or about the garden, as if she watched a bright, quick animal scamper by.
Prentice Alvin and the No-Good Plow. Alvin, he was a blacksmith's prentice boy. He pumped the bellows and he ground the knives. He chipped the nails. He het the charcoal fire. Nothing remarkable about the lad except for this. He saw the world askew. He saw the edge of light, the frozen lyre there in the trees with a black smile shining cold, shiver in the corners of his eyes. Oh, he was wise. The blacksmith didn't know what Alvin saw. He only knew the boy was quick and slow, quick with a laugh and a good or clever word, slow at the bellows with his brain a-busy, quick with his eyes like a bright and sneaky bird, slow at the forge when the smith was in a hurry. Times the smith, he liked him fine, and times he'd bellow, "Hell and damnation, hammer and tong, you done it wrong." One day when the work was slow, the smith was easy. "Off to the woods with you, lad, the berries are ripe." And Alvin gratefully let the bellows sag, and thundered off in the dust of the summer road. He ran like a colt, he leaped like a calf. Then his feet were deep in the leaf-meal forest floor. He was moss on the branches, swinging low and lean. His fingers were part of the bark. His glance was green. And he was seen. He was seen by the birds that anyone can see, seen by the porcupines that hid in the bushes, seen by the light that slipped among the trees, seen by the dark that only he could see. And the dark reached out and stumbled Alvin down, laid him laughing and panting on the ground, and the dark snuck up on every edge of him, frost a-comin' on from everywhere, ice in his hair. Ice in the summertime, and Alvin shook, cracking ice aloud in the miller's pond, a mist of winter flowing through the wood. Finger in his face, and where it touched, he was numb. He was stricken dumb, his chin all chattery. Where are the birds, he wondered? Where did they go? Get back to the edge, you dark, you cold, you snow. Get north, you wind. It's not your time to blow. I tell you, no. No, he cried, but the snow was blank and deep and didn't answer, and the fog was thick and didn't answer, and his flimsy clothes were wet, and his breath was sharp as ice in his lungs, splitting them like a rail. It made him mad. He yelled, though the sound froze solid at his teeth, and the words dropped out and broke as they were said, and his tongue went thick, and his lips were even number. Damn it! It's summer! With the snow like stars of death in your eyes, it's summer. The wind a-tickling at your thighs, it's summer. Your breath a fog of ice, let it be spring. Let it be autumn, let it be anything. But the edge of the world had found him, and he knew that the fire of the forges would be through, that the air would be thick and harsh at the end of the earth, and all the flames a-dancing in his hearth. What were they worth? Ah, you can cheat the trees so dumb and slow, and you can jolly the birds that summer's through, but you can't fool me. I'll freeze to death before I let you get away with a lie so bold. And he laughed as he was swallowed by the cold. He sang as the ice split him to the core. He whispered in his pain that it wasn't true. You can bury me deep as hell in your humbug snow, but I know what I know. And look at that, a red-winged bird a-singing. Look at that, the leaves all thick and green. He touched the bark so warm in the summer sun. He buried his hands in the soil and said, I'm jiggered. Oh, blacksmith's prentice boy, said the red-winged bird. Took you long enough, said Prentice Alvin. Came now, didn't I? So don't get snippety. Just see to it you don't go off again. Where you been? I've been, said the red-winged bird, to visit the sun. I've been to sing to the deaf old man in the moon, and now I'm here to make a maker of you. Oh, yes, I'll make you something before I'm through. I'm something now, said the lad, and I like it fine. You're a smithy boy, said the bird, and it ain't enough. Bending horseshoes, banging on the black. Why, there be things to make that can't be told, so bright and gold. 1,000 things. That bird was full of talk, and on he sang, and Alvin listened tight, till home he came at dark, his eyes so bright, his smile so ready, but his mood like rock. He was full of bird-song, full of dreams of gold, dreams of what he'd draw from the smithy fire. How old is old? He asked the smith. How tall do I have to be for hammer and tongue? It's been so long. The smith, he spied him keen. He saw his eyes. He saw how flames were leaping in the green. A red-breast bird been talking, said the smith, his voice as low as memory. So young, but not so young, so little, but so tall. Hammer and tongue, my lazy prentice boy. Let's see if they fit your hand. Let's see if the heft is right for your arm, the right side or the left. See how you lift. Out they went to the forge beside the road, out and stoked the fire till it was hot. The tongs fit snug in Alvin's dexter hand, and the hammer hefted easy in his left, and the smith had a face like grief, although he laughed. "Go on," says he, "I'm watching right behind." The flames leaped up, and Alvin shied the heat, but deep in the fire he held the iron rod till it was red. "Now bend it," cried the smith. "Now make a shoe." Alvin raised the hammer over his head, ready for the swing, but it wouldn't fall. "Strike," the blacksmith whispered. "Bend and shape." But the red of the black was the red of a certain bird. Behind his eyes he saw the iron true. It was already what it ought to be. "I can't," he said, and the blacksmith took the tool and whispered, "Fool." The hammer clattered against the stone of the wall, but Alvin, he took heed where the hammer fell. "There's some can lift the hammer," said the smith, "and some can strike." And then he spoke an oath, so terrible that Alvin winced to hear. "I'm shut of you," said the smith. "What's iron for? To be hot and soft for a man of strength to beat, to turn the fat of your empty flesh to meat for the years to eat." When the smith was gone, poor Alvin like to died. For what was a smith that couldn't strike the black? A maker, that's what the redbreast said he'd be, and now unmade before he'd fair begun. "I know," he whispered, "I know what must be done." He took the hammer from the wall-side heap and blew the fire till flames came leaping back and gathered every scrap at the fireside, and loud he cried, "Here is the making that you said to make. Here in my hand are the tools you said to take. Here is the crucible, and here's the fire. And here are my hands, with all they know of shape." Into the crucible he cast the scrap, and set the pot in the flames a-leaping higher. "Melt," he shouted, "melt so I can make." For the redbreast bird had told him how, a living plow. The black went soft in the clay, the black went red, the black went white, and poured when he tipped the pot. Into the mold he poured, and the iron sang with the heat and the cold, with the soft and the hard, and the form he forced. When he broke the mold, it rang, and the shape of the plow was curved and sharp where it ought to be. But the iron, it was black. Oh, it was dead. No power in it but the iron's own, as mute as stone. He sat among the shards of the broken clay and wondered what the red bird hadn't said, or had he talked to the bird at all today. And now he thought of it, was it really red? And maybe he ought to change the mold somehow, or pour it cool, or hotten up the forge. But the more he studied it, the less he knew, for the plow was shaped aright, though cold and dark. He knew his work. So what was wrong with black? It was good enough for all the 100,000 smiths before, and good enough for all the plows they made, so why not good enough for Prentice Alvin? Who ever heard of a bird so full of stuff, so full of songs to make you feel so poor, so full of promises of gold and jade? "Ah, red bird," Alvin cried, "my heart is riven. What have you given?" He shouted at the black and silent plow. He beat it, ground it at the wheel, and rubbed till the blade was a blackish mirror, till the edge was sharp as a trapper's skinning knife, and still it was iron, black and stubborn, growing cold. All broke of hope, he cast it in the fire, and held it with his naked hands in the flame, and wept in agony till it was over. Here was the taste of pain. He knew the savor. The plow was silver. All silver was the plow, and his hands were whole. He knew what it was the red bird hadn't said. He couldn't put the iron in alone and expect the plow by itself to come to life. He took the plow again. It's gleaming bright, and this time when he put it into the fire, he clomb right in and sat among the flames and cried in pain until the fire went cold. The age of agony. He knew how old. The plow was gold. The smith, he come all white-eyed to the forge. The buffalo are rutting in the wood. 100 wolves are singing out a dirge, and a doe, she's licking while her fawn is fed. What you be doing while I'm in my bed? The trees are wide awake and bending low, and the stars are all a cluster overhead. What will a prentice do when his master go? I want to know. In answer, Alvin only lifts his plow, and in the firelight it shines all yellow. Lord, the smith declares, and damn my eyes, my boy, you got the gift I didn't realize. The smith, he reaches out. Now give it here. That's worth 10,000, sure, I shouldn't wonder. All we got to do is melt her down, and we'll be rich afore another sundown. Move to town. But Alvin, he's not like to let it go. It's a plow I meant to make, and a plow I got, and I mean for it to do what a plow should do. The smith was mad. The smith, he scowled and swore. Cutting dirt ain't what that gold is for. And he reached his hand to take the plow by force. And when he touched his prentice's arm, he hissed and kissed his fingers, gasping, Boy, you're hot as the sunlight's source. Hot and bright as sunlight, says the smith, and the gold is yours to do whatever you like with. But whatever you do, I humble as dust beseech you, do it away from me. I've nothing to teach you. Says Alvin, does that mean I'm a journeyman? I've a right to bend the black wherever I can. And the smith says, prentice, journeyman, or master, for what you done a smith would sell his sister. Been Satan kissed her. What was Alvin a-totin' when he left? I tell you this, it wasn't hard to heft. A burlap bag with a knot of leaden bread, a hunk of crumbly cheese, and a golden plow. A map of the world was growing in his head, for a fella knows the edge can guess the whole, and Alvin meant to find the certain soil where his plow could cut and make the clover grow, the honey flow. He left 100 village tongues a wag, with tales of 1,000,000 bucks in a burlap bag. The smith, he swore the gold was devil's make, and therefore free for a godly man to take. His wife, she told him how Alvin used to shirk, and owed them all the gold for his lack of work. And others said the golden plow was a fake that sneaky Alvin made so he could gull some trusting fool. The tales of Alvin flew so far and fast they reached him on the road and went right past. And many a fella in many a country inn would spy his bag and start in speculating. Kind of a heavy tote you got, I reckon. And Alvin nods. The burlap's kind of thin. Do I see something big and smooth and yellow? And Alvin nods. But then he tells the fella, it's just my pillow. True enough, if the truth ain't buttoned tight, for he put it under his head most every night. But country folk are pretty hard to trick, and many a fella thought that he could get a plowshare's worth of gold for the price of a stick applied with vigor to the side of Alvin's head. And many a night young Alvin had to run from the bowie knife or buckshot-loaded gun of some mother's son. While Alvin beat through woods and country tracks, come Verily Cooper, a handy-working man who boards wherever there's barrels to make or mend, and never did he find so fine a place, so nice a folk, nor never so pretty a face, that he'd put away his walking boots and stay. It happened that he come to the smith one day and heard that Alvin had made his golden plow, and wondered how. So off he set with boots so sad and worn, and socks so holy the skin of his feet was torn, and he left a little track of blood sometimes. Off set Verily Cooper, hoping to find what tales were envy, and if some tales were true, what the journeyman blacksmith did or didn't do. He asked in every inn, Did a boy with a bag come here? A brown-haired boy so long of leg, about this big? Well, it came about that the finding all was done on a day without a single speck of sun. Young Alvin, he come down to the bottomlands, where the air was cold and the fog was thick and white. In a fog this deep, you'd better count your hands, said an unseen man a-waiting by the track. What could I see if a man had any sight? And the unseen speaker said, that the sun is bright and the soil is black. Now Alvin knelt and touched the dirt of the road, but the ground was packed and he couldn't feel it deep. And though he fairly pressed his nose to the dirt, still the white of the fog was all he could see. The soil, it doesn't look so black to me. And the unseen speaker said, the earth is hurt and hides in the fog and heals while it's asleep. For the tree she screamed and wept when the beaver gnawed, and no one knowed. I'm looking, Alvin says, for a soil that's fit to spring up golden grain, make cattle fat. And the unseen speaker says, what soil is that? I'm looking, Alvin says again, for loam that a plow can whittle till it comes to life. And the unseen speaker says, a plow's a knife, and where it cuts, the earth is broke and lame. Says Alvin, mar to mend, from the mouldering leaf will grow the limb. Then go, if you mean to make from the broken ground, go till you hear the rushing river's sound. For there in the river's bite is a dirt so rich you can harrow with your hand and plow with a flitch. Thank you, stranger, Alvin says, and then, I've heard your voice before. I can't think when. In such a fog as this, so cold and wet, your sight's so dim your memory's in debt, and you forget. For the fog, it goes afore, and it goes behind, hides what you're looking for and what you found, and the deeper you go, the dimmer it makes you past, and yet in all the world, this soil is best. With that, though Alvin tried to learn his name, the unseen speaker never spoke again. And at last the journeyman smith went on to find in the fog, by listening tight for the river's sound, that perfect ground. Near done was the day when Alvin came to the shore of the mighty river Misery, all deep and brown and slow and looking half asleep. Said Misery, just step a little more, young fella, and I'll carry you across. And Alvin, blind as a bat in the fog, he said, don't I hear the rush of a river in its bed? But Misery, he gave a little toss and whispered, cross. So again that day young Alvin Maker judges, how can he know what's true in a fog so white? How can he trust what a hidden voice alleges? He kneels. He touches the soil, he lifts it light, he crushes it in his hand, and it's loose and smooth. But still old Misery's voice can tickle and soothe and says, come on, step on, I'll carry you to the only soil in the world that'll ever do, I tell you true. Old Misery has a voice you must believe. Old Misery has a voice that could not lie. Old Misery, he whispers to deceive, to draw the trusting step to the edge, to die. But the voice is full and sweet with love. So Alvin, with his fingers deep in the loam, he wonders if this soil is good enough. And again he hears the river's whispering hum, I'll take you home. And now he doesn't know his north from south, and his fingers search but cannot find his mouth, and he can't remember what he came here for, or if it even matters anymore. Only the sound of the river calling him, only the whine of his fear so high and thin, only the taste of the sweat when he licks his lips, only the trembling of his fingertips, their weakish grips. He stands, but he doesn't step, he daresn't walk. He puzzles for the key to this hidden lock, and he knows the key isn't in that hissing voice. He knows there's another way to make his choice. The soil he's looking for, it's not for himself. It's meant for the plow he carried all so stealthy. He opens his burlap bag and lifts the plow and sets it on the earth real soft and slow, and sees it glow. He sees it shine, that plow. It shines, all gold, all yellow, and it gets too hot to hold. And around the plow the fog begins to clear, and the wind, it blows till the fog is gone from here. And he sees the soil is humousy and black, just as the unseen voice in the fog had said, and he sees the river lap the shore and smack, and if he'd taken that step, now he'd be dead in the devil's sack. For misery down deep don't flow with water. The bottom slime is made of the stuff of night, the darkness reaching in at the edge of light, a-waitin' for the step of a man unwary to suck him down and slither him out to bury, numb and soundless, pressed in the dark of the sea, where the drifting dead look up through the night and see forever out of reach the earth in her dance. O heaven's daughter! And in the tree young Alvin sees a bird, all red of feather, mouth all wide and singing, and Alvin he calls out, "I know your voice," but the wind awaker answers not a word. Enough for him that his breezy song is heard, and he darts from tree to tree, so coy he's winging, and Alvin sighs at the come out of his choice, not altogether sure how the thing occurred, for the choice was hard. And while he lies a-resting in the grove, up comes young Verily Cooper, shy and smiling. "Are you the one they call by the name of Alvin?" "There's many who's called that name. And who are you?" "I'm a man who wants to learn what you know of making. They call me Verily Cooper. I work in staves. I joined them watertight, each edge so true, but never a keg I made that was proof from leaking or safe from breaking." Alvin answers, "What do I know of barrels?" Verily says, "And what did you know of plows?" And Alvin laughs, and he says, "Ain't you a marvel?" And up he hops and gives his hand a shake. "Verily, Cooper, there's things in a man that shows, and here at the river's edge we'll plow the earth, and together make whatever we fix to make, and be the midwives at the barley's birth, and weigh our worth." So they cut an oak, and together hewed the wood to make the plow frame strong and slow of flex. And they set the plow in place and bound it good, and never mind a halter for an ox, for this was a living plow of trembling gold. And when the work was done, they marked their field, and side by side they reached and took a hold, and the plow it leaped, it plunged, it played like a child, so free and wild. Verily and Alvin, they hung on. There wasn't a hope of guiding the plow along. It was all they could do to keep it to the land. Other than that, they couldn't do a thing. And at last, with bleeding blisters on their hands, with arms gone weak and legs too beat to run, they tripped and fell together on the dirt. Aside from blisters, the only thing much hurt was Alvin's shirt. They look, and there's the plow, still as you please, gleaming in the sunlight. "How'd it stop?" asks Alvin. Verily, he thinks he sees the truth. He touches the plow, it gives a hop. He takes his hand away, and it sets right down. "It's us that makes it go," he says, and he grins. Now Alvin laughs, a-settin' on the ground. Maybe it goes a little widder-shins, but it gets around. And as they sat there hollerin' and whoopin', out come the farmer folk who lived nearby to find out what had caused the fog to fly, and at the same time do a little snoopin'. They saw that the furrow went all anyhow, and they said, "If you think that's plowing, boys, you're daft. Straight as an arrow, that's how a plow should go," and the farmers mocked. Oh, how the farmers laughed at that no-good plow. That sobered Alvin up, and Verily frowned. don't you see that the plow, it cut the earth alone? We got no ox, we got no horse around. The plow's alive, and we'll tell you how it's done. But the farmers went their way, still mirthful merry, for they had nothing to learn from any fella as young and ignorant as Al or Very. And the plow just sat at the head of its crooked furrow, hot and yellow. The rest of the tale, how they looked for the crystal city, how they crept to the dangerous heart of the holy hill, how they broke the cage of the girl who sang for rain, how they built the city of light from water and blood. Others have told that tale, and told it good. And besides, the girl you're with is cruel and pretty, and the boy you're setting by has a mischievous will. There's better things to do than hear me again, so go on home.
Feed the Baby of Love. When Rainy Pinion split this time, she didn't go south, even though it was October and she didn't like the winter cold. Maybe she thought that this winter she didn't deserve to be warm, or maybe she wanted to find some unfamiliar territory, whatever. She got on the bus in Bremerton and got off it again in Boise. She hitched to Salt Lake City and took a bus to Omaha. She got herself a waitressing job using the name Ida Johnson, as usual. She quit after a week, got another job in Kansas City, quit after 3 days, and so on until she came to a tired-looking cafe in Harmony, Illinois, a small town up on the bluffs above the Mississippi. She liked Harmony right off because it was pretty and sad. Half the storefronts brightly painted and cheerful, the other half streaked and stained, the windows boarded up. The kind of town that would be perfectly willing to pick up and move into a shopping mall, only nobody wanted to build one here, and so they'd just have to make do. The Help Wanted sign in the cafe window was so old that several generations of spiders had lived and died on webs between the sign and the glass. "We're a 5-calendar cafe," said the pinched-up, overpainted old lady at the cash register. Rainey looked around, and sure enough, there were 5 calendars on the walls. "Not just because of that Blue Highways book either, I'll have you know. We already had these calendars up before he wrote his book. He never stopped here, but he could have." "Aren't they a little out of date?" asked Rainey. The old lady looked at her like she was crazy. "If you already had the calendars up when he wrote the book, I mean." "Well, not these calendars," said the old lady. "Here's the thing, darlin'. A lot of diners and whatnot put up calendars after that Blue Highways book said that was how you could tell a good restaurant. But those were all fakes. They didn't understand. The calendars have all got to be local calendars, you know, like the insurance guy gives you a calendar, and the car dealer and the real estate guy and the funeral home. They give you one every year, and you put them all up because they're your friends and your customers, and you hope they do good business." "You got a car dealer in Harmony?" "I went out of business 30 years ago. Used to deal in Studebakers, but he hung on with Buicks until the big dealers up in the Tri-Cities underpriced him to death. No, I don't get his calendar anymore, but we got 2 funeral homes, so maybe that makes up for it." Rainey almost made a remark about this being the kind of town where nobody goes anywhere, they just stay home and die. But then she decided that maybe she liked this old lady and maybe she'd stay here for a couple of days, so she held her tongue. The old lady smiled a twisted old smile. "You didn't say it, but I know you thought it." "What?" asked Rainey, feeling guilty. "Some joke about how people don't need cards here because they aren't going anywhere until they die." "I want the job," said Rainey. "I like your style," said the old lady. "I'm Minnie Wilcox, and I can hardly believe that anybody in this day and age named their little girl Ida, but I had a good friend named Ida when I was a girl, and I hope you don't mind if I forget sometimes and call you Idie like I always did her." "Don't mind a bit," said Rainey, "and nobody in this day and age does name their daughter Ida. I wasn't named in this day and age." "Oh, right. You're probably just pushing 40 and starting to feel old. Well, I hope I never hear a single word about it from you, because I'm right on the 70 line, which to my mind is about the same as driving on empty. The engine's still running, but you know it'll sputter soon, so what the hell? Let's get a few more miles on the old girl before we junk her. I need you on the morning shift, Idie. I hope that's all the same with you." "How early?" 6 a.m., I'm sad to say, but before you whine about it in your heart, remember that I'm up baking biscuits at 4:30. My Jack and I used to do that together. In fact, he got his heart attack rolling out the dough. So if you ever come in early and see me spilling a few tears into the powder milk, I'm not having a bad day. I'm just remembering a good man, and that's my privilege. We got to open at 6 on account of the hotel across the street. It's sort of the opposite of a bed and breakfast. They only serve dinner, an all-you-can-eat family-style home-cooking restaurant that brings them in from 50 miles around. The hotel sends them over here for breakfast, and on top of that, we got a lot of folks in town for breakfast and for lunch, too. We do good business. I'm not poor, and I'm not rich. I'll pay you decent, and you'll make fair tips for this part of the country. You still see the nickels by the coffee cups, but you just give those old coots a wink and a smile, 'cause the younger boys make up for 'em, and it's not like it costs that much for a room around here. Meals free during your shift, but not after, I'm sorry to say." "Fine with me," said Rainey. "Don't go quitting on me after a week, darlin'." "Don't plan on it," said Rainey, and to her surprise, it was true. It made her wonder, was Harmony, Illinois, what she'd been looking for when she checked out in Bremerton? It wasn't what usually happened. Usually she was looking for the street, the down-and-out, half-hopeless life of people who lived in the shadow of the city. She'd found the street once in New Orleans, and once in San Francisco, and another time in Paris, and she found places where the street used to be, like Beale Street in Memphis, and the Village in New York, and Venice in L.A. But the street was such a fragile place, and it kept disappearing on you, even while you were living right in it. But there was no way that Harmony, Illinois was the street, so what in the world was she looking for if she had found it here? Funeral homes, she thought. I'm looking for a place where funeral homes outnumber car dealerships because my songs are dead and I need a decent place to bury 'em. It wasn't bad working for Minnie Wilcox. She talked a lot, but there were plenty of town people who came by for coffee in the morning and a sandwich at lunch, so Rainey didn't have to pay attention to most of the talking unless she wanted to. Minnie found out that Rainey was a fair hand at making sandwiches, too, and she could fry an egg, so the workload kind of evened out. Whichever of them was getting behind, the other one helped. It was busy, but it was decent work. Nobody yelled at anybody else, and even when the people who came in were boring, which was always, they were still decent, and even the one old man who leered at her kept his hands and his comments to himself. There were days when Rainey even forgot to slip outside in back of the cafe and have a smoke in the wide-open gravel alleyway next to the dumpster. "How'd you used to manage before I came along?" she asked early on. "I mean, judging from that sign, you've been looking for help for a long time." "Oh, I got by, Idy, darlin', I got by." Pretty soon, though, Rainey picked up the truth from comments the customers made when they thought she was far enough away not to hear. Old people always thought that because they could barely hear, everybody else was half-deaf, too. "Oh, she's a live one. Knows how to work, this one does. Not one of those young girls who only care about one thing. How long you think she'll last, Minnie?" She lasted 1 week. She lasted 2 weeks. It was on into November and getting cold, with all the leaves brown or fallen, and she was still there. This wasn't like any of the other times she'd dropped out of sight, and it scared her a little how easily she'd been caught here. It made no sense at all. This town just wasn't Rainey Pinion, and yet it must be, because here she was. After a while, even getting up at 6 a.m. wasn't hard, because there was no life in this town at night, so she might as well go to bed as soon as it turned dark, and then dawn was a logical time to get up. There was no TV in the room Rainey took over the garage of a short-tempered man who told her no visitors, in a tone of voice that made it clear he assumed that she was a whore by nature, and only by sheer force of will could he keep her respectable. Well, she was used to letting the voice of authority make proclamations about what she could and couldn't do, almost made her feel at home, and of course she'd do whatever she wanted. This was 1990, and she was 42 years old, and there was freedom in Russia now, so her landlord, whatever his name was, could take his no-visitors rule and apply it to his own self. She saw how he sized up her body and decided she was nice-looking. A man who sees a nice-looking woman and assumes that she's wicked to the core is confessing his own desires. After work, Rainey didn't have anywhere much to go. She ate enough for breakfast and lunch at the cafe that dinner didn't play much of a part in her plans. Besides, the hotel restaurant was too crowded, noisy, full of people's children running around dripping thick globs of gravy off their plates. The chatter of people and clatter of silverware, with Mantovani and Castellanets playing in the background, it was not a sound Rainey could enjoy for long. And when she passed the piano in the hotel lobby the one time she went there, she felt no attraction toward it at all, so she knew she wasn't ready to surface yet. One afternoon, chilly as it was, she took off her apron after work and put on her jacket and walked in the waning light down to the river. There was a park there, a long, skinny one that consisted mostly of parking places, plus a couple of picnic tables, and then a muddy bank and a river that seemed to be as wide as the San Francisco Bay. Dirty and cold, that was the Mississippi. It didn't call out for you to swim in it, but it did keep moving leftward, flowing south, flowing downhill to New Orleans. I know where this river goes, thought Rainey. I've been where it ends up, and it ends up pretty low. She remembered Nicky Villiers, sprawled on the levee, his vomit forming one of the Mississippi's less distinguished tributaries as it trickled on down and disappeared in the mud. Nicky shot up on heroin one day when she was out, and then forgot he'd done it already and shot up again, or maybe he didn't forget. But anyway, Rainey found him dead in the nasty little apartment they shared back in the winter of, 68? 22 years ago. Before her first album, before anybody ever heard of her. Back when she thought she knew who she was and what she wanted. If I'd had his baby like he asked me, he'd still be dead, and I'd have a fatherless child old enough to go out drinking without fake ID. The sky had clouded up faster than she had thought possible, sunny but cold when she left the cafe, dark and cloudy now, and the temperature dropping about a degree a minute by the time she stood on the riverbank. Her jacket had been warm enough every other day, but not today. A blast of wind came into her face from the river, and there was ice in it, snowflakes like needles in it. Oh, yes, she thought, this is why I always go south in winter. But this year I'm not even as smart as a migratory bird. I've gone and got myself a nest in blizzard country. She turned around to head back up the bluff to town. For a moment the wind caught her from behind, catching at her jacket and making it cling to her back. When she got back to the two-lane highway and turned north, the wind tried to tear her jacket off her, and even when she zipped it closed, it cut through. The snow was coming down for real now, falling steadily and sticking on the grass and on the gravel at the edges of the road. Her feet were getting wet and cold right through her shoes as she walked along in the weeds, so she had to move out onto the asphalt. She walked on the left side of the road so she could see any oncoming cars, and that made her feel like she was a kid in school again, listening to the safety instructions. Wear light clothing at night and always walk on the left side of the road facing traffic. Why? So they can see your white face and your bright, terrified eyes just before they run you down. She reached the intersection where the road to town slanted up from the Great River Road. There was a car coming, so she waited for it to pass before crossing the street. She was looking forward to heading southeast for a while so the wind wouldn't be right in her face. It'd be just her luck to catch a cold and get laryngitis. Couldn't afford laryngitis. Once she got that, it could linger for months. Cost her $500,000 once back in '73, 5 months of laryngitis and a canceled tour. Promoter was going to sue her, too, since he figured he'd lost 10 times that much. His lawyer talked sense to him, though, and the lawsuit and the promoter both went away. Those were the days when the whole world trembled if I caught a cold. Now it'd just be Minnie Wilcox in the Harmony Cafe, and it wouldn't exactly take her by surprise. The sign was still in the window. The car didn't pass. Instead, it slowed down and stopped. The driver rolled down his window and leaned his head out. "Ride?" She shook her head. "Don't be crazy, Miss Johnson," he said. So he knew her, a customer from the cafe. He pulled his head back in and leaned over and opened the door on the other side. She walked over just to be polite, to close the door for him as she turned him down. "You're very nice," she began, but "No buts," he said. "Mrs. Wilcox will kill me if you get a cold, and I could have given you a ride." Now she knew him, the man who did Minnie's accounting. Lately he came in for lunch every day, even though he only went over the cafe books once a week. Rainey wasn't a fool. He was a nice man, quiet, and he never even joked with her, but he was coming in for her, and she didn't want to encourage him. "If you're worried about your personal safety, I got my 2 older kids as chaperones." The kids leaned forward from the back seat to get a look at her. A boy, maybe 12 years old, a girl, looking about the same age, which meant she was probably younger. "Get in, lady, you're letting all the heat out of the car," said the girl. She got in. "This is nice of you, but you didn't need to," she said. "I can tell you're not from around here," said the boy in the back seat. "Radio says this is a bad storm coming, and you don't walk around in a blizzard after dark. Sometimes they don't find your body till spring." "Dougie," said the man. That was the man's name, too, she remembered, Douglas, and his last name, Spaulding, like the ball manufacturer. "This is nice of you, Mr. Spaulding," she said. "Oh, we're just coming back down from the Tri-Cities Mall," he said. "They can't wear last year's leather shoes because they're too small, and their mother would have a fit if I suggested they keep wearing their sneakers right on through the winter, so we just had the privilege of dropping $50 at the shoe store." "Who are you?" asked the girl. "I'm Ida Johnson," she said. "I'm a waitress at the cafe." "Oh, yeah," said the girl. "Dad said Mrs. Wilcox had a new girl," said Dougie, "but you're not a girl, you're old." "Dougie," said Mr. Spaulding. "I mean, you're older than, like, a teenager, right? I don't mean like you're about to get Alzheimer's or anything, for Pete's sake, but you're not young either." "She's my age," said Mr. Spaulding, "so I'd appreciate it if you'd get off this subject." "How old are you then, Daddy?" asked the girl. "Betty doesn't remember," said Dougie. He explained to Rainey. "Dad forgets his age all the time." "Do not," said Mr. Spaulding. "Do so," said Dougie. It was obviously a game they had played before. "Do not, and I'll prove it. I was born in 1948, which was 3 years after World War II ended, and 5 years before Eisenhower became president, and he died at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, which was the site of a battle that was fought in 1863, which was 127 years ago last July, and here it is November, which is 4 months after July, and November is the 11th month, and so I'm 4 times 11, 44. "No!" the kids both shouted, laughing. "You turned 42 in May." "Oh, that's good news," he said. "I feel 2 years younger, and I'll bet Miss Johnson does, too." She couldn't help but smile. "Here we are," he said. It took her a moment to realize that without any directions he had taken her right to the garage with the outside stair that led to her apartment. "How did you know where to take me?" "It's a small town," said Mr. Spaulding. "Everybody knows everything about everybody except for the things which nobody knows." Like father's middle name, said the girl. Get on upstairs and turn your heat on, Miss Johnson, said Mr. Spaulding. This is going to be a bad one tonight. Thanks for the ride, said Rainey. Nice to meet you, said Dougie. Nice to meet you, echoed the girl. Rainey stood in the door and leaned in. I never caught your name, she said to the girl. I'm Rose, never Rosie. Grandpa Spaulding picked the name after his aunt who never married. I personally think the name sucks pond scum, but it's better than Ida, don't you agree? Definitely, said Rainey. Rosie, said Mr. Spaulding in his warning voice. Good night, Mr. Spaulding, said Rainey, and thanks for the ride. He gave a snappy little salute in the air as if he were touching the brim of a non-existent hat. Any time, he said. She closed the door of the car and watched them drive away. Up in her room, she turned the heater on. During the night, the snow piled up 1.5 feet deep, and the temperature got to 10 below zero, but she was warm all night. In the morning, she wondered if she should go to work. She knew Minnie would be there, and Rainey wasn't about to have Minnie decide that her new girl was soft. She almost left the apartment with only her jacket for warmth, but then she thought better and put on a sweater under it. She still froze, what with the wind blowing ground snow into her face. At the cafe, the talk was that 4 people died between Chicago and St. Louis that night. The storm was so bad. But the cafe was open, and the coffee was hot, and standing there looking out the window at the occasional car passing by on the freshly plowed road, Rainey realized that in Louisiana and California she had never felt as warm as this. To be in a cafe with coffee steaming and eggs sizzling on the grill and deadly winter outside, trying but failing to get at her. When Mr. Spaulding came into the cafe for his lunch just after 1 o'clock, Rainey thanked him again. For what? For saving my life yesterday. He still looked baffled. Giving me a ride up from the river. Now he remembered. Oh, I was just doing Minnie a favor. She never thought you'd stay a week, and here you've stayed for more than a month already. She would have reamed me out royal if we had to dig your corpse out of a snowdrift. Well, anyway, thanks. But she wasn't saying thanks for the ride, she realized. It was something else. Maybe it was the kids in the back seat. Maybe it was the way he'd talked to them, the way he'd kept on talking with them, even though there was an adult in the car. Rainey wasn't used to that. She wasn't used to being with kids at all, actually. And when she did find herself in the presence of other people's children, the parents were always shushing the kids so they could talk to her. I liked your kids, said Rainey. Oh, they're okay, he said. But his eyes said a lot more than that. They said, you must be good people if you think well of my kids. She tried to imagine what it would have been like if her own parents had ever been with her the way Mr. Spaulding was with his children. Maybe my whole life would have been different, she thought. Then she remembered where she was, Harmony, Illinois, otherwise known as the last place on earth. No matter whether her parents were nice or not, she probably would have hated every minute of her childhood in a one-horse town like this. Must be hard for them, though, she said, growing up miles from anywhere like this. All at once his face closed off. He didn't argue or get mad or anything. He just closed up shop, and the conversation was over. I suppose so, he said. I'll just have a club sandwich today and a diet something. Coming right up, she said. It really annoyed her that he'd shut her down like that. Didn't he know how small this town was? He'd been to college, hadn't he, which meant he must have lived away from this town sometime in his life. Have some perspective, Spaulding, she said to him silently. If your kids aren't dying to get out of here now, just give them a couple of years and they will be, and what'll you do then? As he sat there eating, looking through some papers from his briefcase, it began to grate on her that he was so pointedly ignoring her. What right did he have to judge her? What put a bug up your behind? Asked Minnie. What do you mean? Said Rainey. You're stalking and bustling around here like you're getting set to smack somebody. Sorry, said Rainey. One of my customers insult you? She shook her head, because now that she thought about it, the reverse was true. She had insulted him, or at least had insulted the town he lived in. What was griping at her wasn't him being rude to her, because he hadn't been. He simply didn't like to hear people bad-mouthing his town. Douglas Spaulding wasn't in Harmony because he never had an idea that there was a larger world out there. He was a smart man, much smarter than the job of small-town accountant required. He was here by choice, and she had talked as if it was a bad choice for his children. And this was a man who loved his children, and it really bothered her that he had closed her off like that. It bothered her so much that she went over and pulled up a chair at his table. He looked up from his papers, raised an eyebrow. This a new service at Jack and Minnie's Cafe? I'm willing to learn, said Rainey. I'm not a bigot against small towns. I just sort of took it for granted that small towns would feel oppressive to kids because the small town I grew up in felt oppressive to me. If that's a crime, shoot me. He looked at her in wonder. I don't have an idea on God's earth what you're talking about. A minute ago, when you shut me down, she said, really annoyed now. You can't tell me that shutting people down is so unimportant that you don't even remember doing it. I ordered my breakfast is all I did, said Spaulding. So you do remember. I just wasn't interested in continuing that conversation. Then don't shut a person down, Mr. Spaulding. Tell them that you don't appreciate what they said, but don't just cut me off. It honestly didn't occur to me that you'd even notice, he said. I figured you were just making small talk, and the talk just got too small. I wasn't making small talk. I was really impressed with your kids. It's a sure thing I was never that way with my father. They're good kids. He took another bite and looked down at his paper. She laid her hand on the paper, fingers spread out to cover the whole sheet and make it unreadable. He sat up, leaned back in his chair, and regarded her. The place isn't crowded. The lunch rush is over, so it can't be that you need my table. No, sir, said Rainey. I need your attention. I need just a couple of minutes of your attention, Mr. Spaulding, because in your car yesterday I caught a whiff of something I've heard about, but I always thought it was a legend, a lie, like Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny. He got a little half-smile on his face, but there was still fire in his eyes. Since when is Santa Claus a lie? Since I was 6 years old and got up to pee and saw Dad putting together the bike on the living room floor. It strikes me that what you saw was proof that Santa Claus was real. Flesh and blood, putting together a bike, making cookies for you in the kitchen. That wasn't Santa Claus, that was Dad and Mom, except my Mom didn't make cookies for me. She made them for her, all neat and round and lined up exactly perfectly on the cookie tray. Lord help me if I actually touched one. And Dad couldn't get the bike together right. He had to wait till the stores opened the day after Christmas so he could get the guy in the bike shop to put it together. So far, you haven't proved that Santa Claus was fake, you just proved that he wasn't good enough for you. If Santa Claus couldn't be perfect, you didn't want any Santa Claus at all. Why are you getting so mad at me? Did I invite you to sit at this table, Ms. Johnson? Damn it, Mr. Spaulding, would you call me Ida like everybody else? Damn it, Ms. Johnson, why are you the only person in town who doesn't call me Douglas? Begging your pardon, Douglas. Begging yours, Ida. All I was trying to say, Douglas, when I brought up Santa Claus, Douglas, was that in your car I saw a father being easy with his children, and the children being easy with their dad, right in front of a stranger. I never thought that happened in the real world. We get along okay, said Douglas. He shrugged it off, but she could see that he was pleased. So for a minute, in your car, I felt like I was part of that, and I guess it just hurt my feelings a little when you shut me down back then. It didn't seem fair. I didn't think my offense was so terrible. Like I said, I wasn't punishing you. All right, then. More coffee? No, thanks. Pie? Ice cream? No, thanks. Well, then why do you keep calling me over to your table? He smiled, laughed almost. So it was all right. She felt better, and she could leave him alone then. After he left, after all the lunch customers had gone, and she was washing down the tables and wiping off the salt shakers and emptying the ashtrays, Minnie came over to her and looked her in the eye, hard and angry. I saw you sitting down and talking with Douglas, she said. We weren't busy, said Rainey. Douglas is a decent man with a happy family. Now Rainey understood. In her own way, Minnie was just like the guy who rented her the room over the garage, always assuming that because she was a good-looking woman, she was on the make. Well, she wasn't on the make, but if she was, it wouldn't be any of Minnie's business or anybody else's except her own. What was it about this place? Why did everybody always assume that sex was the foremost thing in a single 42-year-old woman's mind? I'm glad for him, said Rainey. Don't you go making trouble for that good man and his good wife. I said something that I thought maybe offended him, and I wanted to make sure everything was all right, that's all. I was trying to make sure I hadn't alienated a customer. Even as she explained, Rainey resented having to make an explanation. You think I'm a fool. You think I'm such a fool as to think you're a fool. Since he first laid eyes on you, he's been in here every day, and now you're going over and sitting at his table arguing with him and then making him laugh. I've got half a mind to fire you right now and send you on your way, except I like you. I'd like to keep you around. But I don't like you so much I'm willing to have you making things ugly for people around here. You can make a mess here and then just walk away, but me and my customers, we'll have to keep living with whatever it is you do, so don't do it. Am I clear? Rainey didn't answer, just furiously wiped at the table. She hadn't been reamed out like that since her mother was the last one to ream her out like this, and Rainey had left home over it, and it made her so mad to have to listen to it all over again. She was 42 years old, and she still had some old lady telling her what she could and couldn't do, laying down rules, making conditions and regulations, and claiming that she liked her while she was doing it. Minnie waited for a minute till it was clear Rainey wasn't going to answer. All right, then, said Minnie. I've got enough in the register to give you your pay. Take off the apron. You can go. I don't need your money or your job, you poor old fool. I'm Rainey Pinion. I sing and write songs and play the piano and cut albums. I got $1 million ranch in the Horse Heaven Hills of eastern Washington and an agent in L.A. who calls me sweetheart and sends me checks a couple of times a year, checks large enough even during the bad years that I could buy your 2-bit cafe and move it to Tokyo and never even miss the money. Rainey thought all that, but she didn't say it. Instead, she said, I'm sorry. I'm not going to mess around with anybody's life, and I'll be careful with Mr. Spaulding. Take off the apron, Ida. Rainey whirled on her. I said I'd do what you wanted. I don't think so, said Minnie. I think you got the same tone of voice I heard in my daughter when she had no intention of doing what I said, but promised to do it just to get me off her back. Well, I'm not your daughter. I thought I was your friend. Minnie looked at her steady and cold, then shook her head. Ida Johnson, I can't figure you out. I never thought you'd last a week, and I sure never figured you for the type who'd try to hold on to a lousy job like this after the tongue-lashing I just gave you. To tell you the truth, Mrs. Wilcox, I never figured myself that way either. But I don't want to leave. Is it Douglas Spaulding? Are you in love? I used up love a dozen years ago, Mrs. Wilcox, and I haven't looked to recharge the batteries since then. You mean to tell me you've been without a man for 12 years? I thought we were talking about whether I was in love. No such thing. Minnie looked her up and down. I'll bet you didn't wear a bra during the bra-burning days, did you? What? Your chest has dropped so low you could almost tuck him into your belt. I don't know what a man would find attractive about you anyway. It was such an insulting, outrageous thing to say that Rainey was speechless. You can stay as long as you don't call me Mrs. Wilcox. That just drives me crazy. Call me Minnie. Things went right back to normal, mostly because Douglas Spaulding didn't come in again for more than a week. And when he did come back, he wasn't alone. He was part of a group of men, most of them in suits, but not all, who came into the cafe walking on the balls of their feet like dancers, like running backs. You're all full of sass, said Minnie to one of the men. Time to feed the baby, he answered. Minnie rolled her eyes. I know, Jane Ann Spaulding's gone out of town again. Dougie's Christmas present to her, a week with her folks up in Racine. Present to himself, said Minnie. Taking care of the kids for a solid week, you think that's a picnic? Those kids take care of themselves, said Minnie. Douglas Spaulding's just a big old kid himself, and so are you, Tom Ruther, if you want my opinion. Minnie, honey, nobody ever has time to want your opinion. You give it to us before we even have a chance to wish for it. Minnie held up a ladle of her Cincinnati chili. You planning to eat your lunch or wear it, Tom? One of the other men, a mechanic from the black stains on his overalls, piped up from the two tables they'd pushed together in the middle of the room. He's already wearing every bit of food you ever served him. Can't you see it hanging over his belt? Under my belt or over it, Minnie, I wear your food with pride, said Tom. Then he blew her a kiss and joined the others. Dougie was already sitting at the table, laughing at nothing and everything, just like the others. He really did seem to be just a big old kid right then. There was nothing of the father about him now. Just noise and laughing and moving around in his chair as if it might just kill him if he ever sat still for more than 10 seconds at a time. Rainey half expected to look down and see him wearing too short or too long jeans with holes in the knees, showing one knee skinned up and scabbed over and maybe raggedy sneakers on his feet. She was almost disappointed to see those shiny, sensible Oxfords and suit pants with the hems just right. He didn't not look at her, but he didn't particularly look at her either. He was just generally cheerful, being with his friends, and he had plenty of good cheer to share with anybody who happened to come along. You going to order separate checks and make my life miserable? Asked Rainey of the group at large. Just give the bill to Doug, said Tom. You can make one total and we'll divvy it up ourselves, said Douglas. It'll be easy because we're all having exactly the same thing. Is that right? Beans, cried Tom. Beans, 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 chanted several of the others. We've got to have our daily beans, ma'am, Tom explained, because we got to feed the baby of love. I got a double batch of chili with extra cinnamon, called Minnie from behind the counter. This time somebody had the brains to call ahead and warn me. Tom immediately pointed an accusing finger at Douglas. What is this, Spaulding? A sudden attack of maturity and consideration for others? Malicious foresight? For shame! Douglas shrugged. Last time she ran out. Chili for everybody, said Rainey. Is that all? Nothing to drink? What's the drink of the day? Asked one of the men. Whose turn is it anyway? Asked another. Tom's turn, said Douglas. They turned toward him expectantly. He spread his hands out on the table, looked them in the eye as if he was about to deliver the State of the Union address or a funeral prayer. 7-Up, said Tom. A large 7-Up for everybody. Are you serious? Asked Douglas. And what's for dessert? Toothpaste? The rule is no alcohol at lunch, said Tom. And beyond that, we're free to be as creative as we like. You're giving creativity a bad name, said Douglas. Trust me, said Tom. If all we get today is 7-Up, said the mechanic, you are going to spend the entire evening as primordial slime. No, he's going to spend the night in hell, said another. At the soda machine, spurting the 7-Up into the glasses, Rainey had to ask, what in the world are they talking about? It's a game they play, said Minnie. It's notorious all over town, more satanic than Dungeons and Dragons. If these boys weren't so nice, they'd probably be burnt at the stake or something. Satanic? Or secular humanist or whatever. I get those two things all mixed up. It's all about feeding beans to the baby, and when you win, you turn into God. Pagan religion and evolution. I asked Reverend Blakely about it, and he just shook his head. No wonder Jane Ann leaves town whenever they play. Aren't you going to serve up the chili? Oh, not till they're through with whatever nonsense they do about the drinks. Rainey loaded the drinks onto the tray and headed back to what she was now thinking of as the boys' table. Whatever it was that Douglas Spaulding and his friends had turned into, it was suddenly a lot more interesting to her now that she knew that at least some groups in the town disapproved of it. Evolution and paganism? It sounded like it was right up her alley. She started to load off the glasses at each place, but Tom beckoned her frantically. No, right here in front of me. With one arm, he swept away the salt and pepper shakers, the napkin dispenser, the sugar canister, and the red plastic ketchup bottle. Right here, Miss Ida, if you don't mind. She leaned over Tom's left shoulder and set down the whole tray without spilling a drop from any of the glasses. Before she stood up, she glanced at Douglas, who was right across from Tom, and caught him looking down the neck of her dress. Almost immediately he looked away. She didn't know whether he knew she saw him looking or not. My boobs may have sagged a little, Minnie, but I still got enough architecture to make the tourists take a second glance. There were other customers, but while she was dropping off their orders, she kept an eye on the boys' table. Tom had been creative after all. He had packets of Kool-Aid in his suit coat pocket, and he made quite a ritual of opening them and putting a little of every flavor in each glass. They foamed a lot when he stirred them, and they all ended up a sickly brownish color. She heard the mechanic say, "Why didn't you just puke in the glasses to start with and avoid the middleman?" "Drink, my beloved newts and emus, drink," cried Tom. They passed out the glasses and prepared to drink. "A toast!" cried Douglas, and he rose to his feet. Everybody in the cafe was watching, of course. How often does somebody propose a toast at noon in a small-town cafe? But Rainey kept right on working, laying down plates in front of people. "To the human species," said Douglas, "and to all the people in it, a toast. Hear, hear! And to all the people who only wish they were in it, I promise that when I am Supreme God, you will all be human at last." "In a pig's eye!" shouted the mechanic joyously. "I'll drink to that," cried Tom, and with that they all drank. The mechanic did a spit take, putting a thin brown Kool-Aid and 7-Up fog into the air. Tom must have had some inner need to top that. As he finished noisily chug-a-lugging his drink, Rainey could see that he intended to throw the glass to the floor. Apparently Minnie saw the same glint in his eye. Before he could hardly move his arm, she screeched at him, "Not on your life, Tom Ruther." "I paid for it last time," said Tom. "You didn't pay for all the lunch customers who never came back. Now you boys sit down and be quiet and let folks have their lunch in peace." "Wait a minute," cried Douglas. "We haven't had the song yet." "All right, do the song and then shut up," said Minnie. She turned back to the chili and resumed dipping it out into the bowls, muttering all the while, "Drive away my customers, spitting all over, breaking glasses on the floor." "Whose turn to start?" somebody asked. The mechanic rose to his feet. "I choose the tune." "Not opera again." "Better than opera," said the mechanic. "I choose that pinnacle of indigenous American musical accomplishment, the love theme from Oscar Mayer." The boys all whooped and laughed. The man next to him rose to his feet and sang what must have been the first words that came into his mind, to the tune of the Oscar Mayer Wiener jingle from, 20 years ago? Rainey had to laugh ironically inside herself. After all my songs, and all the songs of all the musicians who've suffered and sweated and taken serious drugs for their art, what sticks in the memory of my generation is a song about a kid who wishes he could be a hot dog so he'd have friends. "I wish I had a friend in my nostril." The next man got up and without hesitation sang the next line. "In fact, I know that's where he'd want to be." And the next guy, "'Cause if I had a friend in my nostril." "Cheat, cheat, too close to the first line," cried Tom. "Bad rhyme, same word," said the mechanic. "Well, what else am I supposed to do?" said the guy who sang the line. "There's no rhyme for nostril in the English language." "Or any other," said Douglas. "Like you're an expert on Tajiki dialects or something," said Tom. "Wastrel," shouted the mechanic. "That doesn't rhyme," said Douglas. "Leave it with nostril," said Tom. "We'll simply heap scorn upon poor Raymond until he rues the day." "You are so gracious," said Raymond. "Dougie's turn," said the mechanic. "I forgot where we were," said Douglas, rising to his feet. The mechanic immediately jumped up and sang the 3 lines they had so far. "I wish I had a friend in my nostril, I know that's where I'd really want to be, 'cause if I had a friend in my nostril." Rainey happened to be passing near the boys' table at that moment, and she blurted out the song lyric that popped into her mind before Douglas could even open his mouth. "He could eat the boogers I don't see." Immediately the men at the table leaped to their feet and gave her a standing ovation, all except Tom, who fell off his chair and rolled on the floor. The only people who didn't seem to enjoy her lyric were Minnie, who was glaring at her, and Douglas, who stared straight ahead for a moment and then sat down, laughing along with the others, but only as much as conviviality required. "I'm sorry I stole your thunder," Rainey said silently. Whenever I think of the perfect clincher at the end of a verse, I always blurt it out like that. I'm sorry. She went back to the counter and got the chili, which Minnie had already laid out on a tray. Are you trying to make my customers get indigestion right here in the diner? Minnie hissed. Boogers! Eating them? My land! I'm sorry, said Rainey. It just came out. You've got a barnyard mouth, Ida, and it's nothing to be proud of, said Minnie. She turned away, looking huffy. When Rainey got back to the table with the chili, the men were talking about her. She got the last line, and it was a beaut, and so she's first, said Tom. That's the law. It may be the law, said Douglas, but Ida Johnson isn't going to want to feed the baby. Maybe I do, and maybe I don't, said Rainey. Douglas closed his eyes. Dougie's just sore because he could never think of a line to top Ida's, said Raymond. Retarded parrots could think of better lines than yours, Raymond, said the mechanic. Retarded parrot embryos, said another man. What baby do you feed, and what do you feed it? Asked Rainey. It's a game, said Tom. We kind of made it up, Dougie and I. All of us, said Doug. Dougie and me first, and then everybody together. It's called Feed the Baby of Love Many Beans or Perish in the Flames of Hell. Greg had the idea in the first place, said Douglas. Yeah, well, Greg moved to California, and so we spit upon his memory, said Tom. At once, everyone made a show of spitting, all to their left, all at once. But instead of actually spitting, they all said in perfect unison, Patooey. Come on, Ida, said Tom. It's at Doug's house. The game's all about karma and reincarnation and trying to progress from primordial slime to newt to emu to human until finally you get to be supreme God. Or not, said the mechanic, in which case your karma decides your eternal fate. In heaven with the baby of love, or in hell with the baby of sorrows. Oh, I don't think so, said Rainey. She was noticing how Douglas didn't seem too eager to have her come. I mean, if Douglas's wife leaves town whenever you play, then it must be one of those male bonding things, and I've never been good at male bonding. Oh, great, said Tom. Now she thinks we're gay. Not at all, said Rainey. If I thought you were gay, I'd be there with bells on. The refreshments are always great at gay parties. It's you pick-up basketball game types who think beer and limp pretzels are a righteous spread. Raymond rose to his feet. Behold our nuncheon feast, your majesty. Do we look like the beer and pretzels type? No, you actually look like the boys who always made disgusting messes out of the table scraps on their school lunch trays. That's it, cried Tom. She understands us. And she put a brilliant last line on the song. Tonight at 7, Idie baby, I'll pick you up. From the look on Douglas's face, Rainey knew that she should say no. But she could feel the loneliness of these past few weeks in this town, and truth to tell, of the months, the years before, like a sharp pain within her. Being on the fringes of this group of glad friends made her feel like, what? Like her best days living on the street. That's what it was. She had found the street after all, grown up a little, most of them wearing suits, but here in this godforsaken town she had found some people who had the street in their souls, and she couldn't bear to say no, not unless Douglas made her say it. And he didn't make her say it. On the contrary, she looked him in the eye, and he half smiled and gave her a little shrug. Suit yourself, that's what he was saying. So she did. Okay, I'll be there, she said. But you should be aware, said Tom, we probably aren't as fun as your gay friends' parties. Nah, she said, they stopped being fun in the 80s when they started spending all their time talking about who had AIDS and who didn't. What a downer, said Raymond. Bad karma, said the mechanic. No problem, said Tom. That just means she'll end up in hell a lot. Do I need to bring anything? Asked Rainey. Junk food, said Tom. Nothing healthy. That's Tom's rule, said Douglas. You can bring anything you want. I'll be putting out a vegetable dip. Yeah, right, said Raymond. Mr. Health. Mr. Quiche, said another man. Tell her what we dip in your vegetable dip, Dougie. Frankfurters show up a lot, said Douglas, and Tootsie Rolls. Once Tommy stuck his nose into the dip, and then the health department came and closed us down. Ida! Minnie's voice was sharp. I'm about to get fired, said Rainey. Minnie can't fire you, said Tom. Nothing bad can ever happen to those who feed the baby. But the expression on Minnie's face spoke eloquently about the bad things that could happen to her waitress, Ida Johnson. As soon as Rainey got behind the counter with her, she whispered in Minnie's ear, I can't help it that it's at Douglas's house. Count the chaperones and give me credit for a little judgment. Minnie sniffed, but she stopped looking like she was about to put a skewer through Rainey's heart. The boys' table lasted a whole hour, and then Douglas looked at his watch and said, Ding! The 1 o'clock bell, cried Tom. Raymond whistled between his teeth. The 1 o'clock whistle! And in only a few moments they had their coats on and hustled on out the door. They might act like boys for an hour at noon, but they were still grown-ups. They still had to get back to work, and right on time, too. Rainey couldn't decide if that was sad or wonderful. Maybe both. By the time Rainey's shift was over, Minnie was her cheerful self again. Whether that meant that Minnie trusted her or she had simply forgotten that Rainey was going to feed the baby with the boys tonight, Rainey was glad not to have to argue with her. She didn't want anything to take away the strange, jittery happiness that had been growing inside her all afternoon. She had no idea what the game was about, but she knew she liked these men, and she was beginning to suspect that maybe this game, maybe these boys, were the reason she had stopped her wandering at this cafe in Harmony, Illinois. If there'd been a place in town that sold any clothes worth buying, Rainey would have bought a new outfit. As it was, she spent a ridiculous amount of time fretting over what to wear. It had to be that the sheer foolish immaturity of these boys had infected her. She was like a virgin girl getting ready for her first date. She laughed at herself and then took off all her clothes and started over again. She spent so much time choosing what to wear that she put off buying any refreshments until it was almost too late. As it was, all she had time to do was rush to the corner grocery and buy the first thing that she saw that looked suitable, a giant bag of peanut M&Ms. "I hear you're going to feed the baby," said the zit-faced, fat, 30-year-old checkout girl who'd never given her the time of day before. "How do these stories get started?" said Rainey. "I don't even have a baby." She got back to her apartment just as Tom pulled up in a brand-new but thoroughly mud-spattered pickup truck. "Hop in before you let all the heat out," he shouted. He was rolling before she had the door shut. Douglas Spaulding's house was just what she expected, right down to the white picket fence and the veranda wrapped around the white clapboard walls. Simple, clean lines, the walls and trim, freshly painted, with dark blue shutters at the windows and lights shining between the pulled-back curtains. A house that said, "Good plain folks live here, and the doors aren't locked, and if you're hungry, we've got a bite to eat, and if you're lonely, we've got a few minutes to chat, anytime you feel like dropping by." It was an island of light in the dark night. When she opened the door of Tom's pickup truck, she could hear laughter from the parlor, and as she picked her way through the paths in the snow to get to the front porch, she could look up and see people moving around inside the house, eating and drinking and talking, all so at ease with each other that it woke the sweetest flavors in her memory and made her hungry to get inside. They were laying the game out on the dining room table, a large homemade board, meadow green with tiny flowers and a path of white squares drawn around the outside of it. Most squares had either a red heart or a black teardrop with a number. In the middle of the board was a dark area shaped like a giant kidney bean with black dotted lines radiating out from it toward the squares. And in the middle of the bean were a half-dozen little pigs that Rainey recognized as being from the old pig-out game, plus a larger pig from some child's set of plastic barnyard animals. "That's the pig pen," said the mechanic, who was counting beans into piles of 10. Only he wasn't dressed like a mechanic anymore. He was wearing a white shirt and white pants with fire engine red suspenders. He was also wearing a visor like the brim of a baseball cap. Rainey remembered seeing people wear visors like that on TV in old westerns or something. Who wore them? Bank tellers? Bookies? She couldn't remember. "What's your name?" asked Rainey. "I've been thinking of you as the guy in overalls because I never caught your name." "If I'd a knowed you was a-thinking of me, Miss Ida, I'd a wore my overalls again tonight just to please you." He grinned at her. 3 Idas in the same sentence, said Rainey. Not bad. "It's a good thing she didn't think of you as that butt-ugly guy," said Tom. "You're a lot better looking when you keep that particular feature covered up." "Look what Miss Ida brung us," said the mechanic. "M's." Immediately all the men in the vicinity of the table hummed in unison. Mmm. Not just M's, but peanut M's. Again, only twice as loud. Either M&Ms were part of the ritual, or they were making fun of her. Suddenly Rainey felt unsure of herself. She held up the bag. "Isn't this okay?" "Sure," said Douglas, "and I get the brown ones." He had a large bowl in his hand. He took the bag of M&Ms from her, pulled it open, and poured it into the bowl. "Dougie has a thing for brown M&Ms, said the mechanic. "I eat them as a public service," said Douglas. "They're the ugly ones, so when I eat them all, the bowl is full of nothing but bright colors for everyone else." "He eats the brown ones because they make up 40% of the package," said Tom. "Tom spends most of his weekends opening bags of M&Ms and counting them just to get the percentages," said an old man that hadn't been at the cafe. "Hi, Dad," said Douglas. He turned and offered the old man the bowl of M&Ms. The old man took a green one and popped it in his mouth. Then he stuck out his right hand to Rainey. "Hi," he said. "I'm Douglas Spaulding. Since he and his son are also Douglas Spaulding, everybody calls me Grandpa. I'm old, but I still have all my own teeth." "Yeah, and an old baby food jar on his dresser," said Tom. "In fact, he has several of my teeth, too," said the mechanic. Rainey shook Grandpa's hand. "Pleased to meet you. Rainey paused. For one crazy moment she had been about to say, "I'm Rainey Pinion." "I'm Ida Johnson." "You sure about that?" asked Grandpa. He didn't let go of her hand. "Yes, I am," she said, rather sharply. Grandpa raised his eyebrows and released her hand. "Welcome to the madhouse." Suddenly there was a thunderous pounding on the stairs, and Rose and Dougie burst into the room. "Release the pigs!" pigs!" they both shouted. "Pig attack! Pig attack!" Douglas just stood there laughing as his kids ran around the table, grunting and snorting like hogs as they reached into every bowl for chips and M&Ms and anything else that looked vaguely edible, stuffing it all into their mouths. The men all laughed as the kids ran back out of the room, except Grandpa, who never cracked a smile. "What is the younger generation coming to?" he murmured. Then he winked at Rainey. "Where should I sit?" she asked. "Any place," said Tom. She took the chair at the corner. It seemed the best place, the spot where she'd have to sit back away from the table because the table leg was in the way. It felt just a little safer to her to be able to sit a little bit outside of the circle of the players. The mechanic leaned over to her and said, "Cecil." "What?" Rainey asked. "My name," he said. "Don't tell anybody else." Tom, who was sitting next to her, said in a loud whisper, "We all pretend that we think his name is Buck. It makes him feel more manly." "Well, what do I call you?" asked Rainey, "if I'm supposed to keep Cecil a secret?" "Well, now you've gone and told," said Cecil. "Call him Buck," said Tom. "Does anybody else really call him that?" asked Rainey. "I will if you will," said Tom. "Time for a review of the rules," said Douglas, as he took the last place at the table, which happened to be in the middle of the table on the side across from Rainey, so she'd be looking at him throughout the game. "I hate to make you have to spend time going over everything for me," said Rainey. "Oh, they repeat the rules every time anyway," said Grandpa. "'Cause Grandpa's getting senile and forgets them every time," said Tom. "They repeat them because they're so proud of having thought them up themselves," said Grandpa. The game was pretty complicated. They used plastic children's toys, little robots or dinosaurs, as their playing pieces. The idea of the game was to roll 3 dice and get around the board. Each time they passed start, they were reborn as the next higher life form, from slime to newt to emu to human. The winner was the first human to reach start, and therefore become Supreme God. Then the Supreme God turns over his karma cards. If he's got more good than bad karma, then whoever has the most good karma comes in second. But if the Supreme God has more bad karma than good, then whoever has the most bad karma comes in second, said Douglas. "So bad karma can be good?" asked Rainey. "Never," said Tom. "What kind of person are you?" "No, if the Supreme God turns out to have bad karma, it's a terrible disaster for the known universe. We all sing a very sad song and cry on the way home." "The last time bad karma triumphed, Meryl Streep and Roseanne Barr released that movie She-Devil," said Douglas. "So you see, the consequences can be dire," said Tom. "She didn't even get to do an accent," said Cecil, his tone mournful and hushed. And Ed Begley, Jr. had to play Roseanne Barr's husband," said Raymond. "Only John Goodman is man enough to do that and live," said Cecil. "So you see," said Tom, "our game isn't just a game. It has consequences in the real world." Douglas continued with the rules. Every time you landed on a teardrop or a heart, you had a chance to pray to either the baby of sorrows or the baby of love, depending. In order to pray, you had to make an offering of as many beans as the number shown on the square. "So beans are like money?" asked Rainey. "Ugly money," said Raymond. "Nasty money," said Tom. "Filthy lucre," said Grandpa. "We hate beans," said Cecil. "Nobody wants beans. Only greedy, nasty, selfish people try to get a lot of beans." "Of course, you have no chance of winning unless you have a lot of beans," said Douglas. "But if it ever looks like you're too interested in getting beans, then we hold a bean council and punish you." "I never did like beans," said Rainey. "Good thing," said Cecil. "But watch out, because Tom is a miserable bean thief, and he'll steal your beans when you're not looking." "If I actually cared for beans," said Tom, "I'd be an excellent bean thief." "If your prayer is granted," Douglas said, going on with the rules, "then you get a power card. There are evil powers and good powers, depending on which baby you pray to. When you use an evil power, you get a bad karma card, and when you use a good power, you get a good karma card. Now, good power cards are always played on other people. They never benefit the person who plays them. Evil power cards are always vicious and selfish and vindictive." "That's not in the rules," said Cecil. "But it's the truth," said Douglas. "Good people never use evil power cards." "Dougie's just sore because of the time we ganged up on him and killed him every time he stuck his nose out of hell," explained Tom. "I tried to reason with him. He whined all night. It only goaded us to new depths of cruelty. They had no pity. We were nature red in tooth and claw," said Tom. "You were unfit to survive." They went on with the rules, but at the end Rainey could hardly remember half of them. "You just tell me what to do and I'll get the hang of it." She started the game with 5 power cards. All of them were handwritten, the good powers in red ink, the evil powers in black. She had 3 evil cards and 2 good ones. One of the good ones said, "Butinsky, allows you to cause 2 other players to swap all power cards." 2 of the evil power cards said, "Up the piggage, add 2 pigs to the pen," and "Your karma is my karma," allows you to swap karma cards with another player. The last two cards, one good, one evil, made Rainey laugh out loud. The evil one said, "Release the pigs." The good one, on the other hand, said, "Release the pigs for the good of the whole." "What's funny?" asked Tom. "Is there any difference between releasing the pigs on somebody from a good power card as opposed to an evil power card?" she asked. "All the difference in the world!" cried Raymond. "When you release the pigs for the good of the whole," said Cecil, "it's a noble act, a kind and generous sacrifice for the benefit of the entire community, without a single thought of personal benefit. Whereas," said Tom, "releasing the pig from an evil power card is the act of a soulless, cruel, despicable human being." "But I mean, is the actual pig attack any different?" "Not a whit," said Douglas. "Absolutely identical," said Tom. "I'm betting that Ida has her a couple of Release the Pigs cards," said Raymond. "How many beans are you betting?" asked Tom. 5 beans says she does." "Oh, yeah?" said Tom. "Well, 10 beans says she does." "That's what I said Raymond. "No, you said 5 beans, said Tom. "Roll the dice, Ida," said Grandpa, "or we'll never get started." "The fate of the world hangs in the balance," said the quiet guy at the other end of the table. Rainey couldn't remember his name. He looked very sad even when he laughed. "Because you are first," said Douglas, "and because you have never played before, you may use the lobster dice to begin." The lobster dice were just like the other dice. There were about a dozen scattered around the table, except that they had a red lobster printed on the face that should have had the one spot. "The lobster dice have special significance," said Douglas, "and if you should be so fortunate as to have a lobster turn up on your roll, it changes your move. For instance, if you roll the 3 dice and get 2 5s and a lobster, the total isn't 11, it's 10 lobster." "Well, how many do I move for the lobster?" "1, said Douglas. "Per lobster," added Tom. "So that's 11, said Rainey. Douglas and Tom both made a show of looking stricken. "An unbeliever," said Douglas. "I would never have thought it of you." Tom addressed the others. "If she can't tell the difference between 11 and 10 lobster, then what if she rolls like 4 lobster? They all shook their head and made mournful noises. "I worry about you, Ida," said Douglas. "You seem to have an unhealthy grip on reality." "Nay," said Cecil, "reality hath an unhealthy grip on her." "Maybe I'm not worthy to use the lobster dice," said Rainey. "Ah," said Douglas, "that's all right then." "What is?" "As long as you think you might be unworthy, then you are worthy." "Thinking I'm unworthy makes me worthy?" "Here are the sacred lobster dice," said Douglas. "You found the perfect last line for the song, you served us our beans and brought us our drinks. No one is worthier than you." He spoke with such simplicity and sincerity that even though she knew he was joking, she couldn't help but be touched. "I'm honored," she said, and meant it. She took the dice and rolled. 2 of the dice showed lobsters. The other die showed an ace. One of the men gasped. "1 lobster, murmured Cecil. "The first roll of the game. Surely good karma will triumph tonight. Tell me," said Cecil, "are you perchance a visitor from another realm, temporarily dwelling among us mortals in disguise?" "No," she said, laughing. "Have you not been sent by the baby of love," Cecil insisted, "to bring the blessing of healing to a world of woe?" Rainey reached out her hand towards Cecil. "Flesh and blood, see?" He touched her hand, cradled it gently in his, as if it were a porcelain rose. "Ah," he said, "she is real. I know it, for I have touched her." "She's not a real person," said Grandpa. "She's a ghost, can't you tell? We're being haunted here tonight. Ida Johnson is just a figment of her own imagination." The others chuckled and Rainey laughed, but as she took her hand back from Cecil, she felt strangely shy, and when she looked at Grandpa, she found him gazing at her very steadily. "I'm not a ghost," she said softly. "Yes, she is," said Grandpa to the others. "She can fool you boys, but not these old eyes. I know the difference." "1 lobster, said Douglas. "Let's get this game moving." The game got moving. It took only a few minutes for Rainey to get into the spirit of it. The game was about life and death, but what happened with the dice was almost trivial compared to what they all did to each other with the power cards. The game had hardly begun when the blonde guy at the other end of the table, Jack, played a card on her that said, "The grass is always greener, allows you to swap power cards with another player." And in one moment she found herself with a handful of completely different cards. It wasn't Jack's turn or hers, he just felt like playing it. In a moment, though, she saw why. Douglas had landed on a square whose pig path, the line connecting it to the pig pen, had only 3 dots on it. Jack played one of her former Release the Pigs cards, and they all whooped and hollered and lined up the baby pigs at the head of the pig path, with Mama Pig last in line. "This is pointless," said Douglas. "I'm still primordial ooze. I can't regress any farther than that." "I want you in hell," said Jack. "But I won't go to hell. I don't have any karma at all yet." You personally released the pigs on me twice last time. Tonight you're never going to be reincarnated. Grudge holding is beneath you, Jack. Jack burst into a country music song. If I can't hold me a woman, then a grudge will have to do. The woman I'd hold against myself, but the grudge I'll hold against you. Rainey had never heard the song before, so she figured he had made it up. The tune was actually pretty good. The pigs were about to start charging down the pig path when Jack played her former card, adding 2 pigs to the pen. Now there were even more pigs on the path, and since they leapfrogged instead of taking turns, the pigs were bound to reach Douglas. Each pig that got to him would cost him 2 life pennies, except for Mama, who would cost him 4. Since everybody started with only 10 life pennies, he was doomed. I need the lobster dice, said Douglas. You need an angel from heaven, said Jack. Tom handed Jack the 2 bad karma cards he got for playing evil power cards. Ooh, these are bad, said Jack. Only what you deserve, said Douglas. Well, before we sick the pigs on you, Dougie, let's try this. Whereupon Jack laid down another of Rainey's old cards, the one that allowed him to swap karma with Douglas. Since Douglas had none and Jack had 2 bad karma cards, it meant that when Douglas died, his karmic balance would be negative and he'd go to hell. You are one seriously evil dude tonight, Jack, said Raymond. I like your style. Let's see what happens with this one. He laid down an evil power card that said, Angry Oinkers, doubles the damage of all pigs on a given pig attack. Hey, how dead can I get? Asked Douglas. We won't find out on this turn, said Grandpa. He laid down a good power card that said, Fair is fair, causes the person who released the pigs to take the damage from a pig attack, only when pigs are released on someone else. Son of a gun! Shouted Jack. You can't do this to me! Can so. I'm not even on a pig path! It was true. Jack's playing piece, the plastic triceratops, was on a square with no path connecting it to the pig pen. Doesn't matter, said Tom. You're taking the damage from the attack on Douglas, so the pigs will still follow his pig path. And since you just played that evil power card on Douglas, switching your karma, you get a new evil power card of your very own, said Grandpa. So if you die, you'll go to hell. The pigs started down the path. As each baby pig advanced to a new dot on the path, Jack got to roll 1 die. If he got a 1 or a 2, the pig was popped and returned to the pen. He wasn't lucky. He only popped 2 pigs, so 5 reached him and he was dead before Mama could even start her run down the path. Just before the last pig reached him, though, he played the other Release the Pigs card that he had got from Rainey, and since this one was for the good of the whole, he got a good karma card for it. Ha! He said, it's a 10, and my bad karma card was only a 4. I'll go to heaven, and Douglas still has to face the pigs. So once again the pigs were lined up and started down the path. Rainey looked again at the cards she had gotten from Jack. One of them said, Perhaps I can help. Allows you to heal another player of all damage. Will not work after they have been killed. She waited until Douglas was down to his last 2 life pennies and played the card. You are my hero, he said. You're just too young to die, said Rainey. There's still more pigs, Jack pointed out. Not enough to kill me, said Douglas. But, said Tom, what if Mama rides again? He slapped down an evil power card that said, Mama rides again, causes the mama pig to come down the path twice. This has gone too far, cried Cecil. I say Mama is drunk as a skunk. He laid down a good power called Soused Sow that was supposed to keep Mama home. I hate do-gooders, said Raymond. He laid down an evil power card that said, I hate do-gooders, allows you to cancel a good power before it takes effect. So, Mama rides twice, said Tom. That'll be 8 life pennies if she makes it both times. That plus the 2 babies, and you could die, Douglas. Good to know, said Douglas. Is this how you talk to your patients? I'm a dermatologist, said Tom. My patients don't die, they just put bags over their heads. Let's make sure of this, said Raymond, laying down another card. Pigs can fly. Pigs move 2 squares each step instead of 1. I'm dead, said Douglas, and it was true. The pigs came down the path, Mama twice, and all his life pennies were gone. Dead and in hell, said Jack cheerfully. Boy, am I nice, said Grandpa, laying down a card. Not boy, am I nice, wailed Jack, but it was the boy, am I nice card. Grandpa took on himself all of the bad karma Douglas had gotten from Jack, leaving Douglas with no karma at all. And that counts as good karma, said Douglas, so I go to heaven. No, 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 moaned Jack. I'm in heaven while you're in hell, Jack, said Douglas, which is the natural order of the universe. Do people get to stay in heaven if they gloat? Asked Rainey. Absolutely. It's the only fun thing that people in heaven are allowed to do, said Grandpa. And you should know, Grandpa, said Jack. All my old friends have gone to heaven, said Grandpa, and not one of them is having any fun at all. They talk to you? Asked Rainey. No, they send me postcards that say, having a wonderful time, wish you were here. They're all gloating. The game went on, the power cards flying thick and fast, with everybody praying like crazy to get more power cards. When someone didn't have enough beans to pray, somebody would invariably lend him a few. And Rainey noticed that there actually was a remarkable amount of bean stealing when people weren't looking. In the meantime, Douglas had eaten every single brown peanut M&M in the bowl. It really does look more festive when you do that, said Rainey. Do what? Take the brown ones out. It looks so much brighter. Sometimes he leaves only the red and green ones, said Raymond, at Christmas time especially. Douglas got out of heaven after 3 turns there, and before long he had caught up with the others, or rather, the others had been sent back or killed or whatever so often that he was about even with them. Jack, however, was never even able to get past the slime stage and up to the level of Newt. The game knows, said Douglas, slime thou art, and slime thou shalt remain. Makes me want to go wash, said Jack. That's a question, said Douglas. If slime washed, what would it wash off? I mean, what seems dirty to slime? The game ebbed and flowed, people ganging up on each other, and then, at odd moments, pitching in and helping somebody out with a good power card. Rainey began to realize that, crazy as it was, this game really was like life. Even though people could only do to each other whatever was permitted by the power cards they randomly drew, it took on the rhythms of life. Things would be going great, and then something bad would happen, and everything would look hopeless, and then you'd come back from the dead, and the dice would be with you again, and you'd be okay. They didn't take it easy on Rainey, and she played with the same gusto as everyone else, but the dice were with her, so that she seemed to make up her losses quite easily and seemed to have exactly the power card she needed time after time. Then Rainey prayed successfully to the baby of sorrow, and the evil card she drew was an event, not a power. Take a break. Everyone relax, eat some food at host's expense, call your spouses or whatever. After all, what's life for? About time, said Tom. I'm hungry. You've had your hands in the potato chips all night, said Douglas. That just means my hands are greasy. Nobody can eat just one, added Raymond. They were already up from the table and moving toward the kitchen. Should I draw another power card to replace this? Asked Rainey. No, said Jack. When the card says take a break, we take a break. You can finish your turn when we get back. In the kitchen, Douglas was nuking some lasagna. It doesn't have that revolting cottage cheese this time, does it? Raymond was asking when Rainey came in. It's ricotta cheese, said Douglas. Oh, excuse me, ricotta cheese. And I made the second pan without it, just for you. Oh, I have to wait for the second pan, eh? Wait for it or wear it, said Douglas. Rainey pitched in and helped, but she noticed that none of them seemed to expect her to do the dishes. They cleaned up after themselves right along, so that the kitchen never got disgusting. They weren't really little boys after all. The lasagna was pretty good, though of course the microwave heated it unevenly so that half of it was burning hot and the other half was cold. She carried her plate into the family room where most of them were eating. They'll call them the aughts, Grandpa was saying. They'll call what the aughts? Asked Rainey. The first 10 years of the next century, you know, aught 1, aught 2. When I was a kid, people still remembered the aughts, and people always talked about them that way, back in aught 5, like that. Yeah, but back then they still used the word ought for 0, too, said Douglas. Nobody'd even know what it meant today. People won't use ought even if they ought to, said Tom. Several of the men near him dipped a finger into whatever they were drinking and flicked a little of the liquid onto Tom, who bowed his head graciously. What about 0, said Raymond. Just call the first 2 decades the zeros and the teens. People aren't going to say 05, said Douglas. Besides, 0 has such a negative connotation. Last year was a real 0. Well, aren't there any other words for 0? Asked Rainey. I've got it, said Tom. The zips. Zip 1, zip 2, zip 3. That's it, cried Raymond. Douglas tried it out. Back in zip 9, when Junior got his Ph.D. Yeah, that works pretty well. It has style. I know what's happening, you young whippersnapper, said Douglas, putting on an old man's voice. I remember the 90s. I didn't grow up in the zips like you. This is great, said Tom. Let's write to our congressman and get it made into a law. The next decade will be called the zips. Don't make it a law or they'll find a way to tax it, said Raymond. Fine with me, said Tom, if I get a percentage for having thought of it. Rainey noticed when Grandpa got up, set his plate down, and stepped outside. Probably going for a smoke, thought Rainey. And now that she thought of smoking, she wanted to. And now that she wanted to, she found herself getting up without a second thought. It was cold outside, she knew, and her coat wasn't that warm, but she needed to get out there. And not just for the cigarette. In fact, when she got outside and looked into her purse, she realized that she didn't have any cigarettes. When had she stopped carrying them? How long had she not even noticed that she didn't have any? Nasty habit, said Grandpa. She turned. He was sitting on the porch swing, not smoking. I thought you came out here to smoke, said Rainey. Nah, he said, I just got to thinking about the people I knew who remembered the aughts and liked thinking about them, so I came out here so I could hold the thought without getting distracted. Well, I didn't mean to disturb you. No problem, said Grandpa. I'm old enough that my thoughts aren't very complicated anymore. I get hold of one, it just goes around and around until it bumps into a dead brain cell, and then I just stand there and wonder what I was thinking about. You're not so old, said Rainey. You hold your own with those young men in there. I am so old, and they aren't all that young anymore either. He was right. This was definitely a party of middle-aged men. Rainey thought back to the beginning of her career and remembered that in those days, people in their 40s seemed so powerful. They were the establishment, the ones to be rebelled against. But now that she was in her 40s herself, she understood that if anything, middle-aged people were less powerful than the young. They had less chance of changing anything. They seemed to fit into the world not because they had made the world the way it was or because they even particularly liked it, but because they had to fit in so they could keep their jobs and feed their families. That's what I never understood when I was young, thought Rainey. I knew it with my head, but not with my heart, that pressure of feeding a family. Or maybe I did know it and hated what it did to people, to my parents. Maybe that's why my marriages didn't last and I never had any babies, because I never wanted to be 40. No surprise, I'm past 40 anyway and lonely to boot. I've got a question I want you to answer, she said to Grandpa. Straight, no jokes. I knew you'd get around to asking. Oh, really? Since you're so knowledgeable, do you happen to know what the question is? Maybe. Grandpa got up and walked near her and leaned against the porch rail, whistling. The breath came out of his mouth in a continuous little puff of vapor. He looked unbearably smug, and Rainey longed to take him down just a notch. Okay, what did I want to know? You want to know why I called you a ghost. That was exactly what she wanted to ask, but she couldn't stand to admit that he was right. That wasn't my question, but as long as you bring it up, why did you say that? If it was a joke, I didn't get it. You hurt my feelings. I said it because it's true. You're just haunting us. We can see you, but we can't touch you in any way. I've been touched in 100 places since I came here. You got nothing at risk here, Ida Johnson, said Grandpa. You don't care. Rainey thought of Minnie, of Douglas and his kids. You're wrong, Grandpa Spaulding. I care very much. Well, you care with your heart, maybe, but not with your soul. You care with those feelings that come and go like breezes, nothing that's going to last. You're playing with house money here. No matter how it comes out, you can't lose. You're going to come away from Harmony, Illinois, with more than you brought here. Maybe so, said Rainey. Is that a crime? No, ma'am, just a discovery. Something I noticed about you, and I didn't think you'd noticed about yourself. Well, ain't you clever, Grandpa? She smiled when she said it, so he'd know she was teasing him, not really being snide. But it hurt her feelings all over again, mostly because she could see now that he was right. How could anything she did here be real, after all, when nobody even knew her right name? In a way, Ida Johnson was her right name. It was her mother's name anyway, and didn't Douglas Spaulding have the same name as his father? Didn't he give the same name to his son? Oh, why couldn't she use her mother's name? How was that a lie, really, when you looked at it the right way? Ain't you clever? You've found out my secret. Grandpa Spaulding, gray detective, sees a strange woman in his parlor one November evening, and all at once he knows everything there is to know about her. Grandpa waited a moment before answering, and his answer wasn't really an answer, more like he just let slip whatever her words made him think of. My brother Tom and I did that one summer, kept a list of discoveries and revelations, like noticing that you were a ghost. Every time he said it, it stung her deeper. Still, she tried to keep her protest playful-sounding. When you prick me, do I not bleed? He ignored her. We made another list, too, rites and ceremonies. All the things we always did every year. We wrote them down, too, when we did them that summer. First stink bug we stepped on, first harvest of dandelions. They got chemicals to kill the dandelions now, said Rainey. Stink bugs, too, for that matter, said Grandpa. Very convenient. Rainey looked through the window. They're settling back down to play the game in there. Go on back in, then, if you want. Haunt whoever you want. Us mortals can't determine your itinerary. She was tired of his sniping at her. But it didn't make her angry. It just made her sad, as if she had lost something and she couldn't even remember what it was. Don't be mean to me, she said softly. Why shouldn't I? He answered. I see you setting up to do some harm to my family, Ida Johnson, or whoever you are. It couldn't be that Rainey was doing something to tip everybody off how much she was attracted to Douglas Spaulding, to the idea of him. It had to be that people around here were just naturally suspicious. Do you say that to every stranger in town, or just the women? You're one hungry woman, Ida Johnson, said Grandpa cheerfully enough. Maybe I haven't been getting my vitamins. You can get pretty malnourished on a diet of stolen food. That was it, the last straw. She didn't have to put up with any more accusations. "I'm done talking with you, old man." She meant to make a dramatic exit from the porch, but the door to the parlor wouldn't open. "That door is painted shut," he said helpfully. "You want the other one." He pointed around to the far side of the bay window, where the door she had come out of was open a crack. The noises of the men at the table surged and faded like waves on the shore. She took 2 steps toward that door, stalking, angry, and then realized that Grandpa was laughing. For a moment she wanted to slap him, to stop him from thinking he was so irresistibly wise, judging her the way adults always did. But she didn't slap him. Instead, she plunked back down on the swing beside him and laughed right along. Finally, they both stopped laughing. Even the silent gusts of laughter settled down. Even the lingering smiles faded. It was cold, just sitting there, not talking, not even swinging. "What was your question, anyway?" he asked out of nowhere. For a moment, she couldn't think what he was talking about. Then she remembered that she had denied that he was right when he guessed her question. "Oh, nothing," she said. "Oh, it was important enough for you to come out here into the cold, wasn't it? Might as well ask me, because here I am, and next week you can't be sure. I'm 74, going on 75. She still couldn't bring herself to admit that he had been right, or rather, she couldn't admit that she had lied about it. It was a silly question. He said nothing, just waited. And as he waited, a question did come to her. "Your grandson, Dougie, he said that there were some things that nobody in town knew, and one of them was his father's middle name." Grandpa Spaulding sighed. "You can tell me," said Rainey. "After all, I'm a ghost." "Douglas has never forgiven me for naming him the way I did. And sometimes I'm sorry I did it to him. How was I supposed to know that the name would turn trendy as a girl's name? To me it was a boy's name, still is, a name full of sweat and sneakers and flies buzzing and jumping into the lake off a swing and almost drowning. A name that means open windows and hot, fast crickets chirping in the sultry night." "Summer," she said. A murmur, a whisper, a sweet memory on a cold night like this. "That's right," he said. "I named him Douglas Summer Spaulding." She nodded, thinking that Summer was the kind of name a sentimental, narcissistic 14-year-old girl would choose for herself. "You're lucky he didn't sue you when he came of age." "Oh, I explained it to him. The way I explained it to my wife. I wanted to name him for something perfect, a dream to hold on to, or at least to wish for, to try for." "You don't have to try for Summer," said Rainey. "You just have to have the guy come and service the air conditioner." "You don't believe that," he said, looking appalled. "Oh, aren't ghosts allowed to tease old eccentrics?" "No, I didn't name him for just any old summer, you know. I named him for one summer in particular. Summer of 1928, to be exact, the perfect summer. 12 years old, living in Grandpa's and Grandma's boarding house with my brother Tom. I knew it was perfect even at the time, not just thinking back on it. That summer was the place where God lived, the place where he filled my heart with love, the moment, the long, exquisite 12-week moment when I discovered that I was alive and I liked it. Now, the next summer, Grandpa was dead, and the next year the Depression was underway, and I had to work all summer to help put food on the table. I wasn't a kid anymore after summer 28. "But you were still alive," Rainey said. "No, not really," said Grandpa. "I remembered being alive, but I was coasting. Summer of 28 was like I had me a bike at the top of Culligan Hill, and from up there I could see so far. I could see past the edge of every horizon, all so beautiful, spread out in front of me like Grandma's supper table, strange-looking and sweet-smelling and bound to be delicious. And so I got on the bike and I pushed off and never had to touch the pedals at all. I just coasted and coasted and coasted." "Still coasting?" asked Rainey. "Never got to the supper table?" "When you get down there and see things close, it isn't a supper table anymore, Rainey. It turns out to be the kitchen, and you aren't there to eat. You're there to fix the meal for other people. Grandma's kitchen was the strangest place. Nothing was anywhere that made sense. Sugar in every place except the canister marked sugar. Onions out on the counter, and the knives never put away, and the spices wherever Grandma had last set 'em down. Chaos. But oh, Rainey, that old lady could cook. She had miracles in her fingers. Now, what about you? Could you cook?" He looked at her blankly. "When you stopped coasting and found out that life was a kitchen." "Oh," he remembered the stream of the conversation. "No," he said, chuckling. "No, ma'am, I was no chef, but I didn't have to do it alone. Didn't get married till I got back from the war, 29 years old in 45. I still got the mud of Italy under my fingernails, and believe me, I've scrubbed them plenty. But there was my Marjorie, and she gave me 3 children, and the second one was a boy, and I named him Douglas after myself. And then I named him for the most perfect thing I ever knew. I named him for a dream. For a ghost, said Rainey. He looked at her so sadly. For the opposite of a ghost, you poor child. Douglas opened the parlor door and leaned out into the night. Aren't you too smart enough to come in out of the cold? One of us is, said Grandpa, but he didn't move. We're starting up, said Douglas, and it's still your turn, Ida. Coming, said Rainey, getting up. Douglas slipped back inside. She helped Grandpa Spaulding out of the swing. Don't get me wrong, he said, patting her back as she led the way to the door. I like you. You're really something. Said Rainey. And if I can feel that way about you when you're pretending to be something you're not, think how much I'd like you if you actually told the truth about something. She came through the door blushing with anger and with embarrassment and with that thrill of fear. Was she found out? Did Grandpa Spaulding somehow know who she really was? Well, maybe he did. Without knowing the name Rainey Pinion, maybe he knew exactly who she was anyway. Whose turn is it? Asked Tommy. Ida's, somebody said. What is she, an emu? No, human. Look, she's a human. How did she get so far without us noticing? Not to worry, cried Douglas Summers Spaulding. He raised a red-lettered card over his head. For the good of the whole, release the pigs. The others gave a rousing cheer. Give me my good karma, said Douglas. Then he grinned sheepishly in Rainey's face. You have only 5 life pennies, and there are 7 piglets, and the pig path is only 3 dots long, so I sincerely hope with all my heart that your karmic balance is of a sort to send you to heaven, because, dear lady, the porkers from purgatory are going to eat your shorts. Heaven? Said Rainey. Not likely. But she popped every one of the pigs before they got to her. It was like she couldn't roll anything but 1s and 2s. Grandpa's right, said Tommy. She really is a ghost. The pigs went right through her. Then she rolled 18, 3 6s, and it was enough to win. Supreme God, Tommy cried. She has effed the ineffable. What's her karmic balance? She flipped over the karma cards. 3 evils and 1 good, but the good was a 10, and the evils were all low numbers, and they balanced exactly. 0 counts as good, said Douglas. How could anyone have supposed otherwise? So I bet I come in second with a balance of 9 on the good side. They all tallied, and Grandpa finished last, his karmic balance a -50. That's the most evil I ever saw in all the years we've been feeding the baby, said Tommy. He switched to a Midwestern white man's version of black dialect. Grandpa, you bad. Grandpa caught Rainey's eyes and winked. It's the truth. They all stayed around and helped finish off the refreshments and clean up from dinner, talking and laughing. Tom was the first to go. If you're coming with me, Ida, the time is now. Already? She shouldn't have said that, but she really did hate to go. It was the best night she'd had in months, years. Sorry, he said, but I've got to scrape some moles off people's faces first thing tomorrow, and I have to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, or I accidentally take off noses and ears, and people get so testy with me when I do that. That's fine. I really don't mind going. No, you go on ahead, Tom, said Douglas. Somebody else can take her home. I can, said Raymond. Me too, said Jack, right on my way. They all knew where she was living, of course. It made her smile. Whether I knew them or not, they cared enough about me to notice where I lived. Small-town nosiness could be ugly if you looked at it one way, but kind of sweet and comforting if you looked at it another way entirely. After a while, she drifted away from the conversation in the kitchen and began wandering a little in the house. It was a bad habit of hers. Her mother used to yell at her about it when she was a little kid. Don't go wandering around in strangers' houses. But curiosity always got the better of her. She drifted into the living room. No TV, lots of books. Fiction, biography, history, science. So that's what accountants read. I never would have guessed. And then up the stairs, just to see what was there. Not meaning to pry, just wanting to know. Standing in the upstairs hall, in the near darkness, she could hear the children breathing. Which room is which, she wondered. The bathroom had the nightlight in it. She could see that the first 2 rooms belonged to the kids, one on the right, one on the left. The other 2 rooms had to be the one Douglas shared with his absent wife and Grandpa's. A houseful. The extended family, 3 generations present under one roof. This is the American home that everyone dreams of and nobody has. Dad goes off to work, Mom stays home, Grandpa lives right with you, there's a white picket fence, probably a dog, and a nice little doghouse in the backyard. Nobody lives like this, except those who really work at it, those who know what life is supposed to be like and are determined to live that way. Lord knows Mom and Dad weren't like this, fighting all the time, clawing at each other just to get their own way. And who's to say that Douglas and Jane Ann aren't like that too? I haven't seen them together, I don't know what they're like. But she did know, from the way the kids were with their father. That doesn't come out of a home torn apart with power struggles, with mutual fear and loathing. She walked down the hall just to see and opened the last two doors. The one on the right had to be Grandpa's room, and she closed the door immediately. The one on the left had the big bed, Douglas's room. She would have closed the door and gone downstairs at once, except that in the faint light from the bathroom nightlight, she caught a glimpse of bright reflection from an old familiar shape. And suddenly she was filled with a longing that was so familiar, so right, that she couldn't resist it, not even for a moment. She snapped on the light, and yes, it was what she had thought, a guitar, leaning against the wall beside the dresser that was obviously his, cluttered on top, no knickknacks. Pulling the door almost closed behind her, she walked to the guitar and picked it up. Not a particularly good make, but not a bad one. And the strings were steel, not that wimpy nylon, and when she strummed them softly, they were perfectly in tune. He has played this guitar today, she thought, and now my hands are holding something that his hands have held. I don't share the having of children with him, I don't share this sweet, impossible house with him, but he plays this instrument, and I can do that too. She didn't mean to play, but she couldn't help herself. It had been so long since she had even wanted to touch a musical instrument that now that the hunger had returned to her, she had no will to resist it. Why should she? It was music that defined who she was in this world. It was music that gave her fame and fortune. It was music that was her only comfort when people let her down, which was always, always. She played those old mournful melodies, the plucked-out ones, not the strumming ones, not the dancey, frolicking ones. She played softly, gently, and hummed along. No words, no words. Words would come later, after the music, after the mood. She remembered the hot African wind coming across the Mediterranean and drying her after a late-night swim on a beach in Majorca. She remembered the lover she had had then, the one who yelled at her when he was drunk, but who made love in the morning like no man had ever made love to her before, gluttonously, gorgeously, filling her like the sun coming up over the sea. Where was he now? Old. He'd be in his 60s now. He might be dead now. I didn't have his baby either, but he didn't want one. He was a sunrise man. He was always gone by noon. Tossing and turning, that's what sleep was like in Majorca. Sticky and sweaty and never more than a couple of hours at a time. In the darkness you'd get up and stand on the veranda and let the sea breeze dry the sweat off you until you could go back inside and lie down again. And there he'd be, asleep, yes, but even though you were facing away from him, you knew he'd reach out to you in his sleep. He'd hold you and press against you, and his sweat would be clammy on your cold body, and his arm would arch over you, and his hand would reach around you and cup your breast, and it'd start moving against you, and through it all he'd never even wake up. It was second nature to him. He could do it in his sleep. What did Majorca have to do with Harmony, Illinois? Why were tunes of hot Spanish nights coming out of this guitar here in the cold of December, with Christmas coming on, the little dying firs and pines standing up in the tree lots? It was the dream of love, that's what it was. The dream, but not the memory of love, because in the long run, it never turned out to be real. In the long run, she always woke up from love and felt it slip away the way dreams slip away in the morning, retreating all the faster the harder you try to remember them. It was always a mirage, but when she got thirsty for it the way she was now, it would come back, that dream, and make her warm again, make her sweat with the sweetness of it. Maybe there was a noise, maybe just the movement at the door. She looked up, and there were young Dougie and Rose, both of them awake, their faces sleepy, but their eyes bright. "I'm sorry," said Rainey, immediately setting the guitar aside. "That's Dad's guitar," said Rose. "You're good," said Dougie. "I wish I could play like that." "I wish Dad could play like that," said Rose. "I shouldn't be in here." "What was that song?" asked Dougie. "I think I've heard it before." "Well, I don't think so," said Rainey. "I was making it up as I went along. It sounded like one of Dad's records." "Well, I guess I'm not very original sounding," said Rainey. She felt unbelievably awkward. She didn't belong in this room. It wasn't her room. But there they were in the doorway, not seeming to be angry at all. "Can't you play some more?" said Dougie. "Oh, you need your sleep," said Rainey. "I shouldn't have wakened you." "But we're already awake," said Rose, "and we don't have school tomorrow. It's Saturday." No, said Rainey. "I have to get home." She brushed apologetically past them and hurried down the stairs. Everybody was gone. The house was quiet. How long had she played? Douglas was in the kitchen making a honey sandwich. "It's my secret vice," he said. "It's making me fat. Want one?" "Sure," she said. She couldn't remember ever having a honey sandwich in her life. She watched him pull the honey out of the jar, white and creamy, and spread it thickly on a slice of bread. "Lid or no lid?" he asked. "No lid," she said. She picked it up and bit into it, and it was wonderful. He bit into his. A thin strand of honey stretched between his mouth and the bread, then broke, leaving a thread of honey down his chin. "It's messy, but I don't care," he said. "Where do you buy bread like this?" "Jane Ann makes it," he said. Of course she makes bread." "Where is everybody?" she asked. "Went home," said Doug. "Don't worry about a ride. They all had wives waiting for them, and I don't, so I said I'd take you home." "No, I don't want you to have to go out on a night like this. I figured we'd leave a note on Minnie's door telling her you'd be late tomorrow." "No," said Rainey, "I'll be there on time." "It's after midnight. I've slept less and done more the next day, but I hate to have you have to drive me." "So what would you do, walk?" "I'd sleep in your bed," Rainey said silently. "I'd get up in the morning and we'd make breakfast together and we'd eat it together, and then when the kids got up, we'd fix another breakfast for them, and they'd laugh with us and be glad to see us, and we'd smile at each other and remember the sweetness in the dark, the secret that the children would never understand until 20, 30 years from now, the secret that I'm only beginning to understand tonight." "Thanks, I'll ride," said Rainey. "Dad's out seeing to the dog. He worries that the dog gets too cold on nights like this." "What, does he heat the doghouse?" "Yes, he does," said Douglas. "He keeps bricks just inside the fireplace, and then when he puts the fire out at night, he wraps the hot bricks in a cloth and carries them outside and puts them in the doghouse." "Does the dog appreciate it?" "Well, he sleeps inside with the bricks. He wags his tail. I guess he does." Douglas's bread was gone. She reached up and wiped the honey off his chin with her finger, then licked her finger clean. "Thanks," he said. But she could hear more in his voice than he meant to say. She could hear the hesitation, the uncertainty. He could have interpreted her gesture as motherly. He could have taken it as a sisterly act, but he did not. Instead, he was taking it the way she meant it. And yet he wasn't sure that she really meant it that way. "Better go," he said. "Morning comes awful early." They bundled up and went outside. They met Grandpa coming around the front of the house. "Night," Grandpa said. "Night," said Rainey. "It was good talking to you." "My pleasure entirely," he said. He sounded perfectly cheerful, which surprised her. Why should it surprise her? "Because I'm planning to do what he warned me not to do," thought Rainey. "I'm planning to sleep with Douglas Spaulding tonight. He's mine if I want him. And I want him. Not forever, but tonight, this sweet, lonely night when my music came back to me in his house, sitting on his bed, playing his guitar. Jane Ann can spare me this one night out of all her happiness. There'll be no pain for anyone and joy for him and me, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't care what anyone says." She got in his car and sat beside him, watching the fog of his breath in the cold air as he started the engine. She never took her eyes off him, seeing how the light changed when the headlights came on inside the garage, seeing how it changed again as he leaned over the back seat, guiding the car in reverse down the driveway. He pressed a button and the garage door closed after them. No one else was on the road. No one else seemed even to exist. All the houses were dark and still, and the tires crunching on snow were the only noise besides the engine, besides their breathing. He tried to cover what was happening with chat. "Good game tonight, wasn't it?" "Mm-hmm," she said. "Fun," he said. "Crazy bunch of guys. We act like children, I know it." "I like children," she said. "In fact, my kids are more mature than I am when I'm with those guys." She remembered speaking to them tonight, their faces so sleepy. "I woke them, I'm afraid. I was playing your guitar. That's a bad habit of mine, intruding in people's houses. Sort of an invited burglar or something." "I heard you playing," he said. "Clear downstairs? I thought I was quieter than that." "Steel strings," he said, "and the vents are all open in the winter. Sound carries. It was beautiful." "Thanks." "It was beautiful," he said again, as if he had searched for another word and couldn't think of one. "It was the kind of music I've always longed for in my home, but I've never been good enough on the guitar to play like that myself." "You keep it in tune." If I don't, the dog barks." She laughed, and he smiled in return. She couldn't stop looking at him. The heater was on now, so his breath didn't make a fog. The streetlights brightened his face, then it fell dark again. "He's not that handsome. I'd never have looked at him twice if I'd met him in L.A. or New York. He would have been just another accountant there. So many bright lights in the city. How can someone like this ever shine there? But here in the snow, in this small town, I can see the truth, that this is the true light, the one that all those neon lights and strobes and spots and halogens are trying to imitate but never can." They pulled up in front of her apartment. He switched off his lights. The dark turned bright again almost immediately as the snow reflected streetlights and moonlight. "I can't sleep with this man," thought Rainey. "I don't deserve him. I made my choice many years ago, and a man like him is forever out of reach. Sleeping with him would be another self-deception like so many I've indulged in before. He'd still be Jane Ann's husband and Dougie's and Rose's father, and I'd still be a stranger an intruder. If I sleep with him tonight, I'd have to leave town tomorrow. Not because I care what anybody thinks, not because anybody'd even know, but because I couldn't stand it to have come so close and still not belong here. This is forbidden fruit. If I ate of it, I'd know too much. I'd see how naked I am in my own life, my old life. He opened his car door. No, she said, you don't need to help me out. But he was already walking around the car, opening her door. He gave her a hand getting out. The snow squeaked under their feet. Thanks for the ride, she said. I can get up the stairs okay. I know, he said. I just don't like dropping people off without seeing them safe inside. You'd walk Tom to the door? So I'm a sexist reactionary, he said. I can't help it. I was raised that way. Always see the woman safely to the door. There aren't many rapists out on a night like this, said Rainey. Ignoring her arguments, he followed her up the stairs and waited while she got the key out and unlocked the deadbolt and the knob. She knew that he'd ask to come inside, knew that he'd try to kiss her. Well, she'd tell him no. Not because Minnie and Grandpa told her to, but because she had her own kind of integrity. Sleeping with him would be a lie she was telling to herself, and she wouldn't do it. But he didn't try to kiss her. He stepped back as she pushed open the door and gave a little halfway with his gloved hand and said, Thanks. For what? She asked. For bringing your music into my house tonight. Well, thanks, she said. It touched her that it seemed to mean so much to him. Sorry I woke your kids. He shook his head. I never would have asked you to play, but I hoped. Isn't that stupid? I tuned my guitar for you, and then I hid it upstairs, and you found it anyway. Karma, right? It took a moment for her to realize what it meant, him saying that. In this town, she had never touched a musical instrument or even told anybody that she played guitar. So why did he know to tune it for her? I'm such a fool, she whispered. I thought my disguise was so perfect. I love your music, he said, since I heard the first note of it. Your songs have been at the heart of all the best moments of my life. How did you know? Oh, you've done it before, he said. Dropped out, lived under an assumed name, right? It took a while for me to realize why you looked so familiar. I kept coming back into the cafe until finally I was sure. When you talked to me that day, when you chewed me out, your voice, well, I had just listened to your live album that morning. I was pretty sure then, and tonight when you played, well, then I really knew. I wasn't going to say anything, but I had to thank you for the music. Not just tonight, all of it. I'm sorry, I won't bother you again. She was barely hearing him, though. Her mind had snagged on the phrase he said before. Her songs had been at the heart of all the best moments of his life. It made her weak in the knees, those words, because it meant that she was part of this after all, through her music. Her songs had all her longings in them, everything she'd ever known or felt or wished for, and he had brought those songs into his life, had brought her into his home. Of course Dougie thought she sounded like his dad's records. They had grown up hearing her songs. She did belong there in that house. He had probably known her music before he even knew his wife. And now he was going to turn away and go on down the stairs and out to his car and leave her here alone. And she couldn't let him go. Not now. Not now. She reached out and caught his arm. He stopped on the next to top step, and that put them at the same level, and she kissed him. Kissed him and clung to him. Kissed him and tasted the honey in his mouth. His arms closed around her. It was maddening to have their thick winter coats between them. She reached down, still kissing him, and fumbled to unbutton her coat, then his. She stepped inside his coat as if it were his bedroom. She pressed herself against him and felt his desire, the heat of his body. At last the endless kiss ended, but only because she was ready to take him inside her room, to share with him what she knew he needed from her. She stepped up into the doorway and turned to lead him in. He was rebuttoning his coat. No, she said, you can't go now. He shook his head and kept fastening the buttons. He was slow and clumsy with his gloves on. You want me, Douglas Spaulding, and I need you more than you know. He smiled a shy, embarrassed smile. Some fantasies can't come true, he said. I'm not fantasizing you, Douglas Spaulding. I'm fantasizing you. I'm real. You want me. I do. I want you very much. Then have me. Let me have you. For one night, like the music. You've had my music with you all these years. I want the memory of your love with me. Who could begrudge us that? Nobody would begrudge us anything. Then stay with me. It's not me you love, and it's not my love you want. No, it's my life you love, and my life you want. Yes, I want your life inside me. I know. I understand. I wanted this life too. The difference between us is that I wanted it so much I did the things you have to do to get it. I set aside my career ambitions. I moved away from the city, from the center of things. I turned inward, toward my children, toward my wife. That's how you get the life I have. Against her will, there were tears in her eyes. Feeling him slip away, she wanted him all the more. So you have it and you won't share, is that it? No, you don't understand, he said. I can't give it to you. Because you're afraid of losing it yourself, afraid of what all these small-minded people in this two-bit town will think. No, Rainy Pinion, I'm not afraid of what they'll think of me. I'm afraid of what I'll know about myself. Right now, standing here, I'm the kind of man who keeps his promises. An hour from now, leaving here, I'd never be that kind of man again. It's the man who keeps his promises who gets the kind of life I have. Even if nothing else changed, I'd know that I was not that man anymore. So everything would be changed. It would all be dust and ashes in my heart. You are a selfish bastard. I hate you. At the moment she said it, she meant it with all her heart. He was forbidding her. He was refusing her. She had offered him real love, her best love, her whole heart. She had allowed herself to need him, and he was letting some idiotic notion of honor or something get in the way, even though she knew that he wanted her to. Yeah, he said. He turned and walked down the stairs. She closed the door and stood there with her hand on the knob as she heard him start the car and drive away. It was hot in her apartment, with the heater on, with her coat on. She pulled it off and threw it against the door. She pulled off her sweater, her shoes, all her clothes, and threw them against the walls and crawled into bed and cried, the way she used to cry when her mother didn't let her do what she needed to do, cried herself to sleep. She woke up with the sun shining into her window. She had overslept. She was late for work. She jumped out of bed and got dressed, hurrying. Minnie will be furious. I let her down. But by the time she had her clothes on, she knew the truth. She had overslept because in her heart, she knew she was done with this place. She had no reason to get up early because working for Minnie Wilcox wasn't her job anymore. She had found all that she was looking for when she first dropped out and went searching. Her music was back. She had something to sing about again. She could go home. She didn't even pack, just took her purse with all her credit cards and walked to the post office, which was where the buses stopped. She didn't care which one. St. Louis, Chicago, Des Moines, Cairo, Indianapolis, any bus that got her to an airport city would do. Turned out to be St. Louis. By the time she saw the Gateway Arch, she had written a song about feeding the baby of love. It turned out well enough that it got her some decent radio airplay for the first time in years, her first top 40 single since '75. Tried to walk that lonely highway, men and women, 2 by 2, promising they will be true. You went your way, I'll go my way, feeling old and talking new. Whatever happened to you? I wonder what happened to you. Spoke to someone in the air, heard but didn't heed my prayer, couldn't feed it anyway, didn't have the price to pay. You gotta feed the baby. Hungry, hungry, hungry baby. Gotta feed the baby of love. She had her music back again, the only lover that had ever been faithful to her. Even when it tried to leave her, it always came home to her in the end. Feed the Baby of Love began 2 different ways. The game itself, the title, Feed the Baby of Love, comes from a real game. It was created by a friend of mine, Greg Johnson, who has been working lately as a game designer living in San Rafael, California, and he invited me to his home with a group of his friends, and they played this game. I didn't invent a thing about the game. It's all real. I've played it. I even ate the brown M&Ms out of the bowl when we were playing. And it's still one of my fondest memories. And it was because of seeing that community of friends that I suddenly found the key to writing this story, which I had actually been working on in the back of my mind since, before my first sale. It was originally just a story about Rainy Pinion coming to a small town and finding this guy, and he won't sleep with her, which I suppose is important to me for some reason that I'll leave it to some biographer to figure out. But I found it unwritable, partly because I think as a science fiction writer, I've come to treat science fiction as a crutch, fantasy as a crutch, because I can always use the magic or the cool scientific idea as a device to make things more important and fresh and new. And this was definitely not a science fiction or fantasy story. It had to be absolutely real. And so it was tough for me to find out how to make it interesting enough to myself to make it work. And this community of guys playing the game made it work for me. That's what brought it to life. And then I still didn't write it. It sat for another couple of years waiting for me to work up the energy. I even had thoughts that it would be a novel until I was invited to take part in a Festschrift anthology in honor of Ray Bradbury. And Ray Bradbury was giving the writers who were taking part in the anthology permission to work within the worlds that he created. And I knew most of the science fiction writers and fantasy writers who were invited were going to be working in Mars or one of the other settings that had a strong fantasy element. But I knew that I had to work with Douglas Spalding, the character from Dandelion Wine and many other stories. And so at first I was going to have the character Douglas Spalding, but I realized I could not move Doug Spalding out of the summer of 28. He had to be that old, and that's way too old for him to be the guy that Rainey falls in love with. So I made him Grandpa. But the story of Grandma's Kitchen and a lot of the devices that come there come definitely out of Ray Bradbury's work. It's a tribute to him done with permission. So if you see copies and echoes of what Bradbury does, that's deliberate too. Anyway, that's everything I can think of that might be interesting to say about Feed the Baby of Love. It's, I think, one of the best stories I've ever written. It's certainly one that I love most. And yet the odd thing is I can't find a publisher willing to let me turn it into a novel, because they wouldn't know what to do with a mainstream novel by Orson Scott Card. Just one of those frustrations. So it'll just be a story, and I'm content with that for now.
Copyright 2001, American Audio Literature.